Chapter 109, Konoha's Sword Saint 109. Both combatants were filled with anticipation for this battle, so neither held back. The match began with a powerful, head-on clash. Mifune's I-Aid was truly impressive, his draw speed was even faster than that impressive I-Aid user Hoshiyomi had faced before, whose swordsmanship was only average. Mifune's blade was already swinging, while Hoshiyomi had just begun drawing Mikazuki Munchika. This forced Hoshiyomi to meet Mifune's ninja blade with the part of Mikazuki Munchika closest to its hilt, striking the middle section of Mifune's blade. The two blades collided with a crisp clink of metal. This was Mifune's current blade, not Kurosawa, which he only used after his battle with Hands. Their battle seemed to completely bypass any feeling out period. After the clash, the two ninja blades didn't immediately separate, instead, they remained locked, engaging in a power struggle, with sparks even visible as their weapons met. Right from the start, Hoshiyomi was at a slight disadvantage. Mifune was the aggressor, attacking with the middle section of his ninja blade, the position that allowed for optimal force. Hoshiyomi, as the defender, was already in a less convenient position to exert force and was using the base of his blade. He needed to expend much more energy than Mifune just to block the attack. However, Hoshiyomi was a man who had undergone hellish taijutsu training. After a brief stalemate, he ultimately turned the tables through sheer strength. Not only did he force Mifune's ninja blade away from himself, but he also steadily pressed his own blade down onto Mifune's. Mifune was surprised that Hoshiyomi could turn the tide with strength from such a disadvantageous position. Confirming Hoshiyomi's superior strength, Mifune chose to retreat, but he wouldn't expose himself easily. He used his signature retreating splitting slash, a technique effective for both offense and defense, simultaneously launching a fierce counter slash to deter Hoshiyomi's pursuit. After creating a safe distance, Mifune activated Instant Step, leveraging his speed advantage to attack Hoshiyomi again. This time, it wasn't a horizontal slash, but a direct thrust aimed at Hoshiyomi's face. Hoshiyomi quickly tilted his head to dodge the thrust. To prevent Mifune from changing his technique, Hoshiyomi swiftly struck back, slashing at Mifune's arm. Seeing Hoshiyomi directly attacking his arm, Mifune shifted his straight thrust into an upward sweep, using a movement similar to a reverse kasajiri to dodge Hoshiyomi's attack. At the same time, he arced his hand in a semicircle in the air, changing his technique into a horizontal slash that targeted Hoshiyomi's abdomen. Hoshiyomi was at the end of his last move, unable to quickly parry. Seeing Mifune's incoming attack, and with no time to bring his sword back to block, he chose to draw the kunai from his thigh sheath with his left hand, barely managing to block the strike with it. But this kunai was merely a common, mass-produced item of ordinary quality. Mifune's fierce slash immediately chipped a large gash into it, making it unusable. Hoshiyomi seized the opportunity, tossing the kunai at Mifune. As Mifune dodged, Hoshiyomi regripped his sword with both hands and unleashed Crescent Moon Slash, second form, pressing his attack. Mifune had just evaded the kunai when he saw Hoshiyomi attack again, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. He first blocked the initial downward chop of the Crescent Moon Slash. As Hoshiyomi transitioned from a downward chop to an upward sweep, Mifune sidestepped and retreated a step, dodging the second part of the Crescent Moon Slash, and simultaneously slammed the hilt of his ninja blade toward Hoshiyomi's head. Hoshiyomi raised his hand to block Mifune's sword hilt with his palm. Using Mifune's hand as a pivot point, he pushed upwards, simultaneously raising his leg and kicking Mifune squarely in the chest. In the second exchange of the match, Hoshiyomi gained the upper hand. While the description reads as a long sequence, all of these actions were merely the fighter's improvisations, occurring in a matter of mere seconds. Less skilled audience members only saw a blur of motion before Mifune retreated, clutching his chest. However, the powerful fighters and discerning spectators watched in rapt admiration. Their battle was so fluid it resembled an art form, leaving them completely engrossed, utterly captivated for fear of missing any detail. Below the stage, Asuka watched the match intently. Perhaps it was her intense focus, or perhaps Tsunade's pill was taking effect, but she hadn't coughed this entire time. Beside her, the Land of Iron leader also watched the match, but his attention was mostly on his daughter. Seeing that she hadn't coughed for so long, a thought stirred within him. Could it be that this medical nin's medicine really works? In that case, should I take Asuka to the Land of Fire to see that medical nin, just as this Kenshin said? No, that person is a medical nin, so they must be a Konoha ninja. It's unlikely that Konoha would let such a skilled medical nin stay in the Land of Iron for too long. That means I'd have to go with Asuka myself. But as the Land of Iron leader, I can't stay away for too long. So, should I ask this Kenshin to go with my daughter? This boy doesn't seem like a bad person, but without a compelling reason, it might be hard to get him to wholeheartedly help Asuka. Just as the Land of Iron leader was pondering these matters, the audience erupted in a gasp, interrupting his thoughts. He looked up and saw the two combatants in the ring colliding in mid-air. While the Land of Iron leader was deep in thought, the two had already begun their third exchange. This time, Hoshiyomi had leaped first. He had seen how the Kurogen Ida had used an earthquake to limit Mifune's instant step, and he intended to imitate it, using a method similar to Silver Blade to suppress Mifune. However, Mifune saw through Hoshiyomi's intentions. He likewise leaped, slashing at Hoshiyomi. Seeing this, Hoshiyomi decisively changed his move. He twisted his waist mid-air, his entire body almost parallel to the ground. Through this evasive maneuver, he successfully dodged Mifune's swing. At the same time, Mikazuki Munchika in his hand moved. Hoshiyomi powerfully swung Mikazuki Munchika, his body spinning in the air. His Mikazuki no Mai traced a circle, cutting sharply toward Mifune. This was the Dragon Coil Flash, wintry wind from the Hiten Mitsurugi Ry. Mifune was also surprised that Hoshiyomi had dodged his attack, but he reacted quickly. The moment his attack missed, he immediately protected himself with chakra. At the same time, he swiftly adopted a defensive stance in the air. He blocked Hoshiyomi's strike with the shoulder armor on both his shoulders. Hoshiyomi's strike severed one side of Mifune's shoulder armor, but didn't inflict any actual damage on Mifune. Both men were slightly out of breath after landing. Though they hadn't used any devastating techniques so far, the intricate offense and defense, revolving around fleeting openings, had taken a significant toll on both their mental and physical stamina. After landing, Mifune glanced at his severed shoulder armor and felt a pang of relief. Fortunately, as a samurai, he had the habit of always wearing his armor. Otherwise, with that one strike, his left arm might have been gone. Still feeling a lingering fear, Mifune couldn't help but speak. Kenshin-san's mind is truly agile, I can't compare. But I won't give you such an opportunity again. Saying this, he readjusted his stance, preparing to launch another attack. Chapter 110, Konoha's Sword Saint 110. This time, chakra clearly surged along Mifune's blade. With an explosive burst of instant step, he charged at Hoshiyomi like an arrow loosed from the string. Mifune was nothing like Asuka. His attacks were always wide and direct, never tricky, never sneaky, never hit and run. That was likely due to his unwavering Bushido. Because of that, Hoshiyomi felt free to meet him head-on. Unlike his fight with Asuka, where he had to remain cautious, this was different. Though the pressure Mifune exerted was stronger, Hoshiyomi was enjoying this fight much more. The clanging of steel echoed continuously. Both of their hands had grown numb from repeated clashes, but they still felt exhilarated. In the heat of combat, even faint smiles began to show on their faces. This dangerous, blood-pumping rhythm fueled their adrenaline. The longer the battle raged, the more excited they became. Their bodies were already marked with numerous wounds, but neither of them showed any sign of backing down. Below the stage, Asuka watched, a trace of envy flashing in her eyes. How she longed to experience a fight like this. But her body, her illness, it meant she would never be able to enjoy this kind of battle. On the battlefield, the duel continued like a smithing war. Mifune held an absolute advantage in speed, but Hoshiyomi offset it with his raw strength and a steady stream of simple yet extremely practical sword skills. The two had already been fighting for nearly 10 minutes. Both were soaked in sweat, stamina draining rapidly. If they pushed any further, they might both collapse. After another fierce collision, Mifune, gasping for breath, looked at the equally exhausted Hoshiyomi across from him and said, "Kenshin-san, our stamina's almost run out. How about we end this with one final strike, each of us using our strongest technique, one move to decide the winner?" Hoshiyomi had been thinking the same thing. Even though he held the edge in strength and technique, it was hard to keep up against a chakra-enhanced Mifune without chakra reinforcement of his own. Even he was nearing his limit. Honestly, the only reason he'd lasted this long was because of Mifune's Bushido beliefs. If Mifune had mixed up his tempo mid-attack and suddenly used his ultimate move Flash, Isin, Hoshiyomi wouldn't have been able to counter it. But it was precisely that unwavering Bushido belief that would one day make Mifune the greatest swordsman in the Land of Iron. The man who would defeat Hans in the Fourth Great Ninja War. There was no need for words now. Seeing Mifune slowly slide his blade back into its sheath, Hoshiyomi shook off his thoughts and readied himself. He would meet Mifune's Isin with his strongest technique, Swallow Return. Flash, a perfect fusion of instant step and I-aid. It relied on extreme speed and a godlike draw slash. In a way, it shared similarities with the heavenly soaring dragon Flash. But that technique was still beyond Hoshiyomi's current ability. Even if he mimicked the form, he couldn't yet replicate its true power. Two synchronized strikes with added control effects. Right now, the strongest move he could fully execute was Swallow Return. This final clash would come down to one question. Could his Swallow Return withstand Mifune's Flash? Or would Mifune's Flash land before Swallow Return's triple strike was unleashed? Mifune now stood motionless, eyes closed, gathering strength. Hoshiyomi, meanwhile, held his blade horizontally near his temple, both hands gripping Mikazuki Munchika. Neither spoke. They focused solely on their breathing, calming their nerves for the deciding moment. The once roaring audience now fell completely silent. Even they sensed the climax had arrived. The competitors who had already been eliminated watched with wide eyes. This was the ultimate duel between the two strongest swordsmen in the Land of Iron. It might be the only time in their lives they would witness something like this. Even the leader of the Land of Iron stopped his internal deliberations, focusing fully on the ring. He knew all too well what Flash was. It was Mifune's only true secret technique. He had abandoned all other sword arts to perfect this one move. Since creating it at age 18, he had dedicated himself entirely to it. His dream was to reach a realm where nothing in the world could stand against his blade. Even someone as powerful as the Land of Iron leader had to be serious to withstand Flash. What will that Kenshin boy do to counter such a strike? He wondered. In the center of the stage, the two figures stood like stone statues. No one could say how much time passed. Until a soft breeze swept across the arena. All the spectators held their breath. This was it. And then, the silence shattered. Both fighters moved at once. Mifune's eyes snapped open, a glint of icy light flashing within. He drew in an instant, vanishing and reappearing before Hoshiyomi like a ghost, his silver-white ninja blade slashing straight across from the waist. But at that exact moment, Hoshiyomi struck as well. In that blink of an eye, it was as if he split into three. Three versions of Hoshiyomi attacked simultaneously from the left, right, and above. Three faintly glowing violet arcs of sword light surged forth, sealing off every escape route. Even a swallow in mid-flight would have no room to evade. The audience was stunned into silence. Spectators gaped in confusion, unsure what they had just witnessed. Fellow fighters were left speechless, overwhelmed by the sheer brilliance of that single instant. The Land of Iron leader crushed the teacup in his hand in shock. To wield such a profound sword art at such a young age, this boy's talent goes beyond genius. This child is terrifying. Manual dog-head emoji. Asuka, too, was frozen in awe at the sight of Hoshiyomi's swallow return. Her thoughts turned to her own technique Divine Bird 3-stage thrust. She had never been able to execute it perfectly. The true essence of the technique was delivering 3 strikes in a single moment. So fast that even the enemy wouldn't know they'd been hit 3 times. To them, it would feel like a single strike. But in truth, their throat, heart, and lungs would have all been pierced simultaneously. Asuka had been able to force the move through, but she never felt that sense of perfect synchronicity. That was also why her father had been able to interrupt her final 2 strikes. But now watching Hoshiyomi unleash 3 simultaneous slashes in one breath, she understood. In that instant, something within her clicked. If I could see that move just 2 more times, she thought, I might finally be able to master the true Divine Bird 3-stage thrust. In the tense silence, Mifyun's silver blade clashed with the 3 violet arcs of Swallow Return. And just like that, everything vanished like an illusion fading in a blink. The 2 stood frozen on the field, locked in their final poses. Mifyun now stood behind Hoshiyomi. Hoshiyomi, still facing away, remained upright. In this most powerful clash between them, who was the true victor? P.S. Read advanced chapters at https://www.patreon.com/c/readjin. Chapter 111, Konoha's Sword Saint 111. Everyone in the arena watched without blinking, waiting for the final outcome. Suddenly, with a sharp snap, Mifyun's ninja blade broke cleanly in half at the center. That sound was like a signal. In the next instant, there were 2 faint shh noises as blood spurted from both fighters' waists. Both men clutched their wounds and collapsed to the ground simultaneously. Gasps erupted from the crowd. Had the battle ended in a double knockout? Even Asuka covered her mouth in shock. The speed of their final exchange had been too fast, even she hadn't seen clearly what had happened in that split second. Instinctively, she looked to her father. The leader of the Land of Iron gave a small shake of his head. Mifyun's swordsmanship is still not profound enough. Asuka was stunned. She had assumed Mifyun Senpai would be the winner. She couldn't help but ask, are you saying Kenshin's swordsmanship is more profound than Mifyun Senpai's? The leader shook his head again. Nearby contestants leaned in, eager to hear his explanation. Mifyun didn't lose due to a lack of swordsmanship, he lost because of a weakness in his spirit. Just as the Land of Iron leader said, the fallen Hoshiyomi began to move. He remained on the ground for a moment, catching his breath, then slowly propped himself up using Mikazuki Munchika, rising with effort. Mifyun had not lost consciousness either, but after struggling for a long while, he still couldn't stand. His injuries were more severe than Hoshiyomi's. Not only had he been wounded in the side, but his right arm bore a deep, bone-deep slash. He tried to support himself with his broken blade, but after several failed attempts, he slumped back to the ground with a bitter laugh. I've always pursued a realm where nothing in this world could hinder my blade. But in the end, I failed to sever the hesitation in my own heart. Yes, at the most critical moment, Mifyun hesitated. He had thought he could cut through Hoshiyomi's swallow return. But when those 3 strikes sealed off every possible avenue of escape, his survival instinct took over. Instead of committing to a full force, 1-for-1 exchange, he instinctively tried to dodge using flash. Had he truly gone all in, he might have pulled off something like Arthuria vs Sasaki Kojir, holding steady and clashing directly against all 3 arcs of the swallow return with sheer sword technique. At worst, it would have ended in mutual defeat or a draw. But Mifyun had violated his own creed by choosing to evade. He believed that no sword technique, no matter how fast, could truly strike 3 times simultaneously. So he had gambled on avoiding the first arc and counter-attacking afterward. But that moment of retreat was the first step down the path to defeat. Isun relied on the momentum of instant step to generate unparalleled cutting force. Mifyun's sudden directional shift robbed the technique of its edge. Though he managed to block the first arc and heavily injure Hoshiyomi, the remaining 2 slashes blindingly fast left him severely wounded. The second strike shattered Mifyun's ninja blade and carved a wound into his side. The third would have ended his life. But Hoshiyomi pulled back just in time. Mikazuki Munchika stopped after cutting through Mifyun's arm guard, leaving only a deep, bone-revealing wound. In the end, Mifyun hadn't been defeated by Hoshiyomi. He had been defeated by his own wavering heart. That realization plunged him into despair. He even felt he was no longer worthy of holding a sword, and thoughts of seppuku took root. He gripped his broken blade tightly and shouted, preparing to drive it into his stomach. But just then, a beautifully crafted ninja sword flew through the air, knocking the broken blade from his hand. Hoshiyomi stood firm, his voice calm but sharp. It was just one defeat. If you'd choose death over a single failure, you won't become a hero. You'll become the laughingstock of the Land of Iron for generations. At that moment, the Land of Iron leader also leapt onto the stage. He didn't speak immediately, he simply slapped Mifyun across the face. The impact sent the already downed Mifyun flying several meters. When he hit the ground, he seemed to snap out of it and bowed his head deeply. The leader turned his back to him and said slowly, "Only blades that endure the harshest trials can be passed down through generations. People are the same. Only those who hold true to their beliefs and continue refining themselves will be remembered forever." Hearing that, Mifyun trembled. He raised his head again, eyes full of tears. "I, Mifyun, will forever uphold my master's teaching. I will never abandon my belief again." The leader nodded with relief, then ordered medics to tend to Mifyun's wounds. After Mifyun was carried away, the leader turned toward Hoshiyomi. "You've done well. I hereby declare you the champion of this year's Kenjutsu tournament." He also gave a glance to the event host, who immediately understood and shouted loudly, "Ladies and gentlemen, the Kenjutsu tournament has officially concluded. Let us give a thunderous round of applause to our champion Kenshin." After the match, Hoshiyomi was a bit worried he'd get mobbed by the crowd before he could even make it back to the inn. Thankfully, the Land of Iron leader had prepared for that. The top 5 contestants were escorted through a special route straight to the general's mansion, no chance for the eager crowd to interfere. Inside a guest room in the general's mansion, Hoshiyomi was treating his wounds. He applied the medicinal powder Tsunade had prepared for him, wrapping thick bandages around his waist. Lobo stood nearby and asked, "Are we heading back to Konoha after meeting the leader? Or are we staying in the Land of Iron a while longer?" Hearing the question, Hoshiyomi hesitated. He decided to open the Swordheart System and was shocked by what he saw. His experience bar had nearly reached its limit. Intermediate swordsmanship, 440/500. He checked the system log. The fight with Asuka had earned him 27 EXP. The battle with Mifyun had given him another 33. Just those 2 opponents had provided 60 EXP, nearly as much as 2 full compatibility upgrades with Mikazuki Munchika. He also had one remaining chance to receive guidance from the Land of Iron leader. Though this time, he planned to focus on learning instant step techniques, so the growth might be more limited. After a moment's thought, Hoshiyomi said, "We'll stay a little longer. I can feel I'm close to a breakthrough. And unlocking the full power of the 6th gate is going to take more time anyway. Might as well finish that here before heading back to Konoha." Chapter 112, Konoha's Sword Saint 112. Hoshiyomi and Lobo chatted idly for a while when a knock suddenly came at the door. Opening it, they found a servant inviting Hoshiyomi to the council hall of the general's mansion. It was clear the other 2 top 5 finalists had already finished their private sessions with the Land of Iron leader. Now it was Hoshiyomi's turn. Hoshiyomi got dressed, and together with Lobo, followed the servant's lead to the council hall. Inside, the Land of Iron leader had just been in conversation with Asuka. When he saw Hoshiyomi enter, he ended the discussion and greeted him. "How are your injuries?" Hoshiyomi gave a slight bow. "Thank you for your concern, Lord Leader. Kenshin is fine." The leader's gaze shifted briefly to Lobo before he spoke again. "No need to be so formal. I'm Kidada Sanjun. Just call me Uncle Sanjun." He paused, then added with a faint smile. "Also, how long do you intend to keep up the act? Himura Kenshin isn't your real name, is it?" Hoshiyomi was stunned. The first part had already made him want to chuckle. Uncle? The man was old enough to be a grandfather. But the second part hit hard. "Wait, when did I give myself away?" Lobo, standing beside him, also looked baffled, like his entire worldview was crumbling. However, Sanjun's tone remained relaxed and casual. Hoshiyomi realized that if the man had meant harm, he could have easily taken action long ago. His intentions were clearly peaceful. Given that, Hoshiyomi saw no need to hide it anymore. He admitted it openly and calmly. "You're right. Himura Kenshin isn't my real name. My true name is Gekkō Hoshiyomi. May I ask, Uncle Sanjun, how did you figure out my identity?" Sanjun laughed. "I knew the moment you said you were acquainted with a medical nin from the Land of Fire. A medical nin with that kind of skill would never be stationed outside the village. Konoha would keep them close and develop them heavily. The only way you'd meet someone like that is from the inside. But regular samurai can't even get past Konoha's gates without a personal letter of recommendation like mine. So how could someone like you befriend a top-tier medical nin unless you were from within Konoha yourself? Also, that ninja beast of yours, its true form is much larger, isn't it? I could feel it from its aura. It's not an ordinary summoning creature. You're using the transformation jutsu to disguise it, aren't you? I may be old, but these eyes still work just fine." Hoshiyomi was thoroughly impressed by the analysis. No wonder this man held his position. His insight alone far exceeded most. Hoshiyomi snapped his fingers, signaling Lobo. Lobo retrieved a storage scroll from his body and pulled out a handwritten letter from Sarutobi Hiruzen, the third Hokage. He handed it to Sanjun. The moment Sanjun saw the signature Sarutobi Hiruzen, his expression shifted. Even though the Land of Iron kept a distance from the shinobi world, the names of the 5 Kage were well known. If this young man could produce a letter from the third Hokage himself, then clearly his background was anything but ordinary. But after reading the contents, Sanjun frowned. So that was it. Hoshiyomi had been afflicted by a curse technique that sealed off all his chakra. That's why he had come to the Land of Iron, to train and hone himself physically. It explained why, even during that perilous final duel, Sanjun hadn't sensed the slightest chakra fluctuation from him. But this wasn't what Sanjun had expected. He had exposed Hoshiyomi's identity partly out of self-interest. His main goal was to heal his daughter, and illness only grew riskier with time. He had originally planned to reveal Hoshiyomi's identity, offer some benefits, and persuade him to return to Konoha, taking Asuka with him for treatment. But now it turned out Hoshiyomi had come to the Land of Iron because of his own problem. He wouldn't be going back until he was strong enough to break the curse. Then what about my daughter? Sanjun thought. I can't afford to wait that long. With that thought, he asked directly. Hoshiyomi, how far are you from reaching the level needed to break the curse, as mentioned in the letter? To be honest, I was hoping you'd return to Konoha soon so you could take Asuka to your medical nin friend and see if they can help her. Since the letter says you'll only go back once you're strong enough, and since you're the champion of the Kenjutsu tournament, I originally intended to offer you advanced instruction as a reward. So why not combine the two? Let me personally train you. I'll help you reach the strength needed to return to Konoha sooner, and in return, you take Asuka to see your medical nin. Hoshiyomi was thrilled. He had been worried that he might not receive much more sword training here and would have to spend even more time in the Land of Iron grinding it out. Now, completely unexpectedly, he had just been offered a direct path to accelerated progress by a master himself. Truly, good deeds bring good fortune. He'd saved someone's life and now it had led to an opportunity to break through to advanced kenjutsu sooner. Of course, Hoshiyomi eagerly nodded in agreement. Sanjun saw his enthusiastic response and didn't waste any time. Then let's go to the training ground. I want to see your current skill level and give you some advice. At the training ground, Hoshiyomi and Sanjun stood facing each other. Lobo and Asuka watched from the sidelines. Asuka, clearly intrigued by Lobo, had softened considerably from her earlier stoic demeanor. Now, the more natural side of a 17-year-old girl was peeking through. Looking at Lobo handsome and noble in form, she couldn't help but want to pet his head. But she hesitated, unsure whether Lobo would let her, or bite her hand off. Her visible inner struggle made Hoshiyomi glance at her a couple of extra times. Sanjun cleared his throat, drawing everyone's attention. He casually pulled a practice blade from the nearby rack and said, "Attack me with everything you've got. Let's see where you stand." Hoshiyomi didn't hold back. He drew Mikazuki Munchika and immediately unleashed Dragon Nest Flash, Risen. The essence of Dragon Nest Flash was overwhelming an opponent with a flurry of high-speed, high-power slashes too fast for the naked eye to follow. Some might call it chaotic slashing, but this was a refined, high-level version of that chaos. Sanjun didn't dodge or flinch. With one hand alone, he effortlessly blocked all of Hoshiyomi's attacks. The gap between intermediate and master-level swordsmanship was glaringly clear. Even when Hoshiyomi followed up with Crescent Moon Slash, second form, Sanjun calmly deflected it. A diagonal slash, then a horizontal block, just a little extra focus, and the attack was neutralized. After receiving both moves, Sanjun gave his assessment. Good strength. Decent speed. Among your peers, I doubt anyone could surpass you. But to my eyes, your technique is still riddled with openings. P.S. Read advanced chapters at https://www.patreon.com/c/readjin. Chapter 113, Konoha's Sword Saint 113. Hearing Sanjun's assessment, Hoshiyomi felt a bit disheartened. What he didn't realize was that this level of appraisal already placed him C. Hearing Sanjun's assessment, Hoshiyomi felt a bit disheartened. What he didn't realize was that this level of appraisal already placed him close to the skill level of Mifune at age 24 and he himself was only 14. Sanjun seemed to sense what was going through Hoshiyomi's mind and continued. Your speed and strength are practically flawless, especially considering you're unable to use chakra right now. And since your body's still developing, you've got even more room to grow physically. But swordsmanship isn't just about power and speed. Mastery of technique and the spirit behind the blade are just as important. You were able to face Mifune's flash head-on in that final match. That says a lot about your resolve. Which means the only thing you're still lacking is technique. Now, technique is related to speed, but it's not the same. High speed can make up for technical deficiencies to a point, but when faced with true mastery, raw speed alone won't carry you. What's strange is some of your moves are surprisingly refined. Especially that one you used against Mifune, that was near the pinnacle of technique. But despite that, in your regular attacks, I can still see roughness, telltale signs of technical gaps. Hoshiyomi was stunned. Sanjun had seen right through him. Swallow Return, Tsubamegaishi, was a system-granted skill. The moment he activated it, his entire body was controlled by the system. Without that, with his current ability, he couldn't possibly perform such a move no matter how hard he tried. Just as he was wondering how to respond, he heard Sanjun mutter with a sigh. This must be what they call divine talent. To be able to use such a perfect technique despite lacking the proper foundations. Hoshiyomi gave Sanjun a full mental thumbs up. Then he quickly changed the subject. So, Uncle Sanjun, how do I go about patching these gaps in my technique? Sanjun smiled. Come. Try the same technique again, attack me. Hoshiyomi obediently launched into another dragon nest flash. But this time, the result was different. Midway through the flurry, Sanjun suddenly shifted in his defense. His blade came down and pressed directly onto Mikazuki Munchika. Though Sanjun didn't seem to use much force, Hoshiyomi immediately felt pressure shoot up his wrist. Looking down, he was shocked to find that his hand had been bent into a right angle relative to his forearm. If Sanjun had pushed down just a little harder, his wrist might have snapped. Hoshiyomi reacted quickly, withdrawing his hand and in the same motion, slashed upward with a reverse kasajiri. But Sanjun had already read his intent. Before the slash could land, Sanjun's blade was in motion. He angled it downward to intercept Hoshiyomi's slash, then took a half step forward and drove his elbow directly into Hoshiyomi's chest. The blow forced Hoshiyomi back 2 or 3 paces. He clutched his chest, shocked. For a moment, he even wondered if Sanjun's real name wasn't Sanjun, but Uchiha. Wasn't that basically the Sharingan just now? Sanjun hadn't been faster or stronger, but he'd cleanly countered and punished him. So this is the difference technique makes? Hoshiyomi lifted his eyes and stared seriously at Sanjun. Sanjun calmly explained. The reason you've overlooked technique up to now is simple: your speed and power are already far beyond your peers. And since most people your age have even worse technique than you haven't been forced to notice the gap. But technique can't be shortcut. It must be sharpened through battle, through experience, against those who are technically superior. He paused mid-sentence, then frowned a little and corrected himself. Well, that's usually the case, but you're an exception. That technique you used before, the one against Mifune, it's the embodiment of refined swordsmanship. Even I wouldn't be able to fully replicate it. I think if you just keep using that move every day, study it deeply, and try to internalize its mechanics, you'll advance in technique faster than most people can dream of. Hoshiyomi blinked. He'd always thought it was natural for system-grounded techniques to feel perfect because the system executed them. But now he realized these skills weren't just flashy moves. They were masterworks, condensed knowledge passed down from sword masters of other worlds. And here he was, ignoring that treasure trove while aimlessly trying to reinvent the wheel. Foolish! He immediately assumed the stance for swallow return, activating it again. This time, even as the system took control, he didn't let his mind go blank. He focused, memorizing the corrections, the angles, the flow of each movement. He studied the motion of Mikazuki Munchika, the movement of his muscles, the precision of each strike. And for the first time, he felt it. The subtle elegance beneath the technique. Just one repetition left him standing there in quiet awe, eyes closed, replaying the sensations. That single moment had taught him more than 3 months of hard training. Sanjun smiled faintly as he watched from the side, then turned to Lobo. When he comes back to his senses, just let him know he'll continue staying in the same room. With that, he took Asuka and quietly returned to the council hall. Hoshiyomi remained in his reverie for a long time. He felt like he had gained so much in that brief moment that he wanted to try it again immediately. But then sharp pain flared in his side. Right. He'd forgotten about the injury near his waist. The sparring earlier had been mild, so it hadn't flared up. But channeling his focus so intensely during swallow return had pulled the wound open again. With Lobo silently rolling his eyes, Hoshiyomi limped back to his room to reapply the medicine. After that, his life in the general's mansion settled into a regular pattern. Tsunade's medicine worked wonders. Within about a week, the wound on his waist had fully healed. Once recovered, Hoshiyomi threw himself into training. Each day started with practice under Sanjun, followed by deep reflection while using swallow return. Thanks to his relentless pestering, he also managed to get access to Sanjun's instant step, Shunpo, training. Every day in the mansion brought new gains. His experience points were rising faster than he'd ever expected. Originally, he had thought it would take at least half a year in the Land of Iron to reach advanced swordsmanship. But after just 2 months of training in the general's mansion, he had already accumulated enough EXP to break through. That day, during a spar with Sanjun, Hoshiyomi felt it. A surge like lightning across his mind. And in the next moment, his movements suddenly became more fluid, more refined, almost instinctively so. Sanjun noticed and smiled in satisfaction. Congratulations! You've broken through. P.S. Read advanced chapters at https://www.patreon.com/c/readjin. P.S. Read advanced chapters at https://www.patreon.com/c/readjin. Chapter 114, Konoha's Sword Saint 114. Sanjun's words surprised Hoshiyomi, who immediately opened the system and nearly shed tears of joy. His EXP for advanced swordsmanship finally read, 1/500, skill draws available, 1. Woohoo, take off! System message, advanced swordsmanship. Just as the name implies, this is a step above intermediate sword skill. With this level of swordsmanship, as long as you don't go overboard, you have enough ability to protect yourself. Well, that's exactly what the system sounds like. No flowery praise. Hoshiyomi sincerely thanked Sanjun. Though Uncle Sanjun's primary concern was his daughter, he had been a dedicated mentor throughout this time. Without his guidance, Hoshiyomi might have spent countless months traveling before reaching advanced swordsmanship. Even more important, Sanjun awakened him to the need to study system-granted techniques deeply. From now on, every time he trained after reflecting on a skill, he'd earn EXP many times more efficiently. Once his chakra recovered and he could use Shadow Clone again, 3 Hoshiyomis all reflecting on techniques simultaneously, his progress would skyrocket. After promising to do everything he could to help Asuka recover, Sanjun cheered. To celebrate your breakthrough and in honor of your efforts tonight, we must have a family feast. After training, Hoshiyomi returned to his room and took a quick shower. Then he opened the Swordheart System for the much-anticipated skill draw. Seeing one available, he proceeded without hesitation. The familiar light screen swirled, and under his steely gaze, the words flashed. Congratulations, host has obtained skill, Heavenly Soaring Dragon Flash, Ame Kakeru Ry no Hirameki. Skill description. The ultimate sword technique of Hiten Mitsurugai Ry. A Godspeed draw and slash capable of cutting anything, with an unavoidable 2-stage combo. The first slash generates an air current that locks onto the opponent, the second, launched with centrifugal force, delivers the ultimatist cut. Hoshiyomi couldn't help but smile in satisfaction. Indeed, luck still favored him. Back when he went by the name Himura Kenshin, he always felt incomplete without this move. Now, with Heavenly Soaring Dragon Flash in hand and his speed, if he could recreate the 9-headed Dragon Flash, Hiten Mitsurugai Ry's ninja branch in the shinobi world would finally be official. That night, a small celebratory feast was held at the general's mansion with warmth, laughter, and good food. Even Asuka, caught up in the joy, ate more than usual. Early the next morning, Hoshiyomi, Asuka, and Sanjun prepared to depart toward Konoha. Sanjun stood at the gates until they disappeared from view, wiping tears silently as though cheering them onward. May they soon bring good news. To accommodate Asuka's stamina, Hoshiyomi didn't rush. In about a week they returned to Hammer Town, where they stayed for a night. Hoshiyomi informed the strict old man of the dojo about winning the Kenjutsu tournament. The old master beamed with pride. Their reunion's warmth lit his aged face. But he was most curious about wind-severing slash. After some hesitation he asked. Hoshiyomi, does this mean your skill has truly? Hoshiyomi nodded. He'd broken into advanced swordsmanship, and once he returned to Konoha to break the curse, he'd be able to use wind-severing slash fully and would show the old man later. The old master laughed and rattled off tales from his youth. After spending a day at the dojo, the trio resumed their journey, reaching the Land of Fire in just under 2 weeks. At first, Asuka had seemed reserved. It was her first time leaving the Land of Iron's capital, and though she and Hoshiyomi had been under the same roof for 2 months in the mansion, they hadn't spent much time alone together and she missed her father. So she remained quiet at first, shadowing them silently. But the banter between Hoshiyomi and Lobo like a comedic duo wore down her defenses. She gradually smiled more, revealing the warm-hearted girl beneath her aloof exterior. Despite her quiet nature, she had a kind heart, always offering help at just the right moment, like a clear spring nourishing everything without a sound. And as someone who rarely traveled, she had never tired of discovering new delights at every corner. Whenever Hoshiyomi or Lobo watched her marvel at trinkets, she'd freeze then fake coolly walk away, which only earned her more curious glances. Within a month, they became close friends, chatting about anything and everything. We've arrived. Up ahead is Konoha's gate. On a nearby hill slope, Hoshiyomi pointed at Konoha's entrance. Asuka gazed at it and couldn't help but smile. After nearly a month, they had finally made it. She wondered if Tsunade, that young medical nin 3 years her junior, could cure her. During the journey, Hoshiyomi had already told her about Tsunade. She, too, looked forward to meeting the genius healer. They kept a steady pace and reached Konoha's gate soon enough. Hoshiyomi put on his forehead protector and presented his credentials, entering the village smoothly. Asuka also showed off Sanjun's letter. No one opposed them. Their very first stop was the Hokage's office. Hiruzen Sarutobi, the third Hokage, whom Hoshiyomi hadn't seen in 5 years, looked different. His whiskers had fully grown, and at 35 he seemed even more mature, truly living up to the legend. Seeing Hoshiyomi, Hiruzen was surprised. It was only when he saw Lobo beside him that he confirmed his thoughts. He immediately walked out from behind his desk, somewhat surprised. You returned so soon? Could it be that you've already trained the 8 inner gates to that level? P.S. Read advanced chapters at https://www.patreon.com/c/readjin. Chapter 115, Konoha's Sword Saint. 115. Hoshiyomi nodded firmly. I'm ready to open the 6th gate, and my swordsmanship has improved enough. I believe it's enough to break through terrifying death limit. Good, good, good. Sarutobi Hiruzen repeated before gesturing to an ANBU operative. Go inform Captain Torifu that Hoshiyomi has returned. Tell him to meet us at the Gekkō Clan compound. After sending the ANBU off, Hiruzen noticed Asuka at Hoshiyomi's side. He looked her over and asked. And who is this young lady? Hoshiyomi recounted everything, Asuka's illness, their duel, and the care and request from Sanjun. Asuka then handed Hiruzen her father's letter. Scanning it, he raised an impressed eyebrow. The leader of the Land of Iron indeed acts decisively. The letter reaffirmed Hoshiyomi's story and added a promise: if Konoha cured Asuka, imports of iron ore would be discounted by 5% for 5 years, a deal worth hundreds of millions of ryo over time. Though the Land of Iron typically abstained from shinobi affairs, its strategic resources made this a deal Konoha couldn't ignore. Even without Hoshiyomi's involvement, Hiruzen was committed to helping Asuka. After a thoughtful moment, Hiruzen turned to Asuka. Miss Asuka, unfortunately Tsunade is away on a mission, but she'll return in a couple of days. Until then, an ANBU will escort you to Konoha Hospital for an initial examination. When Tsunade returns, she'll start treatment immediately. You'll be well taken care of, with attendance if you wish to step out. Rest assured, Tsunade will treat you personally. Hiruzen's arrangements were both thoughtful and proper. Hoshiyomi reassured Asuka that there was nothing to worry about and promised to visit her during treatment. Seeing no issue, Asuka agreed without hesitation and followed the ANBU to Konoha Hospital. Once Asuka departed, Hiruzen and Hoshiyomi headed to the Gekkō Clan compound, where they'd begin the breakthrough process. At the compound, Torifu, Mito, Hiruzen, and Hoshiyomi gathered. The senior shinobi greeted Hoshiyomi warmly. Mito took charge after the pleasantries, scrutinizing Hoshiyomi. Are you absolutely sure your 8 inner gates can reach the 6th gate without causing critical harm? Hoshiyomi nodded seriously. Mito then explained the plan. Since you're confident, we'll proceed to break terrifying death limit. I will remove the 2 seals on your back. Hiruzen will weaken the seal with his curse symbol jutsu. Then you, Hoshiyomi, will open the 6th gate and break through. Torifu will provide defense support. If things go awry, I'll restrain you with adamantine chains, and Torifu will knock you out so I can reseal you. Is everyone clear on their roles? They all replied. Understood. Mito issued one final reminder. We'll do our best, but this will strain your body. You must outlast the process on your own. Hoshiyomi responded with resolve. Don't worry, Lady Mito. I'm ready. Mito nodded and added. Let's move to Tobirama's old training ground. It's spacious and reinforced with barrier jutsu suitable for what we're about to do. They proceeded to the old training grounds. As Mito had said, it was wide and protected by defensive seals. Hiruzen prepared his vial of blood. Hoshiyomi disrobed. Mito performed hand seals and removed the 2 seals from Hoshiyomi's back effortlessly. Hiruzen used his blood-stained finger to trace ritual symbols. After about 10 minutes, he sighed. I've done what I can. From here, it's up to you, Hoshiyomi. Hoshiyomi steadied himself and, after a silent moment, focused his strength. 30 seconds passed before he took a deep breath and yelled. 6th gate. Gate of joy open. Instantly, a terrifying aura exploded from him. A gust swept through, whipping the fabric of the onlookers. His skin turned deep crimson. A surge of green chakra burst forth, lifting his hair by sheer force. He felt immense power, the feeling that a punch could tear through air itself. The 3 people around him also showed expressions of surprise as they felt the surging power from Hoshiyomi. Just then, Hiruzen spoke with a grave expression. It begins. In that moment, the skull-shaped terrifying death limit mark on Hoshiyomi's back activated. Like a seal from legend, cursed symbols spread across his chakra pathways. Though he'd peaked with Gate 6, agony crashed over him. A muffled groan escaped. The skull's violet flames intensified as the curse symbols shifted. Green chakra hissed alongside eerie violet flames, weaving a chilling beauty. But Hoshiyomi felt no pleasure. The surge of chakra made the curse's torment multiply like meat being ripped and grilled alive. His whole body trembled with uncontrolled shakes. Beast-like roars tore from his throat. Just as he felt himself slipping, Mito's voice cut through the pain. Focus. The curse symbols have spread through your body, their weakest now. Break through them. P.S. Read advanced chapters at https://www.patreon.com/c/readjin. Chapter 116, Konoha's Sword Saint 116. Upon hearing Mito's loud warning, Hoshiyomi snapped back to consciousness. Gritting his teeth, he refocused and began mobilizing his chakra again. Under his control, the brief surge of chakra that erupted from his body was immediately redirected. Concentrating it at his core, Hoshiyomi drove it outward toward the cursed seals spread across his body. These cursed marks had originally sealed off the chakra pathways throughout his body. But now, with this forceful push, there was a real sign that the seals might actually be breaking apart. Mito and the others could clearly see the cursed marks on Hoshiyomi's abdomen dimming significantly. Torifu, witnessing this from the side, shouted excitedly. There we go! Break through that damned thing! Hoshiyomi could also feel it like an invisible chain being yanked apart. A sharp pain shot through his lower abdomen, and then, just as suddenly, the tearing sensation vanished. The first step was a success. The relief in his core invigorated him, and with a snarl, he roared. Get the hell out of my body! As soon as the words left his mouth, his chakra surged again. The pale green chakra within him began storming through his chakra network like a conquering army. One cursed seal after another was violently forced open. The chakra of the two tails that had been fueling the seals was shattered, attempting to flee and regroup elsewhere in his body. But Hoshiyomi didn't give them the chance. The moment the two tails chakra tried to escape, it was devoured by his massive surge of pale green chakra. After a series of powerful internal clashes, the ghostly blue flames were completely extinguished and transformed into pure, mindless chakra, which Hoshiyomi then forced back into his core. At this point, terrifying death limit seemed to realize the danger. The cursed seals stopped spreading along Hoshiyomi's chakra pathways and instead, guided by the remnants of the two tails chakra, began gathering again, consolidating their strength. They were preparing for a prolonged battle, clearly betting that Hoshiyomi wouldn't be able to maintain the sixth gate much longer. On the sidelines, Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned grimly. Not good. Just like we feared, the cursed seals and the two tails chakra are now working together. But Torifu tried to reassure him. It should still be manageable. Hoshiyomi is breaking through terrifying death limit from the core outward. Even if they regroup, they'll be confined to his limbs. As long as they can't damage his chakra network or internal organs, they're not a threat. Worst case, we just reseal the cursed seals in his arms and legs and try again once he's healed. I refuse to believe that thing can keep going forever. Hearing this, Hiruzen relaxed slightly, though he still warned. If we can finish this in one go, we should. Who knows what kind of changes might happen if we drag it out too long. Still locked in battle with the cursed seals, Hoshiyomi suddenly snapped back to reality upon hearing their conversation. That's right, without realizing it, he'd already been in the sixth gate for around 5 minutes. That was already a long time. He could feel his pale green chakra growing dim. If he didn't completely purge the terrifying death limit in the next 2 minutes, they really might have to knock him out and reseal his limbs for another round. And Hoshiyomi did not want to go through that again. The pain was something he didn't want to endure a second time. But, what could he do? He didn't have any new strategies to deal with these cursed seals. Then, almost out of instinct, Hoshiyomi glanced at his Swordheart System. Scanning his skill list, something caught his eye. He froze. Some of his chakra-based skills, which had previously been unavailable, were now showing as usable again. Among them was the skill he had unlocked upon reaching 250 points in intermediate swordsmanship. Nature Transformation. According to the skill description, this allowed him to temporarily convert all of his chakra into a single elemental type. If he could convert his pale green chakra into a specific elemental nature, could that speed up the cleansing of the cursed seals? Immediately, wind release came to mind. In the original series, the Raisin Shuriken's destructive power was described as forming countless microscopic chakra needles that tore apart a target's cells and chakra pathways. If wind chakra could damage cells and internal pathways, then surely it could destroy cursed seals as well. He had to bet on it. Worst case, Torifu could knock him out and reseal him. They'd try again. With that in mind, Hoshiyomi activated Nature Transformation. In an instant, under the system's control, all the chakra in his body transformed into wind nature chakra. The pale green aura around him sharpened visibly. Razor-sharp wind blades burst from around his body, striking the defensive barriers surrounding the training field and sending shimmering ripples through them. What is this? Hiruzen blinked, then broke into a smile of astonishment. Impressive, Hoshiyomi. Torifu tilted his head. What's he doing? Hiruzen explained, he just converted all of his chakra into wind release. He's trying to use wind's properties to accelerate the breakdown of the cursed seals. Hearing this, even Mito's eyes lit up with admiration. This child really was clever. She had already been preparing to seal his limbs again and take a slower approach, yet he had found his own way through. And he was right. Just as Hiruzen had thought, the switch to wind release worked. The sharp, rapid nature of wind chakra cut through terrifying death limit like a blade through dry leaves. As for the remnants of the two tails chakra still lingering within him, while it's true that wind can fuel fire, the sheer volume of wind release chakra was so overwhelming that two tails' residual chakra barely stood a chance. With the wind chakra clearing the way, the pace of the purge accelerated. The cursed seals on his legs were destroyed in no time. All that remained were the cursed marks clinging to his hands. Staring at the final traces, Hoshiyomi suddenly made an unexpected move. He drew the Mikazuki Munchika from his waist. Under the puzzled gazes of the three onlookers, he began channeling pressure through his chakra, forcing the cursed marks on his hands to retreat, little by little. Since Mikazuki Munchika was also a chakra blade, it carried Hoshiyomi's chakra as well. Under the immense pressure of his overwhelming wind release chakra, the cursed marks infused with the two tails chakra instinctively flowed toward the path of least resistance, the blade. Incredibly, every last trace was drawn onto the blade itself. Seeing this, Hoshiyomi's eyes lit up with joy. He quickly turned to Mito and shouted, "Grandma Mito! Can you help me seal these cursed marks into the Mikazuki Munchika?" Chapter 117, Konoha's Sword Saint 117. When Hoshiyomi asked his question, Mito froze momentarily. She lowered her gaze to the Mikazuki Munchika in his hand. At that moment, the blade of Mikazuki Munchika was burning with ghostly blue flames, fueled by Hoshiyomi's chakra. Under the eerie light, the blade's already ornate design looked even more otherworldly, almost mesmerizing in its beauty. Mito immediately understood what Hoshiyomi had in mind. He wanted to preserve the cursed marks on the blade so it could continuously burn with that chakra flame. After a moment's hesitation, she said, "To make that happen isn't too difficult. But if the blade isn't durable enough, the constant burning might shorten its lifespan." Hoshiyomi wasn't worried. According to his mother, Mikazuki Munchika had been forged with rare materials and chakra metal, and even contained fragments from a weapon once wielded by the Sage of Six Paths. In terms of durability, it was said to rival the Kusanagi blade. If even that wasn't strong enough to withstand the two tails chakra flames, then he had nothing more to say. Since Hoshiyomi was confident, Mito went along with his plan. Imprinting cursed marks onto a blade might sound like a fantasy, but with the right sealing techniques, it was entirely feasible. As mentioned before, sealing techniques are a superior form of jutsu compared to curses. And since the remaining cursed marks could no longer harm Hoshiyomi's body, there were no lingering risks. In fact, the concern wasn't that the cursed marks might migrate back into Hoshiyomi, but that prolonged chakra infusion could eventually wear the marks away. Seeing his determination, Mito waved her hand, and a chakra chain unfurled from her sleeve with a metallic clatter. With a single motion, she cast adamantine sealing chains onto Mikazuki Munchika. The links settled onto the blade, and with a series of resonant clicks, they etched a sealing formula into its surface. The cursed marks, guided by the two tails chakra, tried to break free, surging and resisting for a while. But in the end, they were no match for Mito's expert sealing jutsu and were successfully confined to the blade. Mito explained, "I've used a modified seal to trap the remaining cursed marks within the sword. Think of it as a converter. It works in both directions. On one hand, it prevents the cursed marks from being worn away by excess chakra. On the other, it channels your chakra into the blade to sustain the remnants of the two tails chakra. With your chakra as fuel, the flames will continue to burn. But take note, you'll need to provide a constant supply of chakra. If the remnants of the two tails chakra go too long without being nourished, they may fade away completely." Seeing his idea become reality, Hoshiyomi couldn't help but smile. The threat of terrifying death limit had officially been eliminated, and he now possessed a chakra blade wreathed in blue flame. That was beyond satisfying. After thanking Mito, the first thing Hoshiyomi did was deactivate the sixth gate. The moment the gate of view closed, his body staggered. He nearly collapsed on the spot. Torifu instinctively reached out to steady him, only to find his hand smeared with blood, which startled him. The extended activation of the sixth gate had taken its toll. Hoshiyomi's entire body was injured, his skin was cracked and raw from the chakra overflow. And that was the least of it. The real damage was to his chakra pathways and muscular system. The surge of chakra had left every pathway in his body aching and inflamed. If it weren't for his 5 years of intense taijutsu training, which had raised his physical endurance far beyond average, just the backlash from the sixth gate alone might have put him out of commission for weeks. Fortunately, the removal of terrifying death limit had been a complete success. Now that the cursed technique was gone, Hoshiyomi could safely receive medical treatment. With high-level medical ninjutsu, external wounds would heal quickly. As for his chakra network and musculoskeletal damage, so long as Tsunade was around, there was nothing to fear. Torifo applied basic healing techniques to soothe the cracks in Hoshiyomi's skin. Hoshiyomi let out a relieved groan. The treatment was almost blissful compared to the sensation of being torn apart earlier. After the initial treatment, Torifo escorted him to Konoha Hospital for emergency care. They had finally rid him of terrifying death limit. It would be a disaster if internal injuries were left untreated. After urgent care, Hoshiyomi's surface wounds were fully healed. Still, he remained in the hospital for 2 more days, mainly to monitor his chakra pathways. During his stay, Hoshiyomi noticed something strange. His system had granted him 10 experience points. According to the system logs, this was a reward for developing a new skill, Soul-Devouring Demon Slash. Wait, isn't that a skill from Dungeon Fighter Online? When did I learn that? Curious, Hoshiyomi snuck out of his hospital room in the middle of the night and made his way to the garden behind Konoha Hospital. There, he quietly tested the Soul-Devouring Demon Slash. Drawing his sword, he let the system guide his body through the technique. His chakra surged into Mikazuki Munchika, and the cursed marks on the blade glowed faintly. Suddenly, ghostly blue flames erupted from the blade, lighting up the dark garden with an eerie glow. Hoshiyomi raised the sword over his right shoulder and swung down hard. As the blade cut through the air, the flames traced a brilliant arc in the night. At the same time, a demonic visage formed from blue fire burst from the blade and flew forward about 5 meters, colliding with a fake mountain nearby and shattering it to pieces. Just then, a panicked scream rang out in the distance. A ghost! A loud thud followed, like someone collapsing. Dozens of lights flicked on in the hospital behind him. Crap! Realizing what he'd done, Hoshiyomi quickly sheathed his blade and used a body flicker to escape the scene. He dashed back to his hospital bed, just in time for the nurse to come check in. When she arrived, he sleepily rubbed his eyes and asked, "What's going on out there? Why is it so noisy?" The nurse smiled and said, "Probably just a patient having a little anxiety. Nothing to worry about, go back to sleep." As for the rumors that spread over the next few days about a blue flame demon haunting the hospital garden, Hoshiyomi kept a completely innocent face. Whatever it was, it had nothing to do with him. P.S. Read advanced chapters at https://www.patreon.com/c/readjin. Chapter 118, Konoha's Sword Saint 118. After a few days in Konoha Hospital, Hoshiyomi had recovered almost completely, 80 or 90%, at least. After speaking with his mother, he completed the discharge paperwork and left the hospital. On the day he was discharged, he heard that Tsunade and the others had returned and were currently at Asuka's place treating her injuries. Thinking it over, Hoshiyomi picked up some fruit from a nearby stand and headed there as planned. When Hoshiyomi arrived, Tsunade was still inside diagnosing Asuka. Perhaps assuming the treatment would be brief, both Orochimaru and Jiraiya had come along. The two of them were now seated outside, casually chatting on a bench. Mid-conversation, Orochimaru suddenly froze. He stared at Hoshiyomi for a long moment, then hesitantly asked, "Ho? Hoshiyomi-kun?" Jiraiya, still lounging with one leg crossed and staring at the ceiling, responded, Hoshiyomi? Orochimaru, have you been missing him so much that you're seeing things? Come on, I've heard of people getting lovesick and delusional over a woman, but imagining a full-grown man like Hoshiyomi? That's borderline disturbing. No way he's in Konoha right now. He's probably off living it up in some remote corner of the land of iron, surrounded by beautiful women, living the dream. Damn it, the bastard hasn't even sent a letter. I want to be surrounded by women too. Just then, a familiar yet distant voice rang in his ear. Oh? Is that so? Startled, Jiraiya immediately sat up and looked around only to see Hoshiyomi standing nearby, smiling at him. Holy crap, you really came back. Jiraiya leapt up, thumped Hoshiyomi twice on the chest, and received 2 solid thumps in return. The two burst into laughter. Orochimaru watched with a small smile, clearly pleased by the reunion. After exchanging greetings, Jiraiya noticed the companion behind Hoshiyomi. Wait, is that Lobo? You've grown a lot. It's been a long time. Lobo raised his front paw in greeting. Yeah, it's been 5 years, hasn't it? Wah! Sigma, degree you can talk. Lobo rolled his eyes smugly. A gifted ninja beast like me picking up human speech? Please, it was easy. Ha, fair enough. Jiraiya turned back to Hoshiyomi with a grin. By the way, I've also made a contract with a really powerful summoning beast. With their training, I won't lose to you anymore. At this, Orochimaru interjected with a smirk. More like this idiot got lucky. He botched a summoning jutsu and stumbled into Mount Maiboku, where he ended up signing a contract with a bunch of toads. Hoshiyomi was genuinely surprised. In the anime, Jiraiya had entered Hiruzen's team and accidentally summoned himself to Mount Maiboku after failing a bell test exercise. But because of Hoshiyomi's interference in the timeline, Jiraiya had become a Chunin without ever making that contract. He'd assumed something else must have happened to trigger it eventually, but to find out it was still a complete fluke? Is this what they call a converging world line? Hoshiyomi wondered, then turned to Orochimaru. What about you, Orochimaru? Have you made a summoning contract yet? Orochimaru's smile stiffened slightly. He looked a little awkward as he answered. Yeah. I've made one. Seeing his hesitance, Jiraiya wasted no time exposing him. Ahaha, Hoshiyomi, let me tell you, after I signed with the toads from Mount Maiboku and Tsunade contracted the slugs of the Shikotsu forest, this guy decided he needed a legendary summoning beast too. He went on this whole quest to find one, and guess what? He ended up signing with some snake named Manda, who claims to be from Rika Cave, one of the 3 great sage regions. Problem is, Manda's a total scam. He's arrogant, disobedient, and told Orochimaru that if he ever wants to summon him, he has to sacrifice 100 human lives each time. Hoshiyomi, hearing this, inwardly thought, of course. But at the same time, he couldn't help worrying. After all his efforts to steer Orochimaru away from becoming the cold, life-disregarding figure from the original timeline, could Manda's influence drag him back? Nervously, he asked. You didn't agree to that, did you? Orochimaru shot a glare at Jiraiya, then replied. Of course not. Just to summon him once, I'd have to offer up 100 human sacrifices? Even if I was willing, Lord Hiruzen would never allow it. If I ever use him, it'll only be against those who truly deserve death. Besides, he's not even that useful. Honestly, I'd rather summon the smaller snakes. They're obedient, agile, and I don't have to worry about getting eaten. Hearing that, Hoshiyomi felt a wave of relief. It looked like his mental re-education of Orochimaru was paying off. Thinking a moment, he said. That's the right call. I've never been to any of the 3 great sage regions, but I've heard the sages there can use senjutsu. Even if some of them do eat people, they wouldn't casually demand 100 human sacrifices. That's just monstrous. From the way I see it, either Manda's a fraud using Rika Cave's name to look important, or this is some kind of test from the Rika Cave sage. Hoshiyomi wasn't making wild guesses, he had solid reasoning. In the original timeline, Kabuto once mentioned that Orochimaru had sought senjutsu, but by the time he reached Rika Cave, his body had become too unstable from repeated body swapping to handle the energy. Yet, Orochimaru had been using Manda since the Second Shinobi War, which meant Manda had been deceiving him for over 20 years. Plus, when Manda died, Kabuto managed to master senjutsu within just 3 years, a timeline that felt too convenient to be unrelated. And even though Hoshiyomi had never watched Boruto, he'd seen enough clips and headlines to know that Boruto eventually reached Rika Cave, passed the White Snake Sage's trial, and signed a contract with a red serpent named Garuga. That alone suggested Manda was clearly not telling the full story. So how strong is Manda, really? Hoshiyomi asked. Honestly, you might as well just beat the truth out of him. Even if you never reach Rika Cave, forcing him to submit might get you better answers and obedience. P.S. Read advanced chapters at https://www.patreon.com/c/readjin. Chapter 119, Konoha's Sword Saint 119. After a brief pause, Orochimaru nodded in response to Hoshiyomi's suggestion. I've been researching some snake-style ninjutsu recently. I can't afford to sour the relationship with Manda just yet. But once I've finished developing these techniques, I'll confront him just like you said. The three continued discussing Manda and their experiences over the past 5 years. As the conversation hit its stride, the door to the house suddenly opened. Hoshiyomi looked up and saw a blonde girl with a single ponytail walk out. She stood about 160 centimeters tall, with delicate features, bright eyes, and a slightly upturned brow that added a spark of energy and confidence to her expression. Her cheeks still held a trace of baby fat, making her look lively and charming. Her figure was balanced and well-proportioned, though her chest was rather flat. A washboard, really? Even at her age, she'd earned her own personal runway. The girl with the striking face and completely flat chest was none other than Tsunade. The moment he saw her, Hoshiyomi felt a strange rush of emotion. He had always been careful to control himself, insisting he wasn't the type to pursue young girls. But despite himself, Tsunade had quietly carved out a place in his heart. She hadn't noticed them at first. She was still speaking to Asuka inside the room. I've removed the failing portions of your internal organs using a chakra scalpel. Thanks to medical ninjutsu, new tissue has already started regenerating. I've also drawn out the lingering bacteria with delicate illness extraction jutsu. But I can't guarantee it won't recur. The truth is, your condition is mostly due to congenital frailty. That's something that can only be treated with long-term medication. It's not something that can be fixed overnight. Take the prescription I gave you twice a day, morning and night, without missing a dose. Also, avoid cold and spicy foods. I'll check in every 2 weeks. Trust me, within 3 years, you'll be completely healthy. That's the promise of a medical ninja. As she finished, she turned around and said casually, "Sorry for the wait, Jiraiya, or Akeem." She suddenly froze mid-sentence. Because right in front of her, smiling gently, was a boy whose face had changed so much, yet she recognized him instantly. After all, over the past 5 years, Tsunade had imagined that face more times than she could count. She had pictured this reunion in every possible way: warm, awkward, distant, passionate. She'd rehearsed what she might say in each version. But now that they were truly face to face, none of that mattered. Her mind went blank, and the words she'd prepared vanished. They stood there, staring at each other in silence, until Hoshiyomi finally broke it. "It's been a long time, Tsunade." At his greeting, Tsunade moved on impulse. She ran up and threw her arms around him. Then, perhaps realizing that was too much, she quickly hid her face against him, pretending to adjust her expression, then raised a fist and gave him 2 solid punches on the back. Thump! Thump! Jiraiya and Orochimaru lowered their heads in silent sympathy. Even Lobo lowered his wolfish head, trying to blend into the background. Tsunade, now smiling, said cheerfully, "You've been out there partying for years without sending a single message. Had a good time, didn't you?" Her expression was light-hearted, but the faint redness in her eyes betrayed the storm of emotion within. Gesturing at the height difference between them with her hand, she continued. "You grew up fast, hey? We were the same height when you left. Hey, why do you look so pale?" Hoshiyomi forced a smile, swallowing the urge to cough up blood. "No reason. I really missed everyone here in the Leaf these past 5 years. Getting punched on the back by other girls? That was playful. Getting punched on the back by Tsunade? That was near lethal." Even Hoshiyomi, who had withstood the 6th gate, was shaken by those 2 hits. Anyone else would have needed emergency care on the spot. Feeling like she'd handled the moment well, Tsunade gave herself an internal score of 80 out of 100, then turned to Jiraiya and Orochimaru. "Let's go. To celebrate Hoshiyomi's return to the village, we're going out for fried food and sake." Hoshiyomi took the chance to rub his probably bruised back and held up the fruit basket in his hand. "Hold on a section. I brought a little something for Asuka. Let me drop it off before we go." Tsunade's brow twitched almost imperceptibly, but she quickly returned to her usual cheerful demeanor. "Oh? You two know each other?" She slapped her forehead as if suddenly remembering. "Right. She's the princess of the Land of Iron. And you just returned from there." For a moment, Lobo vaguely sensed a blood-red danger sign flashing above Hoshiyomi's head. Quietly, he raised a paw and gave the hem of Hoshiyomi's pants a gentle tug as if to say, "I strongly advise you to choose your words carefully." Jiraiya gave Hoshiyomi a subtle look, then quickly stepped in, slipping into his usual flirtatious act. "Oh? You know each other? Nice. I've always been curious what a princess from the Land of Iron looks like. Who knows, maybe she'll fall for my charms too." Hoshiyomi, having been through enough battles, didn't miss the signals. He replied smoothly. "Yes, the leader of the Land of Iron taught me a lot. Asuka was a worthy rival, and he entrusted her to me to bring here for treatment. I couldn't refuse. Since you're curious, Jiraiya, why don't you come along? I just hope we're not disturbing her rest." Tsunade, though filled with chaotic thoughts, kept her face composed and smiled. "She was doing fine when I left. As long as we're quiet, I don't think it'll bother her." With that, she led the way and opened the door. "Asuka, look who's here to see you." Asuka, who had been quietly gazing out the window, turned and smiled when she saw him. "Hoshiyomi-kun, you really came?" He nodded. "Yeah. Just came to see how you're doing. Feeling any better?" Asuka politely nodded to Orochimaru and Jiraiya behind him, then replied. "Thanks to Tsunade's treatment, I'm feeling much better." Tsunade quietly observed their expressions and movements. Seeing nothing unusual between them, she let out a silent sigh of relief. With a smile, she walked to Asuka's bedside and said. "We just met up with him too. It's been years. We're going out for a meal to celebrate. Want to come?" Asuka smiled gently. "I'll pass. You said I need rest and a strict diet, right? If I went, it might ruin your fun. Go ahead, I hope you all enjoy yourselves." Author's notes. Some said 14 years old and 160 centimeters was too short, so I changed it to 170 centimeters. That should be about right. Anyway, she'll grow taller later. Boys usually grow faster around 15 or 16. I'm not quite satisfied with how this chapter ends, but it doesn't really matter. New plot points will come next. Chapter 120, Konoha's Sword Saint 120. After leaving Asuka's room, Hoshiyomi and the others chatted casually as they walked, eventually arriving at Shinko's house. Shinko happened to be off duty and relaxing at home, and when he saw that Hoshiyomi had returned, he was absolutely thrilled. However, when he heard that Tsunade and the others were planning to go out for fried chicken to celebrate Hoshiyomi's return, he looked visibly torn. After a bit of questioning, they learned the reason Shinko had recently started dating someone. They had already made plans to go on a date, and now that Hoshiyomi had come back, he was caught between two important commitments. On one hand, it was a long-awaited reunion with close friends. On the other, a prearranged date. Neither could easily be brushed off. Jiraiya and Hoshiyomi exchanged a glance and immediately said, "What's the problem? Just bring your girlfriend along. Sooner or later, we're going to meet her anyway." Shinko was still hesitant at first, but under their persistent encouragement, he finally agreed to bring his girlfriend to dinner. They'd thought about inviting Sakumo too, but unfortunately, he was still out on a mission, so they had to leave him out this time. That's when Tsunade suddenly said, "Hey, Hoshiyomi, I just realized there's someone I should introduce you to." Just as Hoshiyomi tilted his head in confusion, Jiraiya clapped a hand on his shoulder and added, "She's talking about her little brother, this kid named Nawaki. Total brat. Super clingy. Idolizes me and Orochimaru like you wouldn't believe." Hearing the name Nawaki, Hoshiyomi's heart stirred. He instinctively turned to look at Tsunade, and sure enough, she was glaring at Jiraiya with irritation, clearly annoyed that he'd spoiled the surprise. Tsunade sighed and explained, "Actually, you've kind of met him before during the Chunin exams. Though, back then, he was still in my mother's womb." At that, Hoshiyomi's memory clicked. He had once worried whether Tsunade's mother, Mocha, would survive childbirth after delivering Nawaki. He couldn't help but ask cautiously, "Didn't she give birth at the daimyo's estate? Usually, a male heir born there would be expected to remain, wouldn't he?" Tsunade's smile widened. "Well, that's where you come in. Remember what you said to me before you left? You told me I should make sure to be there when my little brother was born. I didn't think much of it at the time. But the day before my mom went into labor, I won a huge bet, which made me feel like something strange was about to happen. I remembered what you said and rushed home to the Land of Fire's capital. It turns out my mom had a difficult labor. Nawaki's umbilical cord was wrapped around his neck, and none of the midwives or doctors at the daimyo's estate knew what to do. Thankfully, I got there just in time. I used a chakra scalpel and saved him. If I'd been even a little later, things could have gone very wrong. My mom still says you're her lifesaver, and she made me promise to bring you to visit if I ever had the chance." She continued. "Nawaki coming to Konoha is also because of that. He grew up hearing that I saved him using medical ninjutsu, so he became obsessed with becoming a great ninja. The moment he could talk, he wouldn't stop going on about wanting to be one. My parents didn't know how to handle him, and since my father has other sons as well, even the daimyo agreed to let Nawaki live with me and Grandma Mito in Konoha." Hearing all this, Hoshiyomi couldn't help but feel happy. He never would have guessed that a single passing comment would end up saving Tsunade's mother's life. And of course, after that kind of story, there was no reason not to bring Nawaki along. So the group split up. Some went to pick up Nawaki, others to pick up Shinko's girlfriend. They all met again at the fried chicken restaurant in Konoha. Just as Jiraiya said, Nawaki was an especially clingy kid. When he found out Hoshiyomi was the Gekkō Hoshiyomi, his sister's legendary friend, his little face turned beet red with excitement. He followed Hoshiyomi and Tsunade around like a tail, constantly calling out "Big Brother Hoshiyomi this" and "Big Brother Hoshiyomi that," making everyone burst out laughing. At the fried chicken shop, they finally met Shinko's girlfriend, a beautiful young woman with curly hair. Seeing how affectionate the two were, Jiraiya looked visibly jealous. He looked like he was one step away from demanding to know how Shinko had managed to land such a stunning girlfriend. Hoshiyomi, seeing her distinctive curls, immediately thought of Kurane Yui from the original timeline. He suddenly had a feeling this couple was solid, he just didn't know when the wedding would be. After the dinner, elsewhere in a quiet corner of the Hidden Leaf Village, a ninja stood inside a secluded compound, reporting to the man seated above him. Lord Danzo, Gekkō Hoshiyomi has returned after 5 years of wandering in the Land of Iron. Just now, one of our informants spotted him at a fried chicken shop in Konoha with Tsunade and the others. He overheard their conversation. Apparently, they're celebrating Hoshiyomi's full chakra recovery. Danzo, seated in silence, took a sip of tea before slowly setting his cup down. A vague smile curled at the edge of his lips. I see. That'll be all. After the subordinate left, Danzo murmured to himself. Gekkō Hoshiyomi, this may be the last chance. Yes, he had long given up hope, but the news of Hoshiyomi's return reignited an old ambition. 6 years ago, Sarutobi Hiruzen had told him about the remarkable talent shown by 5 young shinobi including Hoshiyomi. Danzo had kept an eye on all of them, but since Hiruzen personally kept a close watch over Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Orochimaru, Danzo had instead targeted Hoshiyomi and Sakumo. He had once tried to approach them with offers, but nothing came of it. He had then planned to act after the Chunin exams, but just as those ended, Sakumo joined the ANBU and became one of Hiruzen's most trusted subordinates. As for Hoshiyomi, rumors had spread that he'd been crippled by a forbidden jutsu that sealed away his chakra. At the time, Danzo had shelved all plans. But now, with Hoshiyomi's return and chakra restored, his mind was at work again. To Danzo, Hoshiyomi was no longer the rising star who stood equal to Jiraiya and the others. He had lost time 5 full years. In that time, he had surely fallen behind in strength, influence, and status. A man like that must be full of hidden frustration. This was a window of opportunity. To Danzo, Hoshiyomi was just like himself, gifted, ambitious, yet constrained by systems and setbacks. But it didn't matter. All it took was a single opportunity to change everything. And he, Danzo, would be that opportunity. Helping someone in their moment of need was worth far more than celebrating someone already on top. If he extended a hand now, how could Hoshiyomi not repay the favor? If he helped Hoshiyomi once, he'd have his loyalty for life. P.S. Read advanced chapters at https://www.patreon.com/c/readjin. Chapter 121, Konoha's Sword Saint 121. The group dinner lasted well into the evening. It was already past 9 by the time they wrapped up completely. Shinko and his girlfriend had left early, clearly off to enjoy their own little world. Jiraiya and Orochimaru, ever the inseparable duo, said their goodbyes outside the fried chicken restaurant and helped each other stagger home. In the end, only Tsunade, Hoshiyomi, Noeki, and Lobo were left out front. Noeki was still only 5 or 6 years old. Despite his sensual lineage and natural stamina, the excitement and noise at the table had worn him out. After a bit of coaxing from Tsunade, he fell asleep on her back. Out of habit, Hoshiyomi offered, "Come on, I'll walk you home." Tsunade glanced at him, then gave a small smile and nodded. Whether it was to avoid waking Noeki or for some other reason, the two walked in silence most of the way. After a while, Hoshiyomi said quietly, "Want me to carry him?" Tsunade gently jostled Noeki's leg, making him mumble and shift in his sleep. "This kid's a light sleeper. Let's not wake him. How about putting him on Lobo's back instead? He's more stable." Tsunade turned to Lobo. "Would you mind?" Lobo rolled his eyes at Hoshiyomi. "Since that guy said so, what can I do?" Still, he obediently came to a stop and even used transformation jutsu to adjust his size for comfort. Tsunade carefully placed Noeki onto Lobo's back. His sleek, soft fur was far more comfortable than her own shoulders. As soon as Nawaka settled in, he instinctively wrapped his arms around Lobo's neck, lying flat and nuzzling into his fur with a contented sigh. Lobo gave a wry chuckle. This kid certainly knows how to find a good spot. Then he lifted his head and added, "You two go on ahead. I won't see a thing." That made both Tsunade and Hoshiyomi freeze awkwardly for a second, but Hoshiyomi quickly recovered and kept walking like nothing had happened. "What's that? You're wondering why the self-proclaimed flirt master from his past life was performing at only 90% capacity? Well, in his past life, he never had to flirt with a girl who could literally break his legs. You don't just casually flirt with Tsunade. Because once you start, there's no escape. Try to run? She'll crush your knees and smash your head. So yeah, being young and alive was more important. A little patience and restraint never killed anyone." With that in mind, Hoshiyomi recommitted to spiritual purity and simply walked on in silence. Next to him, Tsunade had mentally cursed Hoshiyomi at least 800 times already. This guy was all talk, always bragging with his smooth words. But now, when it was just the two of them, he didn't say a damn thing. And she was far too proud to make the first move herself. The more she thought about it, the angrier she got until finally, with a huff, she picked up the pace, throwing him a cold shoulder and storming ahead. Hoshiyomi, for his part, was happy to lag behind. He slowed a little, walking side by side with Lobo. After all these years together, the man and the wolf needed no words. A glance was enough. "Lobo, you're really gonna let this golden opportunity slip by? Hoshiyomi, with her temper? You trying to get me killed?" "Lobo, still, this is kind of pathetic." "Hoshiyomi, better pathetic than getting locked into something I can't escape." "Lobo, seriously?" "Hoshiyomi, I'll take you to the Inuzuka compound tomorrow, find you a nice ninja dog to mate with. Then you'll understand." "Lobo, please. Even the fiercest ninja hounds turn into cuddly lambs around me. Damn it, why does it feel like the wolf has a better love life than I do?" Tsunade, meanwhile, was growing more annoyed with every backward glance at the silent man and wolf duo exchanging weird looks. She had no idea what was going on and didn't want to ask, so she just stewed in frustration alone. Before long, they reached the Senjo compound. With a grunt, Tsunade shoved open the massive wooden gate, not even caring whether the sound would wake Nawaki. She turned to Hoshiyomi with a sharp look. "All right. You can go home now." Then she stomped off inside. As she disappeared into the courtyard, Nawaki suddenly sprang down from Lobo's back and sighed heavily. "Big brother Hoshiyomi, you really missed your chance, didn't you? Do you know how many people chase after my sister, and she doesn't even look at them?" Hoshiyomi and Lobo froze. Wait a minute, he was awake the whole time. He's the real actor here. So this kid's been faking it all along? No wonder in the infinite Tsukuyomi dream world he had the guts to take an adult novel from Jiraiya. As Hoshiyomi silently cursed in his heart, Nawaki continued with a knowing look. "Then again, I get it. People don't really know what my sister's like. Her temper's no joke. I understand why you'd hesitate. But man, if you'd sealed the deal with her tonight, she'd stop having time to worry about me. My life would get so much easier." Ahem. Cough cough. Still stuck in his little adult role play, Nawaki was about to keep rambling when he noticed Hoshiyomi coughing and giving him side eye. He paused. "Big brother Hoshiyomi, what's?" Then it hit him. Danger. Nawaki in danger. To his credit, the kid had great reflexes. His acting dialed up to max as he quickly changed the subject and raised his voice. "Big brother Hoshiyomi, look at that moon tonight. Isn't it beautiful? Ah, but if you're not in the mood, never mind. I'll head to bed. You should get going too. Good night." Smooth as ever, he turned halfway, avoided eye contact with the incoming figure in his peripheral vision, and casually tried to slip around it back into the Senju compound. Too bad that trick didn't work. He barely took 2 steps before Tsunade swooped in and locked him in a crushing arm hold. "I'll deal with you once we're inside," she growled. Nowake's face turned ghost white. He wilted in her arms without a fight. Then she raised her head and fixed Hoshiyomi with a dagger-eyed glare. Hoshiyomi acted like he hadn't seen it. With a perfectly calm face, he waved at Nowake. "Good night, little Nowake." Omega. As he spoke, his feet were already silently sliding backward. Just before Tsunade's rage boiled over into a chakra-powered punch, Hoshiyomi activated his transparent escape combined with body flicker and vanished with a whoosh. Under the moonlight, a translucent figure flickered twice across the street before reappearing at the corner still waving at Tsunade in farewell as he quickly shuffled out of sight. In Tsunade's arms, Nowake watched in awe. This is the power of real ninjutsu. One day, he was definitely going to learn that move from big brother Hoshiyomi. Chapter 122, Konoha's Sword Saint 122. Ever since returning to Konoha, Hoshiyomi's pace of life had slowed noticeably. Every morning, he ran 3 laps around the village before heading into the Forest of Death to resume his training. He'd create 2 shadow clones to observe his real body as he executed high-level sword techniques like Heavenly Dragon Flash or Swallow Return. Afterward, he and the clones would share their observations and insights with each other. Now that his swordsmanship had reached advanced swordsmanship, Hoshiyomi's insight had grown even sharper. Every time he practiced a high-level move, he gained new understanding. Once they finished their post-analysis, the 3 Hoshiyomis would train together. This method proved highly effective. He could consistently earn 1 experience point per week, even without actual combat. And that shouldn't be underestimated. 1 point a week meant 52 in a year. Without even fighting, Hoshiyomi could reach cage level within 10 years. 10 years might sound long, but he was only 15. By 25, he'd be cage level, not quite on the level of monsters like Itachi, Naruto, or Sasuke, but right on par with the legendary Sunin. And that was just his baseline. Occasionally, he would spar with Jiraiya, Orochimaru, or Sakumo when he returned from missions, which netted him an extra 3 to 5 points of experience each time. Jiraiya and Orochimaru, being only Jonin, usually yielded 3 points per match. But Sakumo was a different case. Thanks to his swordsmanship buffs and elite Jonin status, each sparring session gave 5 points, and if the fight got intense, even 6. Sakumo's ANBU career over the past 5 years had been anything but easy. ANBU missions were brutal, every one a high-risk operation. And in 5 years, Sakumo had a 100% mission success rate. He had become a living legend within the ANBU. Countless new recruits idolized the mysterious figure known only as White Fang. His consistent performance, combined with the occasional personal instruction from Lord Hiruzen, allowed him to tap into his full potential even earlier than Jiraiya or Orochimaru. Of course, a major part of that was thanks to Hoshiyomi's early guidance on developing Void Severance. Sakumo's current strength was inextricably tied to it. Once merely a trump card, Void Severance had become second nature to Sakumo. Every slash he made was now at that level. He'd even developed terrifying new chakra blade techniques atop it. For most Jonin who specialized in ninjutsu, facing him was suicide. Sakumo could end most fights in 3 slashes. Even so, he was no match for Hoshiyomi. Because that guy was basically made of cheat codes. Most ninjas spent a lifetime mastering 2 or 3 signature jutsu. But Hoshiyomi? He could practically fill out an entire skill tree with his sword techniques alone. Every time Sakumo fought him, Hoshiyomi pulled out a new move, each one exquisitely crafted, nearly impossible to counter. Even Sakumo's most prized ability, his lightning release chakra blade, had been replicated by Hoshiyomi. While not as refined, Hoshiyomi could use lightning chakra to stimulate cell activation and even release lightning-infused slashes. And it wasn't just lightning. Hoshiyomi could also wield fire, wind, water, and earth chakra-infused sword energy. All thanks to the power of nature transformation. Ever since regaining his chakra, Hoshiyomi realized that this technique was absolutely broken. Not only did it let him shift elemental affinities at will, it made him nearly immune to chakra-type disadvantages. He had even fused it with Dance of the Crescent Moon, creating an advanced version. True sword art secret technique, Dance of the Crescent Moon. The mechanics were straightforward. He'd create 2 shadow clones, each using different chakra attributes like fire and wind or water and lightning. The clones would unleash simultaneous sword energy attacks. The resulting sword waves formed an X-shaped crossfire, trapping the enemy in a kill zone. Even if the attack missed, the clash between the sword auras would create a blinding explosion, obscuring vision. Then, using transparent escape, Hoshiyomi would shift his own chakra to Earth style, tank the blast using Earth's natural defensive traits, and rush in to finish the opponent with a crescent moon slash into full moon cleave second form. It was a deadly and efficient combo, almost too user-friendly. Sakumo, you bastard! I thought your chakra was sealed and you were just doing taijutsu for 5 years. How did you come back even more of a monster? Still, Sakumo's years of missions had forged his character. Even knowing he was still behind Hoshiyomi, he didn't let it get to him. To Hoshiyomi, Sakumo had finally grown into the calm and capable man he was always meant to be. One afternoon, after yet another sparring match, Jiraiya collapsed to the ground, groaning in frustration. Seriously, you're like a damn freak, Jiraiya huffed. I thought you spent all that time training taijutsu, thought I'd crush you with ninjutsu when you got back. Then bam! You cut through my great fireball with a single wind-infused sword slash. How am I even supposed to fight that? And that chakra blade of yours burning with blue fire looks so damn cool. I'm starting to think I need to get myself a badass-looking ninja sword just to keep up. Lately when we go out to eat, all the girls are eyeing you. Can't believe no one notices the great Jiraiya-sama. Halfway through his rant, Jiraiya suddenly gave Hoshiyomi a pervy grin. By the way, I heard a new hot springs opened up recently. Wanna go check it out? Ha ha ha. Yup, classic Jiraiya can't go 3 sentences without bringing up pretty girls, and within 10, he's already plotting peeps. Truth be told, Hoshiyomi was a little tempted. But then he remembered Jiraiya's track record with peeping was, frankly, abysmal. So in the end, Hoshiyomi dismissed the idea. As a proper, upstanding young ninja of the Hidden Leaf, such immoral behavior must be firmly resisted. Right, readers? I did the right thing, right? Jiraiya rolled his eyes at the sanctimonious act, dusted himself off, and headed off on his own to go peep anyway. Hoshiyomi just shook his head and stayed back to train his swordsmanship a bit longer before heading home. As he passed a street corner, he suddenly felt someone was following him. And not someone weak, either. After confirming no one else was around, Hoshiyomi came to a stop, turned slightly, and called out. Come out! No point hiding! Clap clap clap! A figure emerged from around the corner, clapping slowly. As expected of my nephew, Hoshiyomi. Your senses are as sharp as ever. Hoshiyomi immediately recognized the voice and smirked inwardly. No invitation like Lord Danzo requests your presence? Just personally tailing him now? Clearly, the man was desperate. Back when Hoshiyomi was weaker, he had no choice but to be respectful and address him as Uncle Danzo. But now? Now his power was no less than Danzo's. He didn't need to show deference anymore. Expression blank, Hoshiyomi asked. Is there something you need from me, Danzo-senpai? Chapter 123, Konoha's Sword Saint 123. When Hoshiyomi addressed him as Danzo-senpai instead of Danzo Shishiku, Uncle Master, Danzo's expression twitched slightly. TCH, this brat really doesn't respect me anymore. But after a moment's thought, he chalked it up to Hoshiyomi's current frustration, probably feeling left behind by his peers like Sakumo. With that, Danzo forced down his irritation and pasted on a calm smile. I heard you finally recovered your chakra after all that hardship, Hoshiyomi-kun. I came personally to congratulate you. How about joining me at my place for a humble dinner? Hoshiyomi found Danzo's tone nauseating. If it were anyone else, such courtesy might have earned a good impression. But coming from Danzo? Disgusting. Anyone familiar with Danzo's role in the original timeline would know there's no such thing as a harmless meal with that man. If Hoshiyomi were still a lowly chunin, maybe he would have forced himself to accept, to protect both himself and his mother. But now? There was no longer any need to play nice. Danzo was, at best, an elite Jonin. He didn't have Hashirama's cells, nor Shisui's Mangeki Sharingan. Though still in his prime physically, in a real fight, Hoshiyomi wouldn't be easily suppressed if at all. And with that confidence, he had no qualms about slapping Danzo in the face metaphorically. They were destined to be enemies anyway. No point pretending otherwise. So Hoshiyomi replied plainly, sorry, my mother already has dinner waiting at home. I'll have to decline. But I appreciate the invitation, Danzo-senpai. Danzo's already strained expression darkened completely. Not even a shred of face saving, hey? He was never the patient type, and Hoshiyomi's flat refusal only fueled his frustration. But he wasn't yet the all-powerful leader of Root. So even if he wanted to lash out, he had to hold it in for now. Instead, he shifted gears and dropped all pretense. You've only just regained your chakra, he said coolly. After all these years, your ninjutsu must be practically stagnant. It must be painful, watching your friends surge ahead while you're left behind. As he spoke, Danzo subtly activated the 3-tomo Sharingan hidden in his right eye. In recent years, he had used this eye's genjutsu to recruit a number of hidden followers. Though he didn't have the chakra reserves to control minds for long, he didn't need to. Even the briefest hesitation, even a flicker of doubt was enough. Danzo had a talent for sensing ambition and exploiting weakness. Once he found the crack, all it took was an offer of power or influence, and people would come crawling. More than a few talented chunin and even Jonin had already become his secret pawns through this method. Now, Danzo looked at Hoshiyomi with false sympathy, his voice laced with temptation. It eats away at you, doesn't it? The way they used to look up to you, and now, they've all surpassed you. They don't say it out loud, but you can see it in their eyes. No one offers to help you. They've written you off. Why waste time supporting someone who's fallen behind? No resources. No power. You're nothing now, just a shadow watching the gap between you and them grow wider every day. But Hoshiyomi noticed the genjutsu instantly. He'd trained under Shinku for years. How could he not be prepared for illusions like this? Even Shinko's strongest illusions couldn't shake him, let alone a basic Sharingan spell. His soul, shaped by 2 lifetimes, combined with the Swordheart System, made his mental defenses rock solid. Even high-tier genjutsu like Tsukuyomi or Kota Amatsukami wouldn't go unnoticed. The system would flag it immediately as an anomaly. Granted, he might not be able to break illusions of that level, but being controlled? Not a chance. As Danzo laid it on thick, Hoshiyomi just stood there, coldly amused. Still the same disgusting manipulator, hey? Danzo's tricks hadn't changed. The only difference was that, lacking power right now, he was swapping brute force for subtle recruitment. To be fair, if it were anyone else, someone who had been crippled for years, Danzo's pitch might have worked. But this was Hoshiyomi. He had the system. He was built different. He didn't immediately dispel the illusion. Instead, he pretended to be affected just to see how far Danzo would go. Watching the man perform was oddly satisfying. Danzo kept glancing at him, gauging his reaction. Hoshiyomi furrowed his brows slightly, acting the part. Danzo took the bait. He leaned in, voice deep and alluring. Why should you be the one left behind? You're one of the truly gifted. With the right resources, you could catch up, surpass them. Hoshiyomi responded just as expected, lowering his head, clenching his fists. You're right. I'm not inferior to them. Danzo's eyes gleamed. Exactly. Join me. I'll give you everything, my knowledge, my techniques. Let me guide your talent, and I promise, you'll shine brighter than ever. You'll give me everything I want? Hoshiyomi asked, his voice low. Danzo smiled triumphantly. Yes. Pledge yourself to me, and I'll give you fairness, power, everything. Still staring at the ground, Hoshiyomi murmured. And what makes you think you're worthy of giving me anything? Danzo froze. What did you just say? Hoshiyomi lifted his head, smiling mockingly. You? Give me what I want? With that pathetic genjutsu. As he spoke, he surged his chakra and effortlessly shattered the illusion. The backlash hit Danzo like a hammer. Having poured extra chakra into strengthening the spell, the recoil struck hard. His right eye flared in pain, and a thin stream of blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Shocked and furious, he looked up only to see Hoshiyomi smiling at him, eyes full of contempt. Serve under you. Hoshiyomi said, voice cold and sharp. You? Worthy of me. Chapter 124, Konoha's Sword Saint 124. Danzo seethed with anger. He could feel his instincts urging him to kill the disrespectful brat in front of him on the spot, but he managed to restrain himself. This is Konoha, and Mito still lives. Forget the outcome of the fight. If he killed Hoshiyomi, even advanced in rank, his reputation would be ruined. People would say he bullied a kid and lost. With Mito's influence, he'd lose every drop of credibility. That's not how he planned to rise in power. So he forced himself to endure for now. I'll wait till Mito's gone. Once she's out of the way, Danzo could use his ties with Hiruzen and his secret allies to seize influence. With power, even if Gekkō Hoshiyomi was strong, he would only be good for dying quietly. He calmed himself, rounded his shoulders, and turned back to Hoshiyomi. Gekkō Hoshiyomi, one day you'll regret walking away from this choice. Classic villain line delivered with cold calm. Without waiting for a reply, Danzo simply turned and walked away. Hoshiyomi let him go. After all, Danzo was the second Hokage's direct disciple. Though suppressed by Mito's influence, his position could not be dismissed. Besides, Danzo was still powerful. This wasn't the crippled old schemer relying on Izanaga, this was Danzo at full strength, with years of cunning behind him. Hoshiyomi didn't yet have the firepower to kill him nor the clout to pull it off and walk away. So he didn't pursue. Let Danzo leave. Once he was gone, Hoshiyomi strolled home at an easy pace. Whatever grudges Danzo has in mind didn't bother him. He's growing too fast, the gap's only getting wider. If Danzo still dares act like the arrogant scumbag from Canon, then I'll happily prove him wrong. Later that evening, while Hoshiyomi enjoyed dinner with his mother, far away at the border of the Land of Fire and Land of Earth, a shadowy white humanoid figure surveyed the dense brush. It slipped silently into the soil and sank underground. If Hoshiyomi had been there, he would have recognized it immediately. The strange white humanoid was none other than White Zetsu, the infamous entity from the original timeline. The figure slithered through a maze of roots and soil until it reached a dim underground cavern. No sooner had it arrived than a voice echoed from the chambers. Have you found a suitable host? Following the gaze, White Zetsu saw an ancient figure seated on a carved stone throne, white hair bristling. Tubes emerged from his spine, feeding into a massive shadow behind him. Though gaunt and frail-looking, a terrifying aura flowed from him, especially from his eyes, pale lavender concentric rings, filled with overwhelming presence. Just one look felt like suffocating pressure. The location, the aura, the eyes, this man had to be none other than Uchiha Madara, one of the founding father of Konoha, Hashirama's rival turned friend, legendary shinobi and dancer, and the first Uchiha wielding the ultimate dojutsu. White Zetsu bowed slightly. My apologies. I've been searching for a long time, but I still haven't found a suitable member of the Senju clan. As you know, the younger generation of the Senju are even weaker than the Uchiha descendants. The only ones who might survive the power of those eyes without dying instantly are Tsunade and the Wake, but they're both inside Konoha. There's no chance to get them out. Madara remained silent for a moment, forced to concede the point. But without a proper vessel, his plan would stall. His body was failing. If he used his eyes at full strength now, he'd die within 3 years. Yet his plan hadn't even begun. He needed more time. To gain those years, he would have to entrust his eyes to a host, someone to contain their burden. He had cultivated this power using Hashirama's flesh, even going so far as to implant a normal 3-tomo Sharingan to deceive his old rival into battle. Nearly everything was in place. All that remained was finding a suitable vessel, not a backup plan. As Madara brooded, another voice emerged from the shadows behind him. Lord Madara, there is a clan besides the Senju that could handle this power, and that's the Uzumaki clan in the land of whirlpools. Madara turned toward the whispering shadow and allowed a faint, near imperceptible smile to form. You and I are thinking along the same lines. The figure Black Zetsu responded with loops of reverent tone. Lord Madara jests. I am the embodiment of your will, so of course I would have the same thoughts as you. Zetsu's expression remained enigmatic, his true motives hidden. Madara didn't fully trust Zetsu at first, it was natural. Yet Black Zetsu had never betrayed him. Even in his worst state, their minds aligned entirely, and Zetsu helped refine his plans. A decade of loyalty had convinced Madara, Zetsu was the embodiment of his will. White Zetsu spoke again, clearly awaiting instructions. Shall I proceed to the land of whirlpools to seek a host? Madara interjected, not yet. The Uzumaki are masters of sealing, they have people with unique senses. You'll have trouble infiltrating openly. I'll need more time to plan. Black Zetsu added quietly. A full Uzumaki stronghold is impossible to penetrate, but what if we targeted one of their smaller ninja villages after it was destroyed? Madara's eyes darkened. You mean? Zetsu nodded. Countless shinobi clans envy the Uzumaki's sealing expertise. And the fall of an Uzumaki stronghold benefits many. P.S. Read advanced chapters at https://www.patreon.com/c/readjin. Chapter 125, Konoha's Sword Saint 125. 2 weeks after Madara and Black Zetsu's plotting, the cage of the 4 great shinobi villages received identical intelligence. Tsunagakuer, and Iwagakuer, was in negotiations with Kumagakuer, and Kirigakuer, about launching a joint siege to destroy Uzushiagakuer. Once the village fell, its sealing jutsu secrets would be up for grabs. Each village would claim loot based on its own merits. The 4 cage regarded the report with restrained interest. Could it really work? Of course they were tempted. Every time a Jinchuriki succession occurred, it brought chaos and bloodshed. If the seals had been stable, Jinchuriki wouldn't have been so feared and ostracized in their villages. One wrong move, and they could go berserk. 2 strikes, and lives were lost. Who would dare get close? But Land of Whirlpools sealing jutsu were something else. With that level of jutsu, future Jinchuriki incidents would be far less worrying. 2 villages had already agreed to strike, and joining them meant another advantage. Their previous hesitation was because they feared Konoha. Konoha and Uzushiagakuer could easily repel 2 great shinobi villages. Now, add a third and everything shifts. A 4th village joining the alliance would make the offensive unstoppable. If the 4 great shinobi villages combined to eliminate Uzushiagakuer, even Konoha wouldn't dare intervene. Keep the plan secret, and nothing could stop it. Traps, conspiracies, they didn't matter. Being used as a pawn was a small price for such gain. This was the reality of political alliances, no permanent friends or enemies, only shared interests. As long as the cage were united, they'd support the plan wholeheartedly. Rewards with zero risk? That was enough. So they covertly dispatched their trusted Jainin to a clandestine meeting. After the meeting, the joint assault was formalized and each village began secretly mobilizing forces. This would be a lightning strike. Despite Land of Whirlpool's isolation, it lay dangerously close to Konoha. A full-scale invasion would backfire. That's why no one would send masses of Chunin and Genin. Instead, they discreetly gathered elite Jainin for the task. A week later, some 20-some Jainin from each village, led by high-ranking village officials, silently converged at Kirigakure's docks by sea. Around 100 elite Jainin stood assembled, a force neither small nor dismissible. Kirigakure Elder. Mysterious ocean whirlpools surround Uzashigakure. Ordinarily, it's impossible to enter the Land of Whirlpools without a guide from its citizens. Only on June 15 each year, when the ocean whirlpools are at their calmest, is it possible to force an entry. Iwagakure Elder. Today is June 12, which means there are 3 more days. We'll lie in wait and stay alert. Above all, make sure no Konoha spies spot us in Kirigakure. Understood. Kirigakure's elder shot a glance at Iwagakure's but stayed silent. He couldn't assert there were no spies in Kirigakure himself. What the jonin of the 4 great shinobi villages didn't realize was that, in a thicket not far from them, a white Zetsu was quietly observing everything. After seeing the jonin gathered at the Kirigakure's dock, white Zetsu silently burrowed back underground. Inside the underground cavern, white Zetsu reported to Madara. Lord Madara, the 4 villages indeed formed an alliance. They've gathered at Kirigakure's dock, awaiting calmer whirlpools to launch their attack on Land of Whirlpools. Should we alert Konoha? Their forces could weaken Konoha further. Madara couldn't help but smile in satisfaction. This time, everything was going according to plan. He knew those people all too well. Tempted by the benefits of sealing jutsu, the destruction of Land of Whirlpools was already a certainty. Now, all that remained was the matter of the vessel. No need. The matter of the vessel is too important, better to avoid unnecessary complications. Just follow them closely and identify suitable vessels once they breach Uzashigakure. Try to find as many children as possible as backups. If necessary, help them hide. I can erase their memories afterward. I understand, my lord, Zetsu responded, then vanished. 3 nights later, 4 large ships slipped past the weakened whirlpools and steamed toward Land of Whirlpools. None of the ninja noticed that a figure identical to one of the Jainin had appeared in the cargo hold. On Uzashigagakure's watchtower, a young Uzumaki clan member stood guard. His eyes were fixed straight ahead. For some reason, he felt an unusual sense of unease tonight. He had shared his premonition with the others in the clan, but they dismissed it, saying he was simply too tense. But was that really the case? Suddenly, the young Uzumaki clan member's pupils widened. In the distance, he vaguely saw 4 large ships forcing their way through the ocean whirlpools, heading straight toward them. A terrifying thought struck him at once. His face turned pale, and he opened his mouth to shout, "Enem!" But his words were cut short. A kunao slashed his throat, and his cry turned to guttural silence. A Kirigakure Jainin sneered. "Idiot! If you could see the ships, did you really think we wouldn't be prepared?" He discarded the body with disdain. Truly a village blinded by peace. To have only one person on night watch, it would be an injustice if such a village wasn't destroyed. Before the warships even touched shore, over 100 shinobi sprang from their decks, crossing the waves like specters. Land of Whirlpool's end was underway. Chapter 126, Konoha's Sword Saint 126. When 100 jonin appeared on the outskirts of the Land of Whirlpools, almost everyone realized that disaster was upon them. The combined forces of the 4 great shinobi villages swept through like a tidal wave. Land of Whirlpools, though steeped in history, had a small population. How could everyone be a Jainin? Against such fierce shinobi, even a brief encounter claimed countless lives in their prime. Fortunately, Land of Whirlpool's unique nation-village system meant its true strength lay deep within its core Uzashigakure itself. Although the citizens of the Land of Whirlpools had relaxed their vigilance due to years of peace, they still had the resolve to protect their country in a crisis. Many able-bodied adults shepherded their families into the village's center and set their own homes ablaze, each flame a signal that the enemy was at the doorstep. Inside Uzashiagakure's heart, clan elder Uzumaki Ashina was jolted awake by frantic reports. He leapt up, listening intently while quickly weighing options. The enemy is far too strong for open combat. Our only choice is to defend to the death and hold out for reinforcements. Gather everyone at the Ancestral Hall and activate the sealing formation around Uzashiagakure. Also, release the outer scripture vault. They are invading Uzashiagakure solely for our sealing jutsu collection. The lower-level sealing jutsu in the outer vault might make them turn on each other. We must hold for 5 days. If we can send word out, Uzashiagakure still has hope. Also, call my son, Masahiko, and bring Kushina here. I have an important task to entrust to him. A clansman hesitated. Lord Ashina, many villagers are still flocking inward. What about them when the seal closes? Ashina's face wavered, then hardened. If they don't reach the hall before the formation closes, we must leave them behind. Letting enemies in out of pity would be unforgivable. Though firm, the weight of his words visibly drained him, his countenance grew older in that moment. The clansman, ashamed for questioning him, hurried away. Minutes later, a middle-aged man entered carrying a small, tearful red-haired girl. "Father, you called for me because..." The girl was clearly frightened. Outside flames flickered and distant screams echoed. Tears filled her wide eyes. Ashina offered a forced smile and softly said, "Don't worry, Kushina. Uncle Masahiko will take you to stay with Great Aunt Mito for a while." Kushina, voice trembling, replied, "I don't want to go. I want to stay with everyone." Ashina gently stroked her hair. "This is just temporary, my dear. The Land of Whirlpools is in danger now. Once peace returns, I promise to bring you home to us." Sensing something was wrong, but too understanding to argue, Kushina nodded. "Please don't forget me, great-grandfather." "I won't," he promised. After urging Kushina to wait outside, Ashina turned to his son, Masahiko. "You know we can't hold out without Konoha's help." Masahiko nodded immediately. "I understand. I'll seek aid even if I die afterward." Ashina nodded in gratitude. "Take Kushina, and this." From a hidden door he produced an unassuming scroll and handed it to Masahiko. "This scroll contains the true essence of our Uzumaki clan's sealing jutsu. It must never fall into enemy hands. If you die, give it to Kushina to deliver to your Aunt Mito in Konoha. With this scroll, even if just one of us survives, our clan can rise again. Kushina is one of the most gifted in our new generation, may be strong enough to be the next Jinchuriki under your Aunt Mito's guidance. We once planned for her to inherit the 9 tails, but this situation came too soon. You and your cousins will escort her. You two are the future of the village. Live on, do you understand?" Masahiko, overwhelmed at the gravity, felt tears welling up, but composed himself. He took the scroll with solemn care, bowed deeply, and departed without another word, carrying Kushina on his back. His cousins rushed to shield them. Ashina watched them disappear, the last softness leaving his eyes. Then he strode toward the Uzumaki clan shrine, resolution firm. Even if his old body gave out, he would hold until reinforcements arrived. Outside the village's rear, Masahiko sprinted through dense woods, Kushina safely on his back. They avoided the main road, knowing enemy shinobi would control it. One cousin volunteered to act as a decoy, carrying a stone transformed with the transformation jutsu to resemble Kushina, drawing enemy attention while the others slipped through the forest. That forest led to the coast linked to the land of fire not far away. No boat needed, they could wade through and reach it in a day. The Uzumaki were strong, their chakra robust, they could manage it. They just needed to press on a chance at survival. But before they made it through, they were spotted by 3 to 5 Jainin. Yaar, we actually found something, the Jainin chuckled. Seeing this, Masahiko quickly said to his cousins around him. Finish them quickly, don't give them time to call reinforcements. P.S. Read advanced chapters at https://www.patreon.com/c/readjin. Chapter 127, Konoha's Sword Saint 127. As Uzumaki Masahiko and the others confronted the Jainin in the forest, Hoshiyomi had just returned from the Land of Iron. This trip was primarily to escort Asuka back to the Land of Iron and, incidentally, to show Old Man Morishige the long-anticipated complete version of Severing Wind Slash. After being treated by Tsunade in Konoha for so long, Asuka's illness was completely cured, and even his innate physical weakness had improved significantly. According to Tsunade, as long as Asuka maintained a regular routine in the future, living to 60 or 70 years old wouldn't be an issue. Immediately upon returning to Konoha, Hoshiyomi received another mission, but this time, it wasn't issued by Hiruzen. It was a personal request from Mito. Inside the Senju clan compound, Hoshiyomi asked in surprise. You're bringing someone to Konoha? Kushina. Mito looked at him a bit strangely and asked, is there a problem? No, nothing. Hoshiyomi said nothing, but his mind was already flooded with all sorts of strange thoughts. Having been in Konoha for so long, he had actually forgotten about this matter. Nawaki was already in his second year at the Ninja Academy, so logically, Minato and Kushina should indeed be getting older. He hadn't expected to be the one escorting Kushina to Konoha now. Thinking of young Kushina's adorable appearance in the original story, Hoshiyomi couldn't help but wonder, what would a real-life Kushina look like? As he thought about it, Hoshiyomi's expression suddenly changed because something had just come to mind. If Kushina was about to arrive in the village, didn't that mean the destruction of the Land of Whirlpools couldn't be far off either? Hoshiyomi quickly tried to recall the plot points he remembered, but whether due to his memories fading over time or because the original series was vague on the matter, he still couldn't remember whether the destruction of the nation happened simultaneously with Kushina's arrival or afterward. If it happened afterward, that would be fine, he might even be able to warn the people of the Land of Whirlpools and help them avert disaster. But if it happened at the same time, wouldn't his journey be extremely perilous? If he remembered correctly, Konoha had ultimately remained silent during the war that led to the Land of Whirlpools' destruction, resulting in only 3 to 5 members of the Uzumaki clan surviving. In the original story, only Kushina, Karin, and Nagato were truly named and accounted for. Everyone else seemed to have perished. Whether the Land of Whirlpools would fall or not wasn't Hoshiyomi's primary concern right now. What truly worried him was the possibility of running directly into the invading forces. A force capable of destroying an entire country without reinforcements, the mission could become a one-way trip. Hoshiyomi wasn't afraid of the butterfly effect, but he was afraid of dying meaninglessly. The Swordheart System was designed to push him into challenging strong opponents, but challenging them didn't mean charging headfirst into an army, knowingly marching to his death. So what should he do? Go directly to pick up Kushina? Or respectfully decline Mito's request? While Hoshiyomi's mind was in turmoil, Mito was also watching him, puzzled. She couldn't understand why the usually clever and resourceful Hoshiyomi would suddenly freeze up at the mention of Land of Whirlpools and Kushina. Hoshiyomi, what's wrong? Why haven't you said anything for so long? She guessed aloud, half concerned, half joking. You don't know where the Land of Whirlpools is, do you? Should I send someone who knows the route to go with you? Upon hearing this, Hoshiyomi instinctively wanted to refuse. No, no need. Mid-sentence, he suddenly paused, a thought flashing through his mind like lightning. That's right. If I'm worried about a powerful enemy attacking the land of whirlpools right now, then all I need to do is make sure I have reinforcements backing me up, right? In the original story, there were two reasons why Konoha didn't come to the Uzumaki's aid. 1. The delay in information. Even if they had responded, it would have been too late. 2. A lack of vested interest. After all, the Senju clan had already blended into the common populace, and the true upper echelons of power had shifted. The bond between Konoha and the Uzumaki was really just a bond between the Senju and the Uzumaki. Now that no Senju held real political influence, the Uchiha, Hyuga, and other clans had, for their own interests, jointly vetoed the proposal to send aid. But now, things were different with Hoshiyomi involved. If he brought enough leverage to the land of whirlpools, Konoha's leadership would have no choice but to respond. And that leverage? His friends. It was well known throughout Konoha that the 6 of them were now famous geniuses. When it came to the future of the village, the 6 of them were seen as its next pillars. That had become a common consensus. Even the other 4 great ninja villages had heard of them. On the black market, their bounties were already higher than Asuma's would be in the future. However, because Konoha had done such a good job protecting them, even the black market intelligence networks didn't have detailed descriptions of them. If all 6 of them were to fall into a trap like this, the higher UPS in the village would certainly dispatch forces for the sake of the village's future. In that case, the timeline could be changed and Hoshiyomi's safety would be secured. Although leading his friends into a potentially dangerous situation felt a bit dishonorable, the destruction of the land of whirlpools wasn't 100% guaranteed. It was just a possibility. If nothing happened, it would just be a fun trip for the 6 of them. And if something did happen, Hoshiyomi and the others certainly wouldn't charge in recklessly. He would prioritize his friends' safety. There was no way he'd let his companions die for the sake of strangers. At most, they'd stir up some trouble on the outskirts, enough to signal Konoha's stance. They wouldn't make any real moves until reinforcements arrived. In terms of safety, it was as secure as it could be. Having made up his mind, Hoshiyomi no longer hesitated. He looked up at Mito and said, "Grandma Mito, just leave the matter of bringing Kushina back to the village to me. I was just thinking it's been a long time since I've gone out with Tsunade and the others. Since the land of whirlpools is your homeland, I bet it's a really interesting place. We haven't had the chance to visit yet. I was just wondering if I should invite them to come along and see the sights." Mito's eyes lit up at the suggestion. "You're right. Tsunade's grown up so much, and I've never taken her to see Uzushiagakuer. It's great that you'll go together this time. It'll be safer, too. All right, do as you said. Set out today. The sooner, the better, before Hiruzen assigns you another mission." Plan success. After leaving the Senju clan compound, Hoshiyomi called Tsunade, Sakumo, and the others. They packed their bags and prepared to head to Uzushiagakuer. What Hoshiyomi didn't know at that moment was that, because of this cautious but seemingly minor decision made by him, the butterfly, the fates of countless people would be truly altered. Author's notes. I thought about it all night and finally compromised on the question of going to the land of whirlpools. The land of whirlpools as a whole will be destroyed, but the protagonist will save many members of the Uzumaki clan. Of course, it's not for free. These people will all play important roles in the future. Also, I was really hesitant while writing this chapter. I felt like I might get criticized for using his friends or something, but that's not what I meant. I just can't have the protagonist facing 100 enemies by himself in the upcoming plot, and I need these characters for the rescue plan. I hope readers can view this rationally. Chapter 128, Konoha's Sword Saint. 128. At the gates of Konoha, Tsunade looked at the group behind Hoshiyomi and let out a disappointed sigh. When she'd heard him ask if she wanted to go to the land of whirlpools together, she thought it would just be the 2 of them. Now, seeing the original 6-person group assembled again, that idea had clearly gone out the window. Half-heartedly greeting everyone, she joined the others as they headed out of the village. Along the way, Shinku suddenly said with some excitement. Come to think of it, we haven't all left the village together since the Chunin exams, right? It's been nearly 10 years already. Jiraiya lit up with enthusiasm as well. No kidding. After becoming Chunin, we barely even saw each other once a month, let alone went on missions or vacations together. This time, in the land of whirlpools, we've got to seriously kick back. I heard that place is full of gorgeous red-haired women. Tsunade, clearly in a bad mood, sent the pervert flying with a single punch, prompting laughter from the rest of the group. Orochimaru, however, was keen enough to notice that Hoshiyomi had his head lowered the whole time, completely ignoring the chatter. That immediately tipped him off that something was wrong. He quickened his pace to catch up with Hoshiyomi and asked. Hoshiyomi-kun, why do you look so glum? Is something bothering you? Hoshiyomi, who had been struggling to find a way to bring it up, answered readily. Ever since we left the village, I've had a really bad feeling like something's about to go wrong. Hearing that, Sakumo nodded and said, then we'd better stay alert. There's time to relax after we've picked up Kushina. At that, the group snapped into a more serious state. Though it had been a long time since they'd operated together, they instinctively trusted Hoshiyomi's instincts. They stopped joking around and accelerated to full speed, reaching the Land of Fire's coastline in just over half a day. But when they arrived, the slight ease they'd carried with them disappeared. Their expressions grew tense. As mentioned before, the shortest distance between the Land of Fire and the Land of Whirlpools could be crossed by walking on water for a full day. Now, standing on the coast, they could just barely make out a faint, flickering firelight on the horizon. It looked like a mere speck from this distance, but none of them were naive enough to think it was just an ordinary fire. Hoshiyomi's intuition had been right. Something serious had happened in the Land of Whirlpools. Look over there! Shinku suddenly pointed and called out. Everyone turned to where he was pointing and saw massive waves erupting from a previously calm stretch of ocean. The rest of the sea was still, only that one spot was violently surging. It was obviously the result of a ninjutsu. Fortunately, Hoshiyomi had anticipated this kind of scenario and already had a rough plan. He turned to Jiraiya and said, Jiraiya, go borrow a boat from the nearby houses, make sure it has an engine. The rest of you, come with me, we need to rescue whoever's out there first. Everyone moved swiftly. Jiraiya turned without a word and rushed toward the nearby fishing village, while Hoshiyomi and the others darted across the water toward the distant commotion. Hoshiyomi used the body flicker technique on top of water walking. Combined with his prior attribute conversion, which had fully transformed his chakra into water-natured chakra, his speed far surpassed that of the other four. His years of sword training had also given him exceptional vision. After covering some distance over the sea, he could already make out the scene ahead. There, a red-haired man was locked in combat with two enemy shinobi, all while carrying a small girl on his back. Battling on open water while protecting the child had put him in an extremely difficult position. Seeing this, Hoshiyomi pushed his speed even further. Thanks to his chakra control training, even the ripples beneath his feet were minimal. Combined with transparent escape, his presence was virtually undetectable unless he was right on top of his enemy. The sea was already turbulent due to the aftermath of ninjutsu. Under Hoshiyomi's precise control, he closed in until he was just 15 meters away, yet the two hidden mist shinobi, still focused on attacking the red-haired man, hadn't noticed a thing. Uzumaki Masahiko felt like this day might be his last. He and his cousins had fought tooth and nail to take down several genin, only to discover those were just patrol units. As soon as they exited the forest, they were ambushed by more than a dozen elite enemies. Several of his cousins sacrificed themselves to carve out a path of escape for him and held off the pursuers for as long as they could. But he had only made it about a third of the way when two hidden mist genin caught up. They were incredibly fast on the sea and could even manipulate the surrounding water to unleash massive water release techniques. If Masahiko himself hadn't been quite strong, and if his father hadn't prepared a good number of defensive scrolls for him, he might have died in that sea long ago. But carrying Kushina severely limited his movements. He had exhausted all of his scrolls, yet still couldn't shake the two enemies. His injuries were piling up. Even the Uzumaki clan's legendary regenerative abilities could no longer keep up. Still, he held on. He could die, but Kushina absolutely could not be harmed. With that resolve, he gently set her down. Dodging attacks from the two hidden mist shinobi, he used the last of his chakra to apply a special sealing technique to her. With this technique, even a 4-year-old Kushina could stay submerged for quite a while without suffocating. Setting her down, he said, "Kushina, from here on, it's all up to you. Uncle Masahiko will hold them off. You must do your best to reach the other shore. Get to Konoha. Tell them the land of whirlpools is under attack. If you can get the message there, everyone might still be saved." With those final words, Uzumaki Masahiko shoved Kushina away and turned back, roaring as he charged at the two genin. Even if it cost him his life, he would buy time for little Kushina. Just as he intended to use his life to secure a glimmer of hope for Kushina, a sharp whistling sound suddenly reached his ears. After the sound of the wind being cut, Uzumaki Masahiko witnessed a scene he would never forget. A brilliant, watery blue sword arc shot past his left side, streaking toward one of the hidden mist genin at incredible speed. That hidden mist jonin's reaction was not slow. He instantly cancelled his chakra control on his feet, dropping into the water, while rapidly forming hand signs. But it was too late. The blade strike was far too fast. Before the genin could fully submerge, the arc sliced clean through his arm, severing it completely. Masahiko and the other, uninjured hidden mist shinobi turned to look only to see a tall, strikingly handsome young man, about 180 centimeters tall, suddenly appear nearby. The young man was holding little Kushina in one arm. In the other, he still maintained the pose of a sword strike. Bathed in the glow of the setting sun, his ornate ninja blade shimmered with an awe-inspiring brilliance. Chapter 129, Konoha's Sword Saint 129. The four people present were momentarily stunned as they stared at Hoshiyomi, unable to comprehend when exactly he had appeared. Kushina stared blankly at the big brother who had just saved her, even wondering if she was dreaming. For a 4-year-old girl, everything that had happened today felt far too surreal. The two hidden mist genin were visibly shaken by Hoshiyomi's sudden appearance. As for Uzumaki Masahiko, his emotions were a mix of relief at having narrowly escaped death, and a deep sense of defeat, feeling that all his years of experience had amounted to nothing. He had truly believed he was about to die, only for this powerful young man to descend seemingly from the heavens and instantly disable one of their enemies with a single strike. This young man didn't even look past his teens, yet he had taken out a genin with one blow. While it had been a surprise attack, that strike alone proved his strength was anything but ordinary. Compared to his own pathetic state moments ago, Masahiko couldn't help but feel embarrassed. But reality isn't like a drama, it doesn't pause to let everyone process their feelings. After only a brief daze, all four quickly made their moves. The one-armed hidden mist genin immediately dove underwater. He was a ninjutsu-type shinobi and couldn't perform one-handed hand seals. Having lost an arm, half his strength was already gone. Rather than stay above as an easy target, it was wiser to disappear below the surface and rely on his swimming skill to search for an opportunity. The other hidden mist genin, however, made a decisive charge forward. From that earlier sword slash alone, it was obvious this opponent's kenjutsu was on another level. To face such a swordsman and stand still forming hand signs would be suicide. His best chance was to get in close, limit Hoshiyomi's movement, and create an opening for his comrade's underwater ambush. Masahiko immediately stepped forward and took Kushina from Hoshiyomi. Without wasting words, he distanced himself from the fight, so as not to hold Hoshiyomi back. At the same time, he formed hand seals behind him, casting a defensive ninjutsu to shield both himself and Kushina from further danger. Seeing this, Hoshiyomi silently gave Masahiko credit for his decisiveness. But this wasn't the time for talk. He simply said, "Medical nin are on their way. Just keep going forward." With that, he resheathed his Mikazuki Munchika and stepped in to meet the advancing Mist Jainin head-on. The enemy had excellent battle instincts. Just one glance at the length of Hoshiyomi's blade, and he had already formed a strategy. He lowered his stance and lunged forward, Kunao aimed directly at Hoshiyomi's abdomen. It was one of the most effective ways to deal with a sword user once locked in close combat. Even the most skilled swordsman is limited by the reach of his blade. But against Hoshiyomi, this tactic wouldn't work. Hoshiyomi stomped and activated the body flicker technique, vanishing in an instant. He reappeared behind the Mist Jainin, his Mikazuki Munchika swinging in a reverse arc toward the enemy's back. The Jainin was startled, goosebumps rising all over his body. Danger! At the critical moment, years of battlefield survival kicked in. Though he couldn't see Hoshiyomi, he instinctively dove forward, barely dodging the blade that would have cleaved him in half. But escaping one blow didn't mean safety. His evasive dive had landed him right back in Hoshiyomi's perfect strike range. And Hoshiyomi didn't miss those kinds of chances. While the Jainin was still sprawled on the water's surface, unable to move, Hoshiyomi thrust his blade forward. The stab was fast and precise. Despite the Mist Jainin's frantic efforts to dodge, the blade still pierced his shoulder. In that moment of crisis, the enemy ignored the pain. With no care for form or dignity, he rolled desperately away, letting the blade slice through half his arm just to avoid Hoshiyomi's next sweeping slash. Just then, the hidden Mist Jonin, who had lost an arm, silently swam to Hoshiyomi's feet. His remaining hand shot out like lightning, trying to grab Hoshiyomi's leg and drag him underwater. But Hoshiyomi had long been prepared. Having converted all his chakra to the water nature, his ability to sense changes in the water far surpassed even these water release specialists. He had already sensed the man's movements. He was simply waiting for him to make a mistake. The hand burst from the water only to grasp empty air. At the same moment, Hoshiyomi reversed his grip, and Mikazuki Munchika came plunging down with a sharp whistle, not at the hand, but at the submerged head beneath the water. The blade pierced the enemy's skull with the precision of a harpoon. As Hoshiyomi gave it a twist, bubbles and blood rose to the surface. Then, everything went still. In just a second, the hidden Mist Jainin had lost his life. Hoshiyomi pulled out his blade and looked up, ready to face the other enemy, only to discover that the second Jainin had vanished. Useless at everything, but first place at running away? About 5 meters beneath the surface, the surviving Mist Jainin was swimming frantically with all 4 limbs. Fear had overtaken him completely. Against someone of similar strength, he might have been willing to fight. But now that he had seen the massive gap between himself and this Konoha youth, he knew it was hopeless. With his shoulder wounded, he stood no chance of winning. He had to run. He had to escape and report back. That was the only mission that mattered now. Driven by that thought, the Jainin swam even faster. That guy is clearly a taijutsu-type ninja. There's no way someone that good with a sword is also a sensory expert, right? If someone that strong really exists, then I'll die with no complaints. Just as the thought crossed his mind, he felt the water current above his head shift. He instinctively turned to look, only to see a slash of sword energy ripping through the water, growing larger in his pupils. Sorry. Such a person really does exist. And no, your death isn't unjust. Placing his hand on the water's surface, Hoshiyomi confirmed that both enemies were truly dead. Only then did he sheath his blade and return to Uzumaki Masahiko's side. By that time, Tsunade and the others had arrived and were treating Masahiko's injuries. As Hoshiyomi approached, he overheard Masahiko groaning through the stinging discomfort of the healing process, gasping between breaths as he explained the situation in the land of whirlpools to the others. When the group heard his description, their expressions turned grim. 100 Jainin. Even if 2 or 3 dozen had already been taken out, the remaining ones were still far beyond what 5 people could handle alone. Just as everyone was discussing how they might return to request reinforcements, Hoshiyomi suddenly spoke. You just said they came by boat. And you said the land of whirlpools is surrounded by ocean whirlpools. That means, without someone from the land of whirlpools to guide you out, there's no way to escape, right? Chapter 130, Konoha's Sword Saint 130. Uzumaki Masahiko looked at Hoshiyomi and quickly understood what he meant. Tsunade and the others beside him also brightened. The combined forces of the 4 great shinobi villages had arrived at Uzushiogakure by ship. If their ships were destroyed in advance, wouldn't that leave them stranded? But Masahiko frowned. But if that happens, what if they realize they have no retreat? Wouldn't that provoke their ferocity, making them even more reckless in slaughtering our Uzumaki clan members? Hoshiyomi nodded. That's why we can't destroy the ships immediately. You mean? Hoshiyomi didn't say more. Instead, he took out a scroll from behind him. It was filled with at least 100 explosive tags. I'll send a shadow clone back to Konoha with Kushina to report the situation. It'll take Konoha about 3 to 4 days to mobilize troops and dispatch reinforcements. We'll begin our operation on the 3rd day. Masahiko hesitated, then asked with difficulty. Could we move it up by 1 day? I estimate the sealing barrier at the ancestral shrine can only hold until tomorrow night at most. If we wait too long, our people may. Before Hoshiyomi could reply, Orochimaru cut in, voice cold and decisive. That's impossible. Acting even 1 day earlier already puts us at extreme risk. If we move any sooner, the reinforcements won't make it in time and we'll all die there. Hoshiyomi followed, calmly. Uncle, you know this too. Without Konoha's reinforcements, the 6 of us won't stand a chance. Acting too soon would be suicide. The fact that we can act even 1 day earlier already gives us a real chance to save many of your people. Without us, the Uzumaki clan might be wiped out before Konoha's reinforcements even arrive. Masahiko knew all of this. He just couldn't bear to stand by and watch his clan perish in front of him. But after hearing Orochimaru and Hoshiyomi lay it out so clearly, he returned to his senses. Lowering his head, he said. Apologies. I was being unrealistic. Let's go with your plan. Hoshiyomi immediately dispatched a shadow clone carrying Kushina, rushing back to Konoha. Meanwhile, he waited for Jiraiya's return with the boat, intending to refine the 3rd day attack strategy during the voyage. While Hoshiyomi and the others rested and recovered on the boat, his shadow clone, carrying Kushina, finally made it back to Konoha after a long and exhausting journey. But instead of heading straight to the Hokage's office, the clone first went to the Senju clan compound. He suspected that in the original timeline, Konoha had delayed its response because Mito Uzumaki had received word too late. Upon arriving, he first handed Kushina to Mito, then quickly explained the situation in the land of whirlpools. Mito's face turned pale as she listened, but she didn't faint like some frail old woman. After hearing the full report, she immediately summoned a maid to care for Kushina and then turned to Hoshiyomi. Come with me to the Hokage's office, she said curtly. With that, she leapt effortlessly over the compound wall. In just 2 bounds, she was on the rooftop. Though her life was nearing its end, she could still unleash formidable power. The two arrived at the Hokage's office and relayed everything to Hiruzen Sarutobi. The 3rd Hokage was visibly shaken. He immediately turned to the Anbu beside him. Summon all village elders to the council chamber. Meeting starts in 30 minutes. With that, he led Mito and Hoshiyomi to the meeting room in the Hokage building. Half an hour later, Konoha's high-level officials, including leaders of the major clans, had all gathered in the conference room. The high-level meeting began. This was Hoshiyomi's first time participating in a meeting of this scale, but like all meetings, it followed a familiar rhythm. Because of Mito's presence, Hoshiyomi wasn't placed in the lowliest seat at the back. Instead, he moved a small chair to sit just behind her. Many of the elders took notice of him and quickly realized he was only a shadow clone. When they saw Mito's grim expression beside him, they immediately sensed that something serious was going on. One by one, they fell silent, sat upright, and waited for the third Hokage to open the session. Given the urgency, Hiruzen wasted no time. "We've just received word, the land of whirlpools is under joint attack from the 4 great ninja villages. They are requesting our assistance. This meeting is to discuss how we should respond." The moment he finished, the room stirred. Some, aligned with the Hokage or indebted to the Senju clan, immediately tensed up and expressed willingness to fight. Others glanced between Hiruzen and Mito, clearly planning to wait and see who gained the upper hand before committing. And of course, there were those like the Uchiha and Hyuga, whose clans had grown powerful and who were reluctant to get involved in the Uzumaki's mess, or like Dan's, who had long been at odds with Mito and now sat quietly, watching coldly from the sidelines. The truth was, not everyone feared Mito anymore. Many within the village knew that the Senju clan was in decline, and that Mito had only a few years left to live. News of the land of whirlpools facing ruin was, frankly, welcome to some. If Mito were gone, they'd be ready to light firecrackers and celebrate. With the Senju declining, only Tsunade and Nawaki were left to carry the name. And if the Uzumaki clan were wiped out too, it would be the perfect chance for other clans to expand their influence. Some of the more ruthless minds in the room were even imagining if something unfortunate were to happen to Tsunade and Nawaki as well, what kind of future would that bring for Konoha? Those thoughts stirred ambition in many hearts. Hoshiyomi had expected Dan's to be the one to speak up, but to his surprise, the man remained calm and composed, sitting there with an air of serene detachment. Just as the discussion was growing heated, a Genin seated at the end of the chamber stood up and spoke with severity. "Lord Third, I believe we cannot send reinforcements. The joint attack by the 4 great ninja villages on the land of whirlpools clearly signals their intent to start a war. If we intervene now, wouldn't that be tantamount to declaring war ourselves? If they take that as a pretext, and we end up at war with all 4 villages, Konoha would be in grave danger." Many in the room immediately grew serious. It was a valid point. The land of whirlpools might be an important ally, but provoking all 4 great nations on its behalf was a dangerous gamble. The debate intensified so much so that few paid attention to the Genin who had spoken. But Hoshiyomi, seated behind Mito, noticed something. When the man sat back down and offered polite bows to those around him, his final bow was directed toward Dan's. And while Dan's didn't nod, he subtly wiggled his index finger in reply. No wonder he looked so calm. He already had his mouthpiece prepared. Chapter 131, Konoha's Sword Saint 131. As more and more people in the room voiced opposition, Gekkō Hoshiyomi instinctively stepped forward, wanting to bring up their situation in the land of whirlpools. Actually. He was brusquely interrupted. "Do you even understand seniority, boy? This isn't your place to speak." Mito Uzumaki made no visible reaction, but a thin length of chain slipped silently from her sleeve, coiling unseen beneath the table until it tapped lightly against Hoshiyomi's calf. Hoshiyomi's heart stirred. He understood Mito was signaling him. Though he wasn't sure what she intended, he immediately composed himself, put on a sullen expression, and quietly stepped back. He knew Mito must have a reason for stopping him, perhaps related to the opposition. Since it wasn't his turn to act, he would simply observe and watch Mito's performance. Sure enough, even without his voice, the tide was already shifting. Someone had stood up to challenge the argument made by that subordinate of Dan's. "That's wrong. We should absolutely send reinforcements. First of all, Konoha and the land of whirlpools have been allies for 100 years. If we abandon them now, what message does that send to the rest of the shinobi world? That Konoha discards its allies when they're no longer convenient? And second, the fact that the 4 great villages dared to unite and attack the land of whirlpools makes their intentions clear. If we don't stand with our ally now, it will only embolden them and make Konoha look weak. I say we not only send aid, we strike hard. Hurt them so badly they'll think twice about ever coveting Konoha again. The speaker was Haku, a so-called civilian ninja but in truth, one of the Senju clan's scattered branch members. With his clan's ally in crisis, he naturally stood up to defend them. Haku and Danzo's subordinate statements completely galvanized the atmosphere. High-ranking officials and clan heads rose to speak in turn, and the room descended into loud, chaotic debate. Hoshiyomi had been expecting Mito to pull off something unexpected, but then he noticed she was asleep. He stared, speechless. Was she really so old and tired that she'd dozed off mid-crisis? Just as he leaned in to wake her, he noticed something odd. Her wide robe sleeve was trembling ever so slightly. Hoshiyomi paused, then subtly shifted his position, feigning discomfort in his back. From his new angle, he could see the same thin chain from earlier still writhing beneath her sleeve, moving constantly. No one else could see it, only him, seated directly behind her. He studied the movement closely. Then it hit him, Mito was using the adamantine sealing chains to take notes. That tiny length of chain was her pen, and the wide sleeve? Her scroll. Unbelievable. That's genius. On the outside, she looked like an elderly kunoichi quietly dozing off. In reality, she was secretly recording the names of everyone who voiced dissent. Looking around, Hoshiyomi saw the effect many of the fence-sitters, seeing Mito seemingly asleep, relaxed. No longer fearing her rebuke, they began to speak up. Even some who had remained silent out of respect for her name now joined the opposition. By the time everyone had spoken, over 90% of those present had voiced their stance, including Danz, Homura, and the other elders. Around 30% were firmly in favor of sending reinforcements. About 20% were hesitant but leaned toward support. The remaining 50% offered various excuses to oppose intervention. Then, as the meeting reached its peak, the familiar chain tapped gently at Hoshiyomi's ankle once more. Time for his roll. He leaned toward Mito, gently shook her shoulder, and said, "Lady Mito, if you're tired, please go rest. The meeting's almost over." At the same time, he scanned the room, watching carefully. Sure enough, when they heard he thought Mito had fallen asleep, many of the fence-sitters visibly relaxed. A few of the clan heads who had only just voiced lukewarm support were now visibly regretful. Hoshiyomi silently committed their faces to memory. Mito slowly opened her eyes, as if she'd truly just awakened from a brief nap. She glanced around the room, her expression calm. Then she said, seemingly offhand, "Oh Hoshiyomi, did I mention? I sent Tsunade and the others to retrieve the Nujinkriki key. They're all currently trapped in the land of whirlpools, unable to return." The effect was immediate. Faces across the room paled. Even Hiruzen Sarutobi leapt from his chair in alarm. What? Tsunade and the others are still in the land of whirlpools? Hoshiyomi, you're a shadow clone right now. Does that mean your real body is there too? Just moments ago, even Hiruzen had wavered, wondering if perhaps Konoha could simply make a token gesture, send a symbolic team, and call it aid. But now this news hit like a kunai to the chest. If Hoshiyomi and the others really died there, Konoha's strength could collapse for the next decade. In the shinobi world, high-level combat power was everything. The third Reikage fighting 10,000 men alone was proof enough. If Konoha's next generation of elites died in the land of whirlpools, it would be no different from losing an army of 50,000. Hoshiyomi kept his innocent expression and replied casually. My real body sensed things weren't looking good, so I sent myself back early to report. Someone nearby grumbled. Why didn't you say that earlier? What if something happened because you delayed? Hoshiyomi recognized him, he'd been a staunch pro-intervention voice. Same with the man who had scolded him earlier for not respecting his elders. Ah! So that was the plan all along. Mito, what a brilliant move. She'd used this moment to expose the true faces of the village's leadership. That earlier conflict? It had neatly cleared up the issue of Hoshiyomi's withheld intel, and even allowed them to see who among the fence-sitters truly had ulterior motives. Every step was calculated. Layer upon layer. Flawless. With that realization, Hoshiyomi looked around, innocent as ever, and said, "By the way, who was it that said I didn't understand seniority, and that I had no place to speak?" The room fell into embarrassed silence. The elder who had spoken earlier looked like he wanted to crawl under the floor. But the tide had turned completely. This time, the vote to send reinforcements passed almost unanimously. Infighting was one thing, but no one wanted Konoha to fall. If the village crumbled, everything they were scrambling for now would be meaningless. Author's notes. I made a slight revision to the earlier text, changing it so that even Hiruzen Sarutobi didn't know Hoshiyomi and the others were in the land of whirlpools. I feel this makes it more comfortable. Additionally, strictly speaking, this chapter is a bit unreasonable, but the plot requires such an opportunity for the protagonist to gain a list of names. This is crucial for the future power dynamics within Konoha. Some readers might find it absurd that Mito would still have the leisure to identify traitors while her homeland was being attacked. However, I truly believe that at this point, Mito considered herself more a Konoha person than a land of whirlpools person. Otherwise, she wouldn't have taught Kushina that way later, which I will also write about. If you absolutely cannot accept this, just ignore this chapter. The outcome, in any case, is that troops are sent to aid. Finally, a spoiler, the protagonist of this book will also not become Hokage, but Tsunade will become the 4th Hokage, not the 5th. Chapter 132, Konoha's Sword Saint 132. After the meeting ended, Hiruzen Sarutobi immediately began mobilizing forces. The Konoha reinforcements were scheduled to assemble before nightfall and depart that same evening, aiming to resolve the land of whirlpools situation within 2 days. Hoshiyomi's shadow clone followed Mito Uzumaki back to the Senju compound. Inside, Mito glanced at Hoshiyomi, who looked like he wanted to speak but held back. She spoke first. "You're confused, aren't you? You think it was foolish of me not to immediately send troops, and instead use the opportunity to take note of those with questionable intentions." "I wouldn't dare," Hoshiyomi replied. Mito chuckled faintly, but her tone suddenly turned serious. "Hoshiyomi, let me ask you, what exactly do you feel about Tsunade?" "Hey!" Hoshiyomi was caught off guard. The shift in topic was so abrupt. Just moments ago, they'd been discussing national affairs, and now she was asking about Tsunade? Instinctively, he tried to dodge the question. "Lady Mito, I'm just a shadow clone. Shouldn't you be asking my real body that sort of question?" Mito's gaze sharpened. "I've seen enough between the two of you to sense what's going on. And while I don't intend to meddle in the feelings of the young, you were present for the meeting today and took part in the situation with the land of whirlpools. From now on, no matter how we plan things, we can't avoid involving you. I trust you wouldn't do anything to harm Tsunade, but I still want a promise from you. Of course, the choice is yours. If you can swear that from this point on, you'll stand firmly at her side, I'll share every part of my plan with you. If you can't even make that promise, I won't interfere with what happens between you two, but until I die, you won't take another step into the Senju compound." She had started off casual, but by the end, her tone was stern and her presence oppressive. Even though Hoshiyomi's shadow clone possessed elite Genin level strength, he could still feel the crushing weight of her aura. Still, though it was only a clone, its mind and thoughts were identical to the real Hoshiyomi's. So he didn't hesitate before replying. "Granny Mito, on behalf of my real self, I promise, no matter what happens, I will always stand by Tsunade." Though the words differed from what Mito had asked, the meaning came through loud and clear. Finally, a faint smile of relief appeared on her face. Then I hope you'll never forget the promise you made today. Now, let's begin with what happened in today's meeting. That day, Mito told Hoshiyomi's clone many things centered mostly on the gamble she was taking, and her long-term plans regarding the land of whirlpools. She also spoke extensively about the projected direction of the entire ninja world. By the end of her explanation, Hoshiyomi could only admire her in awe. Though he knew from his knowledge of canon that Mito's careful arrangements would eventually be destroyed by Dan's Hiruzen, and from outside the village, Madara and Black Zetsu, he had to admit, if someone with enough power could actually carry out her plan, it had high potential for success. And Hoshiyomi just happened to be someone capable of executing it. In simple terms, Mito had two reasons for what she did at the meeting. To expose those within Konoha who still harbored disloyalty, who could be drawn in, and who absolutely had to be eliminated. To use this crisis as an opportunity to push the surviving Uzumaki clan members to abandon their homeland and resettle near Konoha. Mito knew very well how strong the sealing formation in Uzashigakure was. If the entire clan poured their chakra into it, even 100 Jainin attacking it simultaneously wouldn't breach it easily. It was likely that the barrier would break the day before reinforcements arrived, resulting in heavy casualties. But with Hoshiyomi and the others present, she could rest easier. There might be many deaths, but the entire clan wouldn't be wiped out. In fact, back when she had written to ask Kushina to come to Konoha as the next Jinchuriki, she had already advised Uzumaki Ashina to relocate the clan to the Konoha region, even if not into the village proper, then at least nearby. But Ashina had refused, citing ancestral ties, the location of the clan shrine, and various sealing barriers that were difficult to move. Now, after this devastating attack, the Uzumaki would surely realize the danger of staying in Uzashigakure. Isolated and offshore, Uzashigakure had barely held on, this time saved only by the last remnants of Mito's influence and the unexpected aid of Hoshiyomi and his group. But such aid wouldn't come again. The fact that the 4 great shinobi villages had joined forces was a sign they no longer intended to passively watch Konoha grow stronger. The day Mito's death was made public would likely be the day war began. None of the other villages would allow a new Nine-Tails Jinchuriki to mature. If that happened, resistance would be futile. Konoha would crush them all. And when Mito was gone, the Senju clan weakened, and war was inevitable. If someone attacked Uzashigakure again, Konoha would no longer be able to send help. If the Uzumaki clan refused to integrate into Konoha, their only fate would be annihilation. But if they moved to Konoha, things would be different. As Mito's blood relatives, the Uzumaki, even if not absorbed into the village directly, could be powerful political allies for Tsunade and the Waki. Their support could tip the scales and solidify Mito's final gamble. Because Mito was betting everything on this, that Tsunade, with her near cage-level strength, her loyal followers, and the scattered Senju blood hidden among the civilian population, could one day overpower Konoha's opportunists and revive the Senju clan. If the Uzumaki joined that effort, it would only improve the plan's chances. By the end of that long conversation, Hoshiyomi was completely bound to the Senju cause. His status within Mito's plan was elevated, from just another soldier under Tsunade's banner, to something like her CO strategist. Or perhaps, the man behind the woman. Wait, did that just sound like a double entendre? That night, Hiruzen finalized the reinforcement teams. And to everyone's surprise, he rejected Dan's, who had suddenly volunteered to lead the support forces, his motives unclear, and instead appointed Torifo Akimichi as commander. Hoshiyomi's shadow clone followed the support force for a while. Once he was sure the team was well organized and secure, he released the jutsu and returned to the real Hoshiyomi. Meanwhile, back on the waters near the land of whirlpools, Hoshiyomi, who had been finalizing strategy with Tsunade and Masahiko, suddenly staggered. His body wobbled as if he were about to faint, and only Tsunade's quick reflexes kept him from falling. Hoshiyomi shook his head, bracing himself as he began absorbing the vast amount of intel sent back by his clone. Through clenched teeth, he managed to say, "Konoha's reinforcements should reach the Land of Fire's coastline by dawn. We launch the operation at first light." Chapter 133, Konoha's Sword Saint 133. It took Hoshiyomi a while to fully absorb all the information transmitted back by his shadow clone. After once again marveling at Mito's brilliance, he refocused and explained to Uzumaki Masahiko and the others. "My shadow clone just dispelled it, sent back a flood of information all at once, and my mind's been in a mess trying to process it." Masahiko, however, was far more concerned about the Konoha reinforcements than Hoshiyomi's condition. He leaned in, his voice tinged with urgency. "Thank you for everything, but I have to confirm, did you say we'll begin the operation at dawn tomorrow?" He was burning with anxiety. Barely half an hour ago, he'd seen the ceiling barrier at the clan shrine shatter. Never in his life had he wished so desperately for time to move faster. Every second on that boat felt like torture. Each time he closed his eyes, he could picture his clan members being butchered. Rationally, he knew that even with 1,000 people, the Uzumaki couldn't be wiped out in mere hours, but emotionally, it tore at him. So hearing that the operation would begin at dawn, of course he was thrilled. By now, Hoshiyomi had fully recovered. He nodded firmly, took a deep breath, and addressed the group. "Yes. Torifu-sensei is leading about 200 Genin and special Genin. They'll arrive around noon tomorrow. We'll begin the operation around 1 a.m. It should be enough to hold them off." He paused, then added with emphasis, "Let me repeat the plan. In a moment, Masahiko and I will disembark and head toward the enemy's ships. Jiraiya, you and the others will sail the route Masahiko used to get Kushina out. That area should be less guarded, but remember to turn off the engine not far from the shore so you don't alert anyone. Even if there are guards, you should be able to handle them. Once they're dealt with, don't rush in immediately. Around 5 a.m., make some noise in the forest. Stir them up a little. When they hear activity from your side, their first instinct will likely be to fall back and investigate. That's when Masahiko and I will blow up their ships at 5:10. Hearing simultaneous disturbances from two directions, they'll probably prioritize checking the ships. That's when you charge and tell the people of Uzushiogakure that reinforcements are right behind them. Do not engage the enemy directly. Hold the position, fortify the defenses, and wait for Konoha's troops to arrive. Even if the enemy is strong, our numbers plus sealing techniques will be enough to hold the line. The most important thing is that all of you stay alive. Understood?" Everyone nodded seriously. It was a plan they'd crafted over a full day of discussion. The timing had been simulated and recalculated multiple times. If all went well, it would keep them safe. "All right. It's 6 p.m. now. Let's rest in shifts. Each person takes 1 hour of watch. That gives everyone 5 hours of sleep. At 1 a.m., we begin." Their watch rotations went smoothly. No incidents occurred. At exactly 1 a.m., the last watch Uzumaki Masahiko woke everyone up. The 7 of them ate a light meal, then began their respective tasks. Hoshiyomi and Masahiko jumped directly off the boat, swimming toward the sector where the coalition fleet was anchored. Meanwhile, Jiraiya and the others sailed toward the coastline where Masahiko and Kushina had escaped earlier. 3 a.m. Jiraiya's group cut the engine and quietly slipped ashore. Just as expected, 6 Genin were stationed on watch nearby. But they were no match for Tsunade's team. Sakumo Hatake activated his lightning release blade art, instantly taking out a careless Jonin with a move called Void Severance. The other 5 reacted, preparing to strike, but each was intercepted. Orochimaru, Shinku, and the others each took on one. One Uegakure Genin tried to flee and report but was caught in a genjutsu cast by Shinku Ui, freezing him in place. In terms of overall strength, Shinku might have been the weakest among them. But in terms of first strike lethality, he was arguably more terrifying than Sakumo. After creating a fully original series of genjutsu techniques, Shinko had become the top genjutsu user in Konoha and the first to reach Genin rank solely through genjutsu. Against enemies without Kekkei Genkai or strong mental resistance, he was a nightmare because he made them see things far worse than death. At the coastline of the Land of Fire, Torifo Akimichi and his reinforcements were taking a short rest. They'd brought a large warship and were preparing to launch straight toward Uzushiagakuer once adjustments were complete. Everyone rest for 15 minutes. Then we board and set sail. Torifo looked into the distance, where flames burned over the sea. His fists tightened involuntarily. Hoshiyomi and the others, you'd better be okay. At 4:30 am. Hoshiyomi and Uzumaki Masahiko arrived at the location of the 4 village Allied forces ships. Without a word, they slipped beneath the waves and began placing explosive tags under the ships. Each tag was wrapped in oiled paper already waterproofed, so there was no danger of failure. Hoshiyomi was cautious and activated transparent escape, becoming almost undetectable. Masahiko, who lacked such a bloodline ability, could only suppress his presence and come up for air when absolutely necessary. Once again running low on oxygen, Masahiko quietly surfaced. He took a deep breath and was about to dive again when he suddenly felt a violent gust from above. Startled, he instinctively dodged backward, barely avoiding a fatal blow. But he still felt a sharp sting in his arm. Looking down, he saw a razor-sharp chain blade had grazed it. He tried to dive, but suddenly his body went numb, he couldn't move. Focusing his senses, he saw that the wound had already turned purplish-black, the chain blade had been poisoned. Humph! I told them you'd probably try to sabotage the ships. But no one listened. These brats nowadays, too inexperienced. Masahiko's eyes widened in terror. A bizarre blue-faced puppet had appeared on the deck of the Tsunagakuer ship. It was dressed in a pristine white robe, with a ferocious glare carved into its face, eerily lifelike. Behind the puppet, in its shadow, stood a hunched old man smiling wickedly. Bad luck, kid. You just happened to run into me. Really, dying by my hands? That's a privilege. The old man gently curled his finger. In response, the puppet raised its head and from its bald crown, 3 sharp chain blades shot straight toward Masahiko's head. Chapter 134, Konoha's Sword Saint 134. Uzumaki Masahiko stared in horror as the chain blade loomed ever larger in his vision. His body was paralyzed, he couldn't dodge, couldn't ev. Uzumaki Masahiko stared in horror as the chain blade loomed ever larger in his vision. His body was paralyzed, he couldn't dodge, couldn't even speak. Despair crept in. Can Hoshiyomi notice what's happening over here? He has to. Please save me. Masahiko screamed in his mind, praying that Hoshiyomi, still at a distance, would somehow notice that something was wrong. Whether it was luck or fate, just as the chain blades were about to pierce him, a flash of teal-green sword aura tore through the air. With incredible speed, the sword aura slammed into the 3 incoming chain blades, cleaving through them in an instant. Nice! Gekkō Hoshiyomi, forever the goat! Uzumaki Masahiko roared in his heart. While this exact expression might not exist in Japanese, that's the translated meaning. The old man behind the blue-faced puppet was clearly startled. He instinctively turned to look just in time to see a tall, striking figure rushing toward them at incredible speed. It was none other than Hoshiyomi. Though he hadn't heard the sounds of their battle, he had picked up on the splash of water caused by Masahiko's paralyzed body falling, and that was the sound that saved his life. But Hoshiyomi didn't immediately go to Masahiko's side. When dealing with a puppeteer, the first priority is taking out the real body. Activating the Shunpo, instant step, Hoshiyomi's form blurred in a flash of speed and instantly appeared beside the Tsunagakuer ship. As 2 chain blades hurtled toward him, he deflected them with swift, practiced slashes and in the same instant, launched himself into the air, his blade arcing toward the old puppeteer hidden behind the blue-faced puppet. The old man showed no panic. He swept his right hand across his chest, summoning a large ox-headed puppet behind him. The puppet raised its massive arms, one to defend, one to strike, shielding the old man beneath its hulking frame. Hidden safely below, the old man sneered. Typical brash youth. If Hoshiyomi had continued attacking from range with that troublesome sword aura, he wouldn't have had a good counter. But now the kid had leapt in close himself. If you're throwing your life away, I'll grant your wish. With a snap of his fingers, the ox-headed puppet's right arm shot forward with a loud bang. Its giant claw hurtled toward Hoshiyomi midair. But Hoshiyomi wasn't that easy to catch. Without even glancing at the incoming claw, he activated Tornado Flash, twisting his body with incredible core strength to narrowly evade the claw midair. Simultaneously, he swung his Mikazuki Munchika, slashing at the rope connecting the claw to the puppet's main body. Surprisingly, the rope was extraordinarily tough. His slash left a deep gouge but didn't cut through it completely. If one slash doesn't work, then slash again. Hoshiyomi's left hand swept across his waist, and a wakizashi unexpectedly appeared in his hand. This was a new weapon he had acquired in the past 2 years. His old dagger had been shattered during a fight with Mifune, making it unusable. But dual wielding had always proven effective in close quarters combat, and Hoshiyomi had no intention of giving it up. So, after returning to Konoha, he rummaged through his home and found this wakizashi. Its length was roughly the same as White Fang, Sakumo's blade, but because it contained less chakra metal, its chakra conductivity was far inferior to White Fang's. Though its conductivity was poor, its sharpness was still commendable. Hoshiyomi struck with the wakizashi, slashing the rope at the opposite end of the gouge he'd made. The claw was cleanly severed and hurled away, but that was all. Then, using the ox-headed puppet's defensive arm as a springboard, he kicked off, flipped backward through the air, and sliced down 2 more chain blades mid-flight before landing steadily on the deck. The fight reached a temporary lull. No, this was the inevitable trash talk phase. The old man shifted the ox-headed puppet aside, finally revealing his true face. He looked Hoshiyomi up and down with interest and spoke in a gravelly voice. "You're quite the swordsman, boy. What's your name? This old man finds you admirable." Hoshiyomi didn't recognize the face, and it made sense. It was only Konoha year 28, and this guy was already ancient, likely didn't survive long enough to even see the Second Great Ninja War. While the face didn't ring any bells, the 2 puppets did. If Hoshiyomi remembered correctly, these were 2 of the Chikamatsu collection of 10 puppets used by Cho against Sasori in the original story. With that clue, the old man's identity wasn't hard to guess, but Hoshiyomi still asked, just to be sure. "Gekkō Hoshiyomi. And you, old man?" They were about to fight to the death. Only one would walk away, so there was no point in being polite. The old man snorted. "What a rude brat. Remember this name well, Monzaemon, founder of puppet jutsu in Tsunagakuer. If you've got any sense, cut off one of your arms now, and I might spare your life." Then, as if realizing something, Monzaemon narrowed his eyes in surprise. "You're not an Uzumaki. You're from Konoha? So the Leaf's reinforcements have already arrived." But Hoshiyomi wasn't the type to spill secrets before a fight. His reply was crisp. "Ask the Shinigami yourself when you get there." "Insolent. I had half a mind to let you live because of your talent, but I've changed my mind. Let me show you my true strength." As he spoke, Monzaemon swept a hand across the circular strap slung over his shoulder. Only then did Hoshiyomi notice that what was wrapped around his shoulder was actually an entire set of sealing scrolls. The next moment, 10 puppets in white robes appeared around him. Each wore a different expression, but they all bore the same character on their foreheads. Gate. This was his ultimate technique, White Secret Technique, Chikamatsu collection of 10 puppets. "These are the 10 proudest creations of my life. To see them in action, boy, is a death worth dying. Manzamon's words were bold and commanding, instantly elevating his presence. But unfortunately for him, when it came to flair and theatrics, Gekkō Hoshiyomi was second to none. He slowly drew Mikazuki Munchika again. As the blade left its sheath, his left hand traced the flat of the sword, referencing DNF Ghost Blade's awakening animation. As his fingers slid down, the engraved curse marks began to glow, and with a sharp boom, a ghostly blue chakra flame erupted across the blade. Holding it one-handed, Hoshiyomi pointed the weapon straight at Manzaemon and declared, "This is the blade destined to break through the Chikamatsu Ten. Its name Mikazuki Munchika. Make sure you remember it, old man, on your way down." Chapter 135, Konoha's Sword Saint 135. The old man Manzaemon was so infuriated by Hoshiyomi's words that his nose practically twisted from anger. At his age, he was revered like a sage back in Tsunagaku, or treated with the utmost respect. Who dared speak to him like this punk just did, flippantly talking about death and sending him down below? Sharp tongue, aren't you, brat? I'll show you just how fearsome this old man can be. As he spoke, Manzamon's hands moved in a dazzling blur. 10 nearly invisible chakra threads shot out from his fingertips, connecting to the Chikamatsu 10 puppets. In an instant, the puppets seemed to come alive, all raising their heads with mechanical clattering sounds. Manzaemon was clearly serious now. His fingers danced rapidly in the air as if he were playing an invisible piano. But this wasn't some elegant concerto, these movements carried deadly intent. With a wave of his hand, 3 puppets launched into motion. The blue-faced, bald puppet from before shot multiple chain blades at Hoshiyomi from a port on its head, the steel glinting with lethal precision. Meanwhile, a long-faced puppet with a center part in its hair charged forward alongside a red-faced puppet. As they advanced, both puppets extended their arms, each launching one of their hands, which then interlocked in midair. Hoshiyomi didn't panic. Calmly, he raised Mikazuki Munchika and severed the incoming chains with practiced ease. They might have been numerous, even laced with a paralyzing toxin, but they still posed little threat to him. However, just then, the other 2 puppets closed in. The long-faced puppet grabbed the red-faced puppet's left arm and hurled it like a weapon. While airborne, the red-faced puppet reached up and peeled off its own face, revealing beneath it a set of high-speed spinning steel blades, like a deadly turbine. There was no doubt getting caught in that whirlwind meant being torn in half, even for the sturdiest shinobi. Hoshiyomi's expression turned serious. He didn't attempt to block the spinning blades directly, even with Mikazuki Munchika. As sharp as his blade was, he wasn't about to let it get nicked by some glorified buzzsaw. Instead, he activated Body Flicker, ducking low to evade the slicing attack. At the same time, he executed a long unused technique. Crescent Moon Slash. His target, the chain connecting the 2 puppets. Hoshiyomi's form became a streak of light, and in an instant, he appeared between the 2 puppets. With a swift stroke of Mikazuki Munchika, he slashed at the chain linking them. A sharp clang rang out and the chain snapped. The red-faced puppet fell uselessly to the ground. Manzaemon, seeing this, couldn't help but mutter in admiration. "Though you're an annoying brat, the blade in your hand is an unparalleled masterpiece. I cannot be careless." He then smiled darkly. "If you can handle 3, how about all 10 at once?" With a flick of his wrists, his fingers moved even faster. For a man in his 70s, the speed was absurd. His hands blurred through the air, leaving after images behind. This time, it wasn't just 3 puppets, all 10 moved simultaneously. 8 puppets surged forward in attack, while 2 larger ones designed for defense and close combat made their move as well. The ox-horned puppet that had lost an arm lifted Manzaemon onto its shoulder, and together with a hedgehog-haired puppet, completely shielded their master from view. During a lull in evading the onslaught, Hoshiyomi tried firing a burst of sword aura toward the distant Manzaemon. But the 2 towering puppets protecting him clearly weren't ordinary creations. The sword aura barely left superficial cuts in their armor, nowhere near enough to break through. Worse yet, while his attack failed, a twin-blade puppet with a top-knot hairstyle rushed in close. Its twin great swords swung down with tremendous force. Hoshiyomi raised Mikazuki Munchika to block and was shocked to feel the sheer strength behind the attack. The blow left his arms numb. And the twin-blade puppet wasn't alone, several others followed right behind. Hoshiyomi frowned and immediately used Crescent Moon Slash again to pull back and create distance. He severed another pair of incoming chain blades with a sweeping strike, then, in irritation, unleashed a sharp burst of sword aura toward the blue-faced puppet. But just as it was about to hit, the twin-blade puppet leapt in front and blocked it with both great swords. Disgusting! Hoshiyomi could only choose to fight and retreat. After all, his body flicker speed was incredibly fast, and it took time for the old man to transmit commands to the puppets. If he was careful, it would still be difficult for those puppets to hit him. If I can't finish you off quickly, then I'll wear you down. With that thought, he began a long-drawn guerrilla battle, darting around the periphery of the puppet formation. Though the puppets were well coordinated, they couldn't lock down someone as slippery as him. But just then, Menzamon's voice echoed calmly from the distance. Sticking to long-range harassment, are you? Hoping I'll just wear myself out? You might be right, puppet masters can't transmit orders faster than your instant movement. It's possible I could lose just from the sheer strain of keeping up with you. But allow me to remind you, your Uzumaki companion has already been poisoned. Without the antidote, he won't survive more than 5 minutes. And I promise you, I've got at least 5 minutes of stamina left. If your strategy is to wait me out, then you'd better be ready to sacrifice your comrade. Hoshiyomi's expression shifted. That cunning old bastard. He was trying to force Hoshiyomi into a head-on assault by threatening Masahiko's life. Hoshiyomi glanced toward Masahiko in the distance, whose face was already beginning to turn purplish-black. His grip tightened around Mikazuki Munchika. It seemed he had no choice. His eyes settled on Monzaemon, still nestled deep within the protection of his puppets. Hoshiyomi lowered his head in silence, then charged straight into the puppet formation. Menzamon's heart leapt with glee. The brat took the bait. Truth was, Monzaemon had been bluffing. Yes, Hoshiyomi's agility outpaced his puppets. Yes, the sustained battle was exhausting his aged body. But the 5-minute stamina claim? Total fabrication. At 79 years old, Monzaemon could barely continue for another minute, let alone 5. If he were still in his prime, he could have battled all day, but those days were long gone. Now, the once legendary cage-level puppet master had to rely on cunning to survive. But his trap was set. The moment Hoshiyomi entered close range, he'd activate his 3-jewel suction crush, a lethal trump card designed to eliminate him in one strike. His opportunity had come. The tide of this battle had begun to turn. Chapter 136, Konoha's Sword Saint 136. As Hoshiyomi came charging in at high speed, Monzaemon was overjoyed. He immediately deployed 5 puppets' twin blades, chain blade, fan blade. As Hoshiyomi came charging in at high speed, Monzaemon was overjoyed. He immediately deployed 5 puppets' twin blades, chain blade, fan blades, and thorn vine to surround and intercept him. While they obstructed Hoshiyomi's line of sight, Menzamon's fingers moved deftly, manipulating the last 3 puppets. The tricolor set into formation. 2 dropped into a wide, braced stance, while the third leapt atop their shoulders. The 3 puppets formed the shape of the character, signifying 3 tiers, and as Monzaemon pressed his hands into a tiger seal, the mouths of the 3 puppets opened. From their tongue-like mechanisms, 3 large characters emerged: Buddha, Dharma, Sangha. Beads of sweat covered Menzamon's face, but he still wore the smile of a victor. There's no escape this time, brat. White secret technique, Sanbkai. 3 treasure suction crush. As the words left his mouth, a violent wind release surged from the trio of puppets, but unlike a traditional offensive blast, this wind pulled inward, sucking everything toward the center. The suction force was monstrous. Anyone caught in it would be dragged straight into the kill zone, where the surrounding puppets would turn them into a human sieve with their weapons. And right now, Hoshiyomi was squarely within its range. The technique erupted with terrifying force. Hoshiyomi's body began flying uncontrollably toward the trio of puppets. And not just him, even massive swells of seawater were being sucked into the whirlwind's core. Seeing this, Monzaemon was delighted. So what if I'm old? Even now, I can crush a gifted Konoha prodigy at his peak. If he, an old man with one foot in the grave, could take out a potential future threat like this, it would be a worthy trade. The more he thought about it, the more eager he became to see the panic on Hoshiyomi's face. The boy who dared claim he'd break through the legendary Chikamatsu 10 puppets, what kind of expression would he make now? Peering out from behind the ox-headed puppet that shielded him, Monzaemon craned his neck to see. But what he saw froze him. There was no panic on Hoshiyomi's face. In fact, he seemed to be smiling. Was he insane? Was he really arrogant enough to think he could escape 3 treasure suction crush? Impossible. Unless he was a cage-level shinobi, there was no way out. And this brat, what, 17? 18? Monzaemon had spent decades reaching that level at 40. He's bluffing. Arrogant little worm, just die already. With a snarl, Monzaemon poured more chakra into the puppets, intensifying the suction force even further. But then through the roar of the wind, Hoshiyomi's voice rang out. You think I have no way out of this? You think you've got me right where you want me? If that's what you're counting on, then I suppose the battle is already over. Fourth gate of pain, open. With that calm declaration, Hoshiyomi's entire aura transformed. A faint green aura of chakra erupted around his body, forming a glowing shield as his energy surged. He was still being pulled forward, but he was no longer helpless. He slowly slid Mikazuki Munchika back into its scabbard and closed his eyes. After a steadying breath, he began his chakra nature transformation, converting all his chakra nature to fire release. Hand tightening on the sword hilt, Hoshiyomi looked directly at Monzaemon, who was peeking out from behind the puppets. Watch closely. This is the sword technique that cuts through the Chikamatsu 10 puppets. Secret technique, blazing flame draw slash. The instant the words left his lips, Mikazuki Munchika flashed from its sheath, a blazing arc of red light slicing through the air. A massive, ring-shaped blast of fiery sword energy exploded outward. The searing flames cut clean through the 3 treasure suction crush vortex and tore into the puppets behind it, their mechanisms disintegrating under the heat. But that wasn't even the most terrifying part. Because of 3 treasure suction crush suction, all the flame energy was drawn directly into the center. The blast, originally a horizontal sword wave, was now being pulled inward, growing into a massive fireball in the heart of the vortex. Monzaemon's eyes widened in horror. No, stop! He frantically tried to sever the chakra flow to his puppets, but it was too late. 3 treasure suction crush had already drawn in the entire inferno. The 3 puppets never even had time to react. The extreme heat caused them to combust and shatter into countless fragments. With all 3 puppets destroyed, the 3 treasure suction crush naturally lost its effect. Hoshiyomi propped himself up with a hand and landed steadily. He didn't hesitate after landing. With the strength of the gate of pain and the acceleration of body flicker, he launched forward like an arrow loosed from a bow, aiming straight for Monzaemon. In his hand, Mikazuki Munchika was now reversed, held in a backhand grip. His other hand pulled out the Wakaizushi. He shifted chakra natures again, this time to wind release. Crescent Moon Slash, modified form Moon Shadow Flash. With the combined force of Crescent Moon Slash, Gate of Pain, Wind Release Chakra, and Body Flicker, Hoshiyomi became a streaking meteor, slashing across the battlefield at blinding speed. If before, you could just barely track his afterimages, now, he was nothing more than a flash of silver light. Monzaemon hooked his fingers, attempting to manipulate his last two defensive puppets to protect himself. In his final moments, he saw the two puppets standing before him, which brought him a moment of relief. Meanwhile, Uzumaki Masahiko, still paralyzed and watching from the sidelines, could only watch helplessly as a silver X-shaped light flashed across his vision. The next thing he saw, Hoshiyomi was standing behind Monzaemon. There were no superfluous words, just the slow, silent sheathing of two blades. Monzaemon felt as if a silver moonlight had flashed before his eyes, but he felt no pain. "Am I all right?" He looked ahead. His two defensive puppets appeared completely intact. He actually let out a relieved laugh. They blocked it. "I'm still alive." Then, click. The sound of Hoshiyomi's final sheathing. At that precise moment, Monzaemon's face turned deathly pale. Because he suddenly felt like he was falling. As the sensation of gravity returned, he looked ahead one last time and saw the smooth, horizontal blade mark across both puppets. The top halves of the two towering puppets slowly slid downward. And along with them a headless corpse, clothed in the exact same outfit Monzaemon wore. Why did that headless corpse look so familiar? Ah, because it was wearing my robes. Chapter 137, Konoha's Sword Saint 137. After sheathing his blades, Hoshiyomi turned and searched Monzaemon's headless corpse, finding the antidote hidden in a secret pocket of his clothes. He pulled out the antidote and fed it to Uzumaki Masahiko. After a few moments, Masahiko began to recover. The resilience of the Uzumaki bloodline truly was astounding. Ordinary people poisoned like this would need half a day of rest just to walk again. But Masahiko was already on his feet within half an hour of taking the antidote. Seeing he could move again, Hoshiyomi glanced down at the time. The battle with Monzaemon had already eaten up quite a bit of time, and now, with another half hour spent helping Masahiko recover, it was nearly 5:10 p.m., just as planned. In the distance, the sudden sound of cheering erupted. Hoshiyomi understood immediately Tsunade's group must have made a move, and the Uzumaki survivors mistook it for the arrival of reinforcements. That was the cause of their joyous outcry. Perfect timing. Supporting Masahiko, Hoshiyomi swam a distance away. After ensuring neither of them would be caught in the explosion, Hoshiyomi checked the time again. It was exactly 5:10 p.m. He formed a hand seal and smirked with a trace of wicked glee. "Art is an explosion." The moment his voice fell, explosive tags hidden beneath the hulls of the 4 enemy ships turned bright red and detonated with thunderous blasts, sending massive waves splashing into the air. Neither Hoshiyomi nor Masahiko turned to look back. After all, a real man never looks back at explosions. The two exchanged a glance and began swimming fast toward Tsunade and the others. The land of whirlpools was just a small island nation. To the Uzumaki clan, with their few thousand members, it felt spacious, but in truth, it was about the same size as Konohagakure. After roughly half an hour of swimming, Hoshiyomi and Masahiko reached the location where Tsunade's group had landed. Without wasting time, they sprinted toward the Uzumaki clan's ancestral shrine. Let's rewind the clock back to 5 p.m. At the great shrine in Uzushiagakure. The shrine in Uzushiagakure was the resting place of generations of ancestors, making it the most sacred and important location in the village. Thanks to continuous maintenance by the Uzumaki people, its defensive structures were far stronger than the nation's outer walls. Even though the village's outer ceiling formation had been broken the morning before, the Uzumaki still relied on their moderate strength and superior numbers to defend the shrine with everything they had. Clan head Ashina, the front gates won't hold much longer. More than half of our young and strong have been killed by incoming ninjutsu. I fear the gate won't hold for another half hour. Ashina replied solemnly. Masahiko's gone to Konoha for help. Even moving fast, the round trip will take at least 2.5 days. No matter what happens, we must hold until noon. We'll reassess then. If reinforcements still haven't come by evening, we'll evacuate the women and children first. Ashina leapt up onto the battlements and called out. Everyone, just hold on a little longer. Reinforcements should arrive soon. His words were bold and spirited, but they had little effect. The air among the Uzumaki was heavy. They'd heard the same speech 3 or 4 times already, but no help had ever come. A quiet despair was settling in. Another wave of ninjutsu slammed into the gates. The remaining defenders did all they could, but several more clan members were struck down screaming. Even the shrine's sturdy front gate was beginning to crack. It wouldn't hold much longer. Ashina's brow furrowed into a deep crease. Still no word from the advance team. Could it be Konoha really had abandoned them? He cursed himself for not listening to Mito. If only he'd moved the clan closer to the land of fire years ago. Even if they had lived under judgmental stares, it would have been better than this, facing total annihilation. He thought to himself bitterly. If I had one more chance, I would choose relocation without hesitation. Just as he sank into regret, a clan member suddenly said, "Hey, did you hear something in the distance?" No one paid attention. Everyone was too exhausted or assumed he was imagining things. Ashina chuckled bitterly. Had the pressure grown so intense that his people were starting to hallucinate? But then he heard it too. A rumbling. A low tremor echoing through the ground. Wait, could that really be the sound of a large force approaching? He dropped to the ground, no longer caring about appearances, and pressed his ear to the dirt. There it was. A sound. Getting closer. Ashina's eyes went wide. Hope. Real hope. Reinforcements were coming. Everyone. Hold the line. Reinforcements are really on the way. This time, the words struck like lightning. The despondent Uzumaki fighters lit up, shouting with renewed energy. Faced with incoming jutsu and kunao, their defense tightened with fierce determination. Moments earlier, they were resigned to death. But now, with the sound of salvation behind them, they burned with the will to live. Outside the shrine, the allied shinobi forces heard the cheers from within the Uzumaki clan members, and their faces all changed. Could Konoha's reinforcements truly have arrived? The Jainin from each village turned to their own elders. Though they were technically allies, this was in name only. Each group had simply agreed not to attack one another while they fought the Uzumaki. During the earlier clash over the Uzumaki's outer archive vault, they had already come to blows, nearly breaking the alliance right then and there. The only thing holding them together was the elders' discipline. Since then, tensions had only worsened. Each village's shinobi kept to their own groups, launching attacks using a single element, no coordination, no teamwork. Had they been as unified as in the Fourth Great Shinobi War, they would have already taken Land of Whirlpools by now. But now reality hit hard. The Hidden Mist Elder was most familiar with matters at sea. When he heard that Konoha's reinforcements were approaching from the distance, his face stiffened, and he quickly spoke. Send scouts to the shore, check on the ships. If something's happened to them, we're doomed. Hearing this, the Hidden Mist shinobi were startled. Many immediately ran towards the shore. The Hidden Mist Elder then addressed the elders of the other 3 villages. You'd better send people too. If Konoha really sent a team to sabotage the ships, we're all screwed. None of the other village elders dared take that lightly. They quickly ordered scouts of their own to check the situation. With that, the siege on the shrine immediately weakened, as their forces split and shifted. Less than 10 minutes later, the scouts came back, their faces like they'd seen ghosts. Elder, the ships were all sunk by Konoha shinobi. The look in their eyes was pure despair. Meanwhile, Tsunade's group finally arrived at the Uzumaki shrine, and began explaining everything to Ashina, how they'd infiltrated, the sabotage, and how reinforcements had been coordinated. Chapter 138, Konoha's Sword Saint 138. Inside the Uzumaki Shrine, Tsunade was distributing Katsuya clones, trying to treat any of the wounded Uzumaki who could still be saved. The casualties from this war had been devastating for the Uzumaki clan. According to Ashina, the total population of Land of Whirlpools had once been around 5,000. Now, nearly all the clan members on the outskirts were dead. Even within Uzushiagaku itself, only around 400 to 500 able-bodied fighters remained plus 800 to 900 women and children, leaving barely 1,000 survivors in total. Elsewhere, Orochimaru was explaining the situation to clan head Uzumaki Ashina. When Ashina heard that the infiltration team had only consisted of 6 people, and that the main reinforcements wouldn't arrive until noon, he couldn't help feeling disappointed. Still, he kept his emotions off his face and continued encouraging his clansmen. The Uzumaki, upon hearing that a larger force would arrive before midday and that the enemy had lost their ships and had no escape, began to rally their spirits. After all, when the light of victory was finally within sight, the darkness before dawn no longer seemed so unbearable. The women of the Uzumaki clan didn't stand idle either. While the enemy's assault had temporarily weakened, they quickly brought food and water to the fighters, helping them recover as fast as they could. About 20 minutes later, the intensity of the enemy attack suddenly surged again. The Uzumaki scrambled to their feet and struggled to hold the line. Orochimaru and Jiraiya worked together to fortify the gate and walls with earth release, earth-style rampart. But this time, things were different. The enemy's ninjutsu was far more intense and concentrated, with several high-level techniques mixed in, instantly turning the battle into a precarious situation. Outside the Shrine 4 Village Alliance, the joint forces of the 4 great ninja villages had regrouped. At this point, they were fully aware that their ships had been destroyed. They were panicking. With their escape route gone, there was no turning back. But going forward also meant death. Konoha's reinforcements were almost here. Even if they pushed forward now, they would only delay the inevitable. They would eventually be wiped out by the arriving Konoha forces. Their current desperate assault was nothing more than a last-ditch attempt. They had heard the elders speculate that there might be a few boats hidden inside the shrine, prepared by the locals for escape. If they could break through the gates before Konoha arrived, maybe they could steal a boat and flee. So with their lives on the line, they threw everything they had into the attack. Inside the shrine, the Uzumaki defenders, along with Jiraiya and the others, were visibly pale. None of them had expected such a fierce counterattack. Jiraiya and Orochimaru's earth-style rampart was shaking violently. The two exchanged a glance and in the end, Jiraiya summoned Gameiken. With a puff of smoke, the enormous toad appeared. Can you help hold this wall for a while?" Jiraiya asked. Gameiken looked around and nodded solemnly. "I may not be the most reliable, but I'll do my best to support you." With that, he dropped his weapons and pressed his massive body against the earth wall, holding it in place with his weight. Meanwhile, Jiraiya and Orochimaru continued to pump chakra into the barrier to maintain its strength. But it was still a drop in the ocean. Against the coordinated assault of over 100 Jonin-level enemies, even their efforts were falling short. Gameiken's massive body trembled, a clear sign that he was nearing his limit. Just when things seemed hopeless, 2 new figures appeared from the rear. It was Hoshiyomi and Uzumaki Masahiko. Seeing the state of the battlefield, Masahiko immediately rushed forward to help defend and ease the pressure. Hoshiyomi, on the other hand, made his way to Tsunade, gently wiping the sweat from her brow and quietly asking for a status report. Tsunade's heart fluttered, but this wasn't the time to be shy or sentimental. Skipping any words of thanks, she quickly explained the current situation to him. After listening carefully, Hoshiyomi nodded. Everything was still within his expectations. Now it was time to see whether his final plan would work. If it failed, they'd have no choice but to hold out until Torifu's troops arrived. It was currently 9 a.m. There were still 3 hours to go. If it came to a full-scale melee, they might be able to hold the line, but Tsunade and the others would have to take real risks. With that in mind, Hoshiyomi walked over to Ashina and asked. Clan head Ashina, is there a boat stored somewhere in the shrine? After Masahiko briefly introduced Hoshiyomi, Ashina hesitated before answering truthfully. There is. What are you planning to do? Hoshiyomi replied. Let's toss 2 of them into the water and make sure the enemy sees it. I think it might have unexpected results. Ashina initially wanted to refuse. But then, after a brief moment, he realized what Hoshiyomi meant. You're saying, we bait them? But isn't that risky? What if they don't take it? Hoshiyomi shrugged. If they don't fall for it, then we keep fighting. It's not like we have many other options, right? Ashina nodded. You're right, young man. I've let age dull my instincts. But before we do this, someone needs to show them a reason to back off. Can you handle that? I can take your place if needed. These old bones still remember how to fight. Hoshiyomi shook his head. Just get the boats ready. If I fail, you can back me up. He took a deep breath, and in front of the astonished eyes of Tsunade and Ashina, he activated the 8 gates. Unlike when he'd faced Monzaemon, where he'd only opened the 4th gate, this time he went straight to the 6th gate, a level that put serious strain on the body. In an instant, his chakra surged violently, radiating a terrifying presence. Everyone around turned to stare, stunned by the power erupting from him. But Hoshiyomi paid no attention to their reactions. He gripped Mikazuki Munchika tightly, one hand on the sheath, the other on the hilt. With a 2-step leap along the shrine wall, he launched himself to the top. At that moment, he activated nature transformation, converting all his chakra to wind release. Then, he poured half of his total chakra into Mikazuki Munchika. The blade began to tremble from the sheer volume of wind chakra flooding into it. Standing atop the shrine wall, facing the incoming barrage of jutsu, Hoshiyomi smiled. Piercing sky draw slash. Mikazuki Munchika shot from its sheath, and in that instant, a massive blue-green blade of wind exploded outward. The sword wave shattered dozens of jutsu and kunao, then slammed into the ground before the coalition army. With a thunderous crack, the ground split open, forming a massive, gaping trench. No one could tell how deep it went. But they all understood one thing: none of them could survive that slash. The shinobi of the 4 village alliance swallowed hard, their eyes locked on the glowing silhouette standing tall on the wall, radiating chakra like a spectral war god. And then, they heard him speak calm and cold. Cross this line, and die. Chapter 139, Konoha's Sword Saint 139. Hoshiyomi's voice rang out cold and utterly emotionless, and for a moment, it genuinely stunned the Jainin who had just been relentlessly pressing the attack. Inside the shrine, the gathered Uzumaki looked up at the lone figure standing atop the high wall, feelings stirring in their hearts. So this is the power of Konoha? A young advanced scout possesses strength this terrifying? Well played, Hoshiyomi-kun. I'm just a waste of space. Tsunade, along with the young girls of the Land of Whirlpools, found their gazes lingering on Hoshiyomi, standing alone at the wall's edge with sword in hand. Their eyes grew dazed. Tsunade knew full well, Hoshiyomi had taken this risk to spare her and the others from having to fight. This wasn't bravado, it was a calculated move, made for their sake. That thought moved her deeply. The younger girls, meanwhile, were at an age ripe for fantasy. They'd often imagined scenes like, "My destined one will be a peerless hero. One day, he'll wield a magnificent sword, scatter armies with a single swing, and save me from mortal danger." And now, Hoshiyomi's arrival matched that fantasy perfectly. Their minds were filled with only 2 bold characters: want to marry. Nearby, Jiraiya felt an ache of regret. If I'd known this was the kind of effect it would have, I would have run headfirst into a barrage of ninjutsu just to stand beside the kid and show off too. That punk Hoshiyomi always showing off and never inviting his good brothers along. Unbelievable. Outside the shrine walls, the 4 village allied forces Jainin were stunned at first, then began to react in 3 different ways. The first group, upon spotting the Konoha forward protector on Hoshiyomi's brow, immediately understood that Konoha's reinforcements had arrived. Their morale collapsed. And though they bristled at Hoshiyomi's display of bravado, none of them dared speak out. The second group was more calculating. Though they'd been startled by Hoshiyomi's sudden appearance and overwhelming presence, a question gnawed at them. Why would Konoha send this person out alone at a time like this? That doesn't help their position at all. Wouldn't it be better to strike and wipe us all out at once? Could it be that something's wrong on their side? If so, maybe we still have a sliver of hope. The third group had been simmering with frustration ever since their ships were destroyed. Now, seeing Hoshiyomi standing there so casually, they felt outright insulted. They were the top combatants of their respective villages. It had been many years since anyone dared speak to them in such a way. Yes, the youth before them had impressive presence, and the earlier sword slash was certainly formidable. But none of them truly believed this boy had the strength to fight them all alone. Who does he think he is? Senju Hashirama? Among them, Mamakai Onikari of Kirigakure was the very embodiment of the hot-headed type. The moment he saw Hoshiyomi standing atop the wall, his temper flared. Why does this brat get to stand there and run his mouth? Yes, that sword slash was impressive, but surely it had taken everything he had. At most, he was bluffing now, buying time. These cowards scared of a single kid? Fine. I'll expose him for what he is, and let the other villages see the power of the mist. With that thought, Mamakai Onikari stepped out from the crowd without hesitation. His massive executioner's blade dragged behind him across the ground, leaving a long line. The harsh screech of metal scraping along the ground sent a chill down the spines of even seasoned Jainin. Charging forward, he quickly formed hand seals, and in an instant, thick white fog erupted around him. Hidden Mist Jutsu. His plan was simple: use the mist to obscure vision, close the gap, and finish the cocky boy off in a few clean strikes. But before he could make his move, the sound of something cutting through the air suddenly pierced the fog. A sharp gust tore through the mist. Onikari knew the enemy's attack had come. He raised his massive blade half the size of a door in an attempt to block the incoming blue-green slash of chakra. What he hadn't expected was that the speed and sharpness of the blade were far beyond his imagination. His executioner's blade was cut clean through. Crap! Mamakai Onikari's eyes widened in shock. He instinctively tried to let go of the blade and leap back, but he was too slow. The blue-green chakra slash, having already cut through his sword, didn't lose any momentum. It carved straight through him, slicing him clean in two. Outside the mist, no one could see what had happened. But they all heard the heavy thud of the executioner's blade hitting the ground. Everyone knew, something had gone horribly wrong. Asuna Jainin, swallowing his fear, unleashed a wind release technique to blow the mist away. As the fog cleared, what lay before them made every breath freeze in their lungs. Mamakai Onikari's body lay severed in two, his famed executioner's blade broken beside him. At that moment, Hoshiyomi's voice rang out once more, right on cue. I told you, those who cross the line, die. A collective shudder ran through the enemy lines. One strike and he cut through a blade half the size of a door, and a missed Jainin along with it. How terrifying must this kid's strength be? Has Konoha really begun producing young shinobi of cage-level power? Under normal circumstances, they would have resolved to kill him at all costs, no matter how many had to die to achieve it. But this wasn't normal. Konoha's main force was stationed right behind the wall. If they attacked this boy now and triggered retaliation, they wouldn't even have a chance to escape. Their survival instinct took over. These Jainin had survived the first great ninja war. They weren't about to throw their lives away now. They knew how to value their lives. And right now, the best move was to stay very, very still. No one dared challenge him further. What they didn't know was that Hoshiyomi himself was quietly sighing in relief. That, actually worked. I wasn't sure I could scare them into backing off. But then one idiot rushed out to help me make my point and brought the executioner's blade with him. Perfect. It's like fate itself was lending a hand. The executioner's blade looked terrifying, wide, heavy, and brutally forged, but those familiar with its true nature knew the truth. The blade was more show than substance. Its real ability was self-regeneration through blood, absorbing iron from human blood to reform when broken. It sounded impressive, but the trade-off was that its actual durability was nothing special. Just slightly stronger than refined steel. In the original story, even Killer Bee had been able to cut into it with a short blade infused with some lightning release chakra. As for Hoshiyomi, his swordsmanship had already reached the iron-cutting realm, and paired with finely honed wind-release chakra, slicing through the executioner's blade was nothing at all. Seeing that the enemy was shaken, Uzumaki Ashina used his adamantine sealing chains to haul two large ships up to the top of the wall. Hoshiyomi remained where he was, composed, steady, perfectly in control. Ashina stepped forward and took on the role of negotiator. As the ships rose, the enemy shinobi's eyes widened, their gazes fixed on the vessels. Ashina saw their reactions and thought to himself, "Good. They're interested." Although using adamantine chains to drag two ships consumed a lot of his chakra, he persisted in keeping them suspended. He knew that if he let the ships down now, it wouldn't achieve the desired effect. Clearing his throat, Ashina spoke loudly. To the allied forces of the four great shinobi villages, this old man has a word to say. I hope you will listen. Author's note. The name Mamakai Onikari is borrowed from the fan novel Hitaki Yasuo. Is a humorous variant of, to show off, and is a meme that roughly means the guy who looks too cool is going to bring bad luck. These are just running jokes from my chats with friends lately. If you follow game streams or the online circle, you probably recognize them, but they shouldn't affect the story at all. Chapter 140, Konoha's Sword Saint 140. We, the people of the land of whirlpools, have lived in peace on this small island surrounded by sea, rarely involved in worldly affairs. Yet who would have thought that our centuries-old sealing techniques would one day bring upon us such an unwarranted disaster? Fortunately, with the aid of the Konoha shinobi, we narrowly avoided complete annihilation. But I am also well aware that such timely support may not always arrive in the future, and we cannot afford to antagonize all four great shinobi villages at once. That is why I propose a deal. You've already taken most of our sealing techniques. What you have is more than sufficient to seal the tailed beasts of each village. We of Ozashigakure will consider this our misfortune and are willing to gift you these techniques, along with ships to return home. In exchange, you must never again raise arms against our village. If you accept these terms, then please, take the ships and leave. Of course, if you refuse, then die here with us. We, the sons of Ozashigakure, do not lack the courage to fight to the death and take our enemies with us. These words might have sounded submissive and disgraceful on the surface, but in truth, Ozashigakure had nothing more to lose. The sealing techniques from the outer scripture vault were ones they had already deemed irretrievable and in truth, not even important. They could be rewritten at any time. Among the 1,000-odd survivors, if each contributed to restoring a technique or two, the entire collection could be replenished. As for the so-called request that they not attack Ozashigakure again, it was meaningless. After this incident, Uzumaki Ashina had already resolved to follow Mito's advice and relocate the entire clan to Konohagakure. Any promises made now were just for show. Once this ordeal was over, it wouldn't matter if they were broken. What mattered most was preserving the lives of his people. Everything else was secondary. After hearing Uzumaki Ashina's speech, the joint forces of the four great villages fell into silence. Each person calculating their own interests. The elders of the four villages exchanged glances and tacitly gathered together. The Kumagakure elder squinted toward the high wall where Ashina and Hoshiyomi stood, then muttered. Something's fishy. I bet their reinforcements haven't arrived, or maybe it's just a small group. They're bluffing to scare us off. The Uegaku elder rolled his eyes and sneered. What if we attack and Konoha's elite are lying in ambush? Every shinobi we lose is a blow to IWA. I'm not risking that. What are you trying to say? The elder from Kumo, already short-tempered, flared up at the open mockery, but he was all bark and no bite. Even though he was fuming, he didn't dare lash out. This was a joint operation of 4 villages, not something he alone controlled. If anything went wrong, he couldn't bear the consequences alone. They glared at each other for a while but didn't escalate further. The true elder of Tsunagakuer, Monzaemon, was likely already dead, so someone else now held decision-making power. This sand elder pondered in silence for quite a while before ultimately choosing to follow the crowd. After all, Suna had come hoping to gain something by going with the flow. Now that things had gone south, his inexperience left him at a loss, so he decided to keep watching and let others lead. And so, 3 sets of eyes turned toward the Kirigakuer elder. The elder from Kiri adopted a thoughtful expression, but in truth, he was gauging how many sealing scrolls their Jainin had managed to steal from the outer scripture vault. Seeing the paltry number made him frown deeply. He had assumed all the treasures were stored inside and hadn't cared about the outer vault. But now, with the main vault impenetrable, Kiri had come out the worst. The moment he laid eyes on Hoshiyomi, the elder had already decided to retreat. He knew full well that any Konoha ninja standing here represented the village's stance. And this one wasn't just any ninja, it was Gekkō Hoshiyomi, a prodigy. Such talents were never casually deployed by the major villages. The fact that he stood alone atop the wall was proof of Konoha's confidence. There had to be backup, maybe not here yet, but certainly on the way. Even if Kiri were to launch an all-out assault, escape without heavy casualties was unlikely. Better to consider how to maximize benefits rather than throw lives away. The elder knew the value of ships at sea. Without Uzumaki Ashina's ships, they had no way of leaving alive. He wanted the ships. He also wanted the sealing techniques. How to get both? The answer lay in these so-called allies. He glanced slyly at the 3 other elders. Geographically, Kumo was closest to them and its ninjutsu naturally countered theirs, best not to offend them. Suna was furthest away and poorly suited for naval combat. Some of their Jainin even got seasick on the way over. They were the easiest target. Iwa and Kumo were never on good terms. They had just argued again. So, if he conspired with the Kumo elder to eliminate the Suna and Iwa shinobi at sea, the 2 remaining villages could divide the sealing techniques and report back successfully. Perfect plan. The Kiri elder raised his head with a genial smile. Now, let's not argue amongst ourselves in this time of crisis. The 2 elders glared at each other but cooled off slightly, huffing in irritation. He continued. The Kumo elder has a point. The other side may well be bluffing, but we must also admit they wouldn't dare to negotiate without some leverage. If there were no reinforcements behind them, they'd be too anxious to sit down and talk. Don't you agree? The others nodded. That was precisely why they had hesitated. The Kiri elder pressed on. So why not play along for now? Let's take what we can and retreat. Once the Konoha shinobi leave, we'll return and attack again. This time, without giving them a chance to call for help. The only reason they slipped through our grasp this time is because we didn't know the terrain. But now that we've mapped out the land of whirlpools, they won't be so lucky next time. Everyone nodded in agreement. Konoha could protect them once, but not forever. Why throw away lives now? The 4 elders shared a glance, then rose and turned to Uzumaki Ashina. Very well. We accept your offer. We will retreat and no longer attack the land of whirlpools. Send down the ships. P.S. Read advanced chapters at https://www.patreon.com/c/readjin. Chapter 141, Konoha's Sword Saint 141. Uzumaki Ashina glanced at Hoshiyomi. Seeing no objection from him, he gave the order to lower the ships. To their credit, the enemy kept their word. Once they got the ships, they didn't resume the attack. Knowing Konoha reinforcements might be right behind them, they were clearly eager to flee as fast as possible. As the joint force withdrew, Hoshiyomi released the sixth gate. The moment the gate closed, his previously stoic expression twisted in pain. He had kept it open far longer than last time, enduring the backlash of the sixth gate just to remain standing. Now that it was over, the pain hit him like a 200-kilogram man collapsing after running 2,000 meters. His entire body ached terribly, and even lifting a hand felt like too much effort. Ashina helped him down from the wall. Tsunade rushed over immediately, not even bothering to summon Katsuyu, and began healing Hoshiyomi with her own hands. A group of Uzumaki girls looked on in pure envy. If only they had learned medical ninjutsu themselves. The surviving Uzumaki began eating and resting on the spot. After some time, those who had recovered started combing the burning ruins and debris, hoping to find any survivors. But the search yielded nothing. The buildings around the shrine had been completely destroyed, and after searching for a long time, they found no viable hiding spots. The only hope was that some clan members had escaped across the sea. Roughly 2 hours later, the main Konoha force finally arrived. Many of them thought they were coming in as saviors, only to find everything had already ended. They were too late. But no one made any foolish noise about wiping out the enemy completely. These were shinobi, not idiots, and no one was going to rush into unnecessary slaughter. When Akimichi Torifu confirmed that Hoshiyomi and the others were safe, he let out a long breath of relief. In truth, the primary reason Konoha had dispatched reinforcements was to protect Hoshiyomi and his team. The Uzumaki were, at best, a secondary concern. Now that Hoshiyomi was confirmed safe, Torifu could finally relax. As for Ashina's proposal to relocate the Uzumaki clan to Konoha, Torifu gave his full support. He was a staunch follower of the Hokage faction, someone who treated Tobirama Senju's policies as his personal creed. Besides, the alliance between Konoha and the Uzumaki was well known. He doubted anyone in the village would dare oppose letting the Uzumaki in. Of course, Torifu understood there would be political resistance, but he also knew that as long as Mito was alive, and the older generation of the Senju clan still had a voice, the Uzumaki's relocation was practically guaranteed. Meanwhile, outside Uzushiagakuer, the shinobi of the four-village alliance had reached the shore with the ships. Dozens of genin stood around, eyeing the two ships, exchanging uneasy glances. If everyone present was from their own village, there'd be no issue, just board and go. But surrounded by strangers, who could say what might happen once they were on the open sea? What if someone tried something shady? They were all carrying valuable sealing scrolls. Who could guarantee someone wouldn't get greedy? As the awkward silence stretched on, the Kirigakuer elder spoke up. How about this, we divide by village pairings? 2 villages per ship. That way we keep things balanced, yet. Everyone nodded. Reasonable enough. The Kiri elder went on. Given the earlier tension between the Kumo and Iwa elders, I suggest this: Kiri and Kumo board one ship, and Iwa and Suna take the other. Sound fair? The others nodded again. Many even praised the Kiri elders' thoughtful planning. The Iwa and Suna elders agreed too. Truth be told, Iwa's genin had no desire to travel with those Kumo brutes. They'd clash for sure. So the two groups split and began boarding their respective ships. As they were doing a head count, the Suna elder suddenly frowned. Hey, anyone seen Ichiki? He's not here. A genin shrugged and muttered. Probably got taken out when he was tailing that brat on the wall. Kijima and Rahara didn't make it back either. That kid looked young, but man, he was a monster. Why does Konoha keep producing freaks like that? Must be some kind of luck. The Suna elder sighed in agreement. Seriously? Even Chosama's own children didn't have that kind of talent. Not even Rinashuk, the one chosen by Lord Shaman to be the next Kazekage, could match him in raw ability. Still, Rinashuk is much older. If they cross paths again, I'm sure Rinashuk will take him down. As they talked, the Jainin boarded the ship. The Suna elder continued taking roll, and once all his people were aboard, he followed. Before stepping inside, he muttered to himself. I don't recall assigning Ichiki to reconnaissance. Oh well. If he didn't make it back, bad luck for him. He entered the ship's cabin, preparing to leave the land of whirlpools. What he didn't know was that a plot was brewing on the other ship, one aimed squarely at them. As the two ships pulled farther out to sea and followed the sea routes marked on their maps to avoid the whirlpools, the vessel carrying Kirigakure and Kumigakure suddenly changed speed and veered sharply off course. The abrupt movement startled the Iwa and Suna shinobi. Hey! What are you doing? You're off course, someone shouted. There was no reply. Instead, multiple water dragons erupted from the sea. Dozens of Kiri Jainin had launched a coordinated water dragon bullet technique. Massive dragons of water roared through the air, crashing down in waves that shook the Iwa Suna ship violently. Even the most foolish among them understood now, they'd been betrayed. The Kiri and Kumo forces had set them up. You bastards! Roared the Suna elder, jumping to his feet. Don't panic. If they play dirty, we'll hit back harder. Everyone, unleash your jutsu. He led by example, launching a wind-release jutsu of considerable power. But on the vast ocean, he was too small to turn the tide. His A-rank wind jutsu only managed to shred two of the dragons. Moments later, even larger ones emerged. On water, the Kirigakure shinobi were in their element, their power boosted considerably. Meanwhile, on the Iwagakure and Tsunagakure side, several Jainin who couldn't swim were already retching from the violent rocking of the waves. Then came a scream from below. The ship! Those Kiri bastards are drilling holes in the ships. The Iwa elder rushed into the lower hold and sure enough, sea water was flooding in. The ship was sinking. But he didn't dare order them to jump into the sea, because he could clearly see that on the distant ship, the Kumigakure shinobi, those he had previously mocked as black bears, were already forming hand seals for lightning release ninjutsu, just waiting for them to leap into the water and die. Damn it! Author's note. It seems the third Kazekage doesn't have an official name. I searched for a while and couldn't find one, so I gave him a placeholder. If anyone knows a canon name, let me know so I can fix it. Chapter 142, Konoha's Sword Saint. 142. In the dim underground cavern, Uchiha Madara, who had been sitting on a stone throne with his eyes closed in meditation, suddenly opened them. You're back. How did it go? A figure silently emerged from the ground, cradling a baby no more than a year old in his arms. If the elder from Tsunagakure were present, he would have cried out in shock, for this was none other than the Iwagakure Jainin Ichiki, the very one he had been asking about earlier. But in truth, the real Ichiki had been killed by White Zetsu the moment he disembarked and began slaughtering the people of Uzashigakure. The Ichiki now standing before Madara was a disguise. His body twisted, and Ichiki reverted back to the pale, bark-like form of White Zetsu. He stepped forward with the baby in his arms, presenting the sleeping infant to Madara like a treasured offering. Madara-sama, this is the child I found in the land of whirlpools. His name is Nagato. I've examined him. He perfectly inherited the physical constitution of the Uzumaki clan. Even with the full power of the Rinnegan, he should be able to survive for a long time, long enough for your plans to be completed. I've also taken his mother with me. Her identity is easy to deal with. There won't be any loose ends. Madara took the sleeping infant and examined him carefully. For a baby, he did seem unusually well developed. But could the body of an Uzumaki truly endure the overwhelming power of the Rinnegan? Don't misunderstand, he wasn't concerned about the baby's health. What worried him was the risk of losing the Rinnegan, which could jeopardize his entire plan. After all, in his heart, he still favored the children of the Gekkō clan. Maybe, he should take a risk and kidnap Nawaki, that little brat? From the side, Black Zetsu, an expert at reading people's expressions, noticed Madara's silent look and instantly guessed what was on his mind. Without hesitation, he emerged from the shadows and spoke. Madara-sama, I also believe this child's body is more than sufficient to withstand the Rinnegan's power. But your own body won't hold out much longer. There's no time to waste. The eye transplant should begin as soon as possible. The later phases of the plan are more important, aren't they? And even if he eventually can't endure the Rinnegan, you'll have enough time to find another pawn, right? Madara snapped out of his thoughts. That was true. This child was just a vessel, a tool for his resurrection. If he turned out obedient, great, no need to find another. If not, well, Madara could always choose someone else later to inherit the eyes. Understood, Madara said calmly. He didn't hesitate any longer. He chose Nagato and began the eye transplant. About half an hour later, Madara stared at the child in his hands, now sporting purple Rinnegan eyes, looking rather displeased. As for Madara himself, the Rinnegan in his own eye sockets had been replaced with an ordinary 3-tomo Sharingan, ones he had previously cultivated and stored inside the demonic statue of the outer path. But having them in his head now felt awkward. It wasn't a physical rejection, it was psychological. Like a supreme VIP suddenly being dropped down to the level of a regular player, it stung. Still, for the sake of his grand plan, he endured it. As long as he could be resurrected, regain his youth, and obtain even greater power, short-term sacrifices didn't matter. Trying to reassure himself, he handed the baby back to White Zetsu. Then, raising a hand toward the demonic statue, he summoned another White Zetsu. Madara glanced between the two Zetsus, then frowned slightly. After a pause, he pointed to the original one and said, "You will be responsible for the child's safety from now on. It doesn't matter what pain, suffering, or despair he experiences, just make sure he survives. He must not die. And to differentiate between you two, from now on, your name will be Tobi." White Zetsu, now called Tobi, held Nagato in his arms and lit up with a strange, pleased smile. "Understood, Madara-sama." Just as Tobi turned to leave, Madara suddenly asked, "By the way, what's the situation with the land of whirlpools? Were they wiped out?" Tobi paused in his tracks, clearly excited by the topic. He turned back around with a grin. "Oh, I almost forgot to tell you. You won't believe this, they weren't wiped out. They were actually saved by 6 Konoha brats." Actually, that's not accurate. It wasn't 6 people. It was really just one. Madara raised an eyebrow, intrigued. One person was able to save the people of the land of whirlpools from hundreds of jonin? Who is this brat? Which clan is he from? Tobi's expression turned gleeful. That's the strange part, he's just a civilian-born shinobi, no notable bloodline. Name's Gekkō Hoshiyomi. We didn't pay attention to him before, so we barely have any intel. But in this land of whirlpools incident, he played a decisive role. First, he brought reinforcements. Then, before they arrived, he single-handedly intimidated the invading forces with his strength. And finally, he devised a plan with the Uzumaki clan leader to trick the enemy into turning on each other using ships. And it actually worked. Those fools really fought each other at sea. Kirigakure and Kumigakure turned on Iwagakure and Tsunagakure, killed their shinobi, and split the obtained sealing jutsu between them. Tobi recounted the events with dramatic flair. Even Madara raised his eyebrows slightly after hearing it all. The kid's got some wits. But that's all he is. Without a powerful bloodline, his achievements will be limited. At best, he might become one of those so-called cage-level shinobi. He'll never surpass Hashirama. Probably not even that little brother of his. Madara dismissed him without hesitation. In his eyes, Hoshiyomi had no chance of interfering with the Eye of the Moon plan. He had briefly been curious, wondering if Hoshiyomi might pose a threat, but the moment he heard the boy had no Kekkei Genkai, his interest evaporated. Madara was no Orochimaru. Orochimaru had an innate thirst for knowledge. He believed research could reshape fate and bring about true immortality. That's why he studied anything that piqued his curiosity. Before he tasted the despair of the Mangekyou Sharingan, Orochimaru still clung to those ideals. It wasn't until after his resurrection during the Fourth Great War, when cage-level fighters were everywhere, that he realized the chasm between science and cheaters, and finally chose to submit and reinvent himself. But Madara was different. Misled by Black Zetsu, he had known from the start that bloodline and destiny reigned supreme. To him, anyone without Satsuki lineage or a Six Paths bloodline was trash background characters, at best. So he passed judgment without a second thought. Gekkō Hoshiyomi was nothing more than a flopping fish on dry land. Chapter 143, Konoha's Sword Saint 143. After staying in the land of whirlpools for 2 or 3 days, Hoshiyomi and the others returned to Konohagakure ahead of the main force, traveling with Akimichi Torifu and Uzumaki Ashina. The remaining Konoha shinobi had their mission changed from assisting in defense to escorting and protecting the Uzumaki survivors during their relocation. Upon returning to the village, the first order of business was a high-level council meeting. This time, not only Hoshiyomi but also Tsunade and the others were invited to attend, marking their initial step into the village's leadership circle. Before this, they had only been allowed to take part in Jonin-level meetings, mainly wartime tactical briefings. The true political decisions of Konoha were handled in separate High Council meetings, which younger shinobi like them had no access to. But after their performance in the Land of Whirlpools incident, it was clear that Hoshiyomi and his group had already developed the ability to influence high-level decisions. As such, they were now granted seats at the table. From this day forward, like it or not, they were part of Konoha's core leadership. And as long as they remained in the village, they could no longer avoid such responsibilities. The main topic of this meeting was, of course, the integration of the Uzumaki clan into Konoha. Uzumaki Ashina had already prepared well in advance, and as soon as the meeting began, he clearly stated the clan's position. In short, Ashina was willing to surrender all of Ozashio's sealing techniques as an entry fee for joining Konoha, in exchange for recognition as full citizens under the protection of the village. In return, the Uzumaki clan would also promise not to defect or leave Konoha without cause in the future. Upon hearing this, the council's responses varied and quickly split into 4 distinct factions. This time, there were almost no fence-sitters, everyone had a stance. The Hokage faction, or the Senju faction, expressed full and unconditional support for the Uzumaki's integration. Hoshiyomi and his group were aligned with this camp. The opposition, who were highly suspicious. They saw this as a sign of the Senju clan reviving its former influence, and offered various flimsy or roundabout reasons to reject the Uzumaki's proposal. The self-preservation faction, made up primarily of the Hyuga clan and other mid-sized families. They possessed their own Kekkei Genkai and had no need for the Uzumaki's sealing arts. Their only concern was whether this new influx of people would affect their own future interests. Konoha had allocated land for each clan at the time of the village's founding. These territories represented the clan's future expansion space. The sudden addition of several thousand Uzumaki posed a threat to that balance. The small clans, who had neither Kekkei Genkai nor land to worry about. Most were tiny families with little future growth. Not only were they unthreatened by the Uzumaki's arrival, but many also coveted the sealing techniques and were happy to support the proposal, partly to spite the larger clans. The council debated fiercely without reaching any real conclusion until Hoshiyomi, speaking indirectly through Mito, offered a solution. As someone aware of Mito's full plan and her designated successor, he was already working to secure benefits for Tsunade and her circle. On his own, Hoshiyomi might not have come up with anything, but was he truly alone? Of course not. Behind him stood the accumulated wisdom of 5,000 years of another world's civilization. Drawing on that, Hoshiyomi proposed a straightforward but effective solution to Mito. The military merit land system, a concept from Chinese history, adapted to suit Konoha's needs. In essence, the plan still involved expansion, but instead of the Uzumaki seizing land directly, it became an organized, long-term strategy controlled by the Hokage. Konoha didn't truly lack land. The forest surrounding the village was vast and undeveloped enough to last several centuries. The only reason it hadn't been touched was the fear of overdevelopment or mismanagement. Mito's proposal changed that. The new system was simple: every 30 years, the village would expand into a portion of the surrounding land. From this newly claimed area, 40% would go to the Uzumaki as settlement territory. The rest would be distributed by the Hokage based on merit. Of the remaining 60%, 60% of that portion would become commercial zones, available for purchase by civilians to build new economic districts. The final 40% would be allocated to clans based on wartime contributions or high-level service to the village. Merit could mean battlefield achievements, advanced jutsu, or successful completion of dangerous missions handled on a case-by-case basis. This approach both guaranteed housing for the Uzumaki, by treating their sealing techniques as military contributions, and gave other clans a hope for future land expansion, easing their anxiety. Once the plan was proposed, the vast majority of the council accepted it, and the Uzumaki clan's resettlement was resolved peacefully and effectively. After the meeting ended, Hoshiyomi and his team had their usual small gathering. Then everyone went their separate ways. Some went on dates, some returned to training, others to research, and some to more dubious pastimes like peeping. In the end, only Hoshiyomi and Tsunade were left at the door. She glanced at him, her thoughts unreadable, then forced out a line. "Hey! Aunt Ri's still at work. And your place is empty, right? Wanna come over to my place for a bit?" Nawaka kept saying he wanted to hang out with you. Hoshiyomi had been hoping for that. For one, he genuinely enjoyed this ambiguous relationship with Tsunade. For another, he was also thinking about Kushina Uzumaki and how she was doing now that she'd arrived in Konoha. Even though his shadow clone had mostly been rushing around delivering intel, it had also spent a good amount of time with Kushina. She already held him in high regard as the big brother who saved her, and during that day-long journey, they had established the beginning of a real friendship. Hoshiyomi was even considering whether he should take Kushina and Minato as his students in the future. After all, they were his favorite couple when he used to watch Naruto. He had no plans to interfere with their relationship. On the contrary, he actually wanted to see how their romance blossomed with his own eyes. As for Jiraiya, well, he still had Nagato, Yahiko, and Konan, right? It wasn't like he'd be short on disciples. Besides, Hoshiyomi didn't think a Minato trained by him would be any worse than one trained by Jiraiya. Come to think of it, Hoshiyomi had tried to ask around about Nagato back in Uzashio, but found no trace of him. He wasn't one of those obsessive anime fans who'd rewatched the series 20 times, so he didn't even know exactly when Nagato was born. Since he didn't even know whether Nagato was alive yet, he didn't bother worrying too much. Worst case, if they crossed paths later in the Land of Rain, Jiraiya could handle it then. As these scattered thoughts ran through his head, Hoshiyomi followed Tsunade toward the Senju compound. Author's note: that whole military merit land system, don't take it too seriously. I just threw it in for plot convenience. The protagonist isn't going to become Hokage, so I won't be diving too deeply into that kind of political system. If it doesn't sound convincing, feel free to just chuckle and move on. I'm definitely not some kind of historical expert. Chapter 144, Konoha's Sword Saint 144. Upon arriving at the Senju compound, Hoshiyomi and Tsunade first greeted Mito. Mito smiled and nodded warmly. She now saw Hoshiyomi as practically a grandson-in-law and treated him with even more affection than before. Just as Hoshiyomi's voice rang out, the nearby sliding door suddenly rattled open, and a small red-haired girl burst out, darting straight into Mito's embrace. Nestled against Mito, she looked up with her bright, glistening eyes and said to Hoshiyomi, "Big brother Hoshiyomi, you finally came to see me." That little girl was none other than Kushina, now a new member of the Senju household. Kushina looked up at Mito and gave her an exaggerated, pleading blink. Mito gently ruffled her glossy red hair, indulgently saying, "Go on." Only then did Kushina skip over cheerfully, grabbing Hoshiyomi's hand and swinging it playfully as she giggled. Ever since she learned that the members of the Uzumaki clan were safe and would be living in Konoha with her, Kushina had been especially happy. Unlike in the original story, she no longer needed Mito's guidance to adjust to village life. Her personality had become much more outgoing and energetic. Standing off to the side, Tsunade felt a little sour. Wasn't this the kind of treatment she used to enjoy as a child? How had it all shifted to Kushina now? But being 18 already, she couldn't very well admit she was jealous of how pampered Kushina was. Even so, she couldn't help but reach over and scoop Kushina into her arms, cutting off the girl's attempt to cling to Hoshiyomi. "What's this? You only remember big brother Hoshiyomi and not me anymore." Kushina didn't pout or throw a tantrum. Instead, she simply nestled into Tsunade's already well-developed chest and replied sweetly, "Of course I remember you too, Tsunade-ne." Tsunade smiled broadly and gave her cheek a playful pinch. "That's more like it." Seeing the affection Kushina was enjoying now, it was Hoshiyomi's turn to feel a little envious. If not for the looming threat of Tsunade's superhuman strength, he too might have wanted to snuggle in. Though Kushina lay in Tsunade's arms, it was clear she still wanted to talk with Hoshiyomi. With her around, the room was filled with laughter and joy among the four of them. Even Mito, now in her twilight years, wore a genuine smile today. This was the kind of peaceful life she had long dreamed of. Sadly, she didn't have much time left to enjoy it. Her body had grown extremely frail. The once brilliant red hair she shared with Kushina had turned snow white, and even her yin seal could no longer preserve her youthful appearance. In truth, she only had 3 to 5 years of life remaining. If not for this reality, Kushina wouldn't have been brought into the village so early. Mito had already made arrangements with Hiruzen and Ashina. In just half a month, they would begin the transfer of the 9 tails, passing the beast sealed within her into a new Jinkra key. Once the fox was passed on, perhaps then she could finally enjoy the peaceful retirement she deserved. Just as Mito was lost in thought, the sound of a door opening echoed in from the distance, followed by a wailing voice. "Grandma, I'm home." It was Nawaki, already a student at the Ninja Academy, currently in his 3rd year. After Hoshiyomi and the others had graduated, the academy revised its system due to the end of the First Great Ninja War and reparations from Kyumegakuer. It had been changed to the 6-year system seen in the original series. So Nawaki still had 3 more years until graduation. Though he still had a ways to go, Nawaki wasn't weak by any means. The problem was, he didn't have any exceptional peers to push him forward. And in these peaceful times, his growth simply couldn't match Tsunade's pace. Still, he had already learned a good number of ninjutsu. If judged purely as a ranged attacker, his output was higher than that of an average genin. But lacking strong rivals to grow with, his real combat experience was sorely lacking. His lack of field experience, combined with a sense of arrogance built up from always being top of his class, were likely the main reasons he died so quickly in the original timeline beyond any of the more dubious conspiracy theories. But Hoshiyomi planned to start training him. With proper guidance, Nawaki wouldn't have to die so senselessly. After all, he was Tsunade's little brother. Despite his noisy personality, he wasn't a bad kid. Hoshiyomi didn't want to see him die meaninglessly and plunge Tsunade into that deep despair. Upon hearing Nawaki's voice, Mito's smile deepened. But little Kushina, on the other hand, scowled. She didn't like Noeka very much. He always took advantage of being a few years older to insist Kushina call him big brother. But with her naturally mischievous, impish personality, there was no way Kushina would acknowledge this goofy kid as her elder. Noeka, being a typical stubborn boy at that age, was unusually persistent. Their interactions were often prickly, and the two didn't get along very well. Still, it was just childhood bickering, nothing that wouldn't pass with time. It was likely they'd get along fine in the long run. As Noeka slid open the door, he spotted Tsunade and Hoshiyomi and, of course, Kushina in Tsunade's lap. But he didn't seem to care about her. His eyes instantly locked on Hoshiyomi. Oh ho 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 ha! Big brother Hoshiyomi! He dashed forward and grabbed Hoshiyomi's hand, eyes gleaming as he burst out. Big brother Hoshiyomi, you're finally back. Hurry and teach me that technique you used last time. That jutsu was amazing. I wanna learn it, I wanna learn it, I wanna learn it. Okay, so Kushina's dislike of Noeka wasn't just childish rivalry. He really was kind of a handful. Hoshiyomi, now getting a bit of a headache, raised a hand and held the squirming Noeka still. He promised to teach him the body flicker technique once he became a Chunin, and flash step once he reached Jainin. Meanwhile, Tsunade looked down at the adorable little Kushina in her lap, then over at the noisy Noeka clinging to Hoshiyomi. The difference was like night and day. She sighed inwardly, why couldn't mom have given me a little sister instead? Then, without warning, she knocked a fist on Noeka's head. Calm down, you're being way too loud. Ow ow ow! Noeka cried, clutching the bump on his head. At last, he quieted down, while Kushina giggled from the sidelines. Seeing Kushina laugh, Noeka's face turned even darker. But under the shadow of his sister's terrifying authority, he didn't dare act out. He could only sit there sulking. Still, the kid's moods came and went quickly. A few topics later, and he was back to his lively, cheerful self. Unfortunately, Noeka's death-seeking personality seemed to be hardwired into him. Before long, he was teasing again, this time poking fun at Tsunade and Hoshiyomi's relationship. That finally pushed Tsunade over the edge, and she angrily kicked him out to train. Kushina was thrilled. She felt like she had finally figured out how to deal with Noeka. While Hoshiyomi enjoyed a cheerful, heartwarming visit at the Senju compound, his name was rapidly spreading across the major shinobi villages like wildfire. Chapter 145, Konoha's Sword Saint 145. Hoshiyomi's rise to fame, of course, stemmed from the mass relocation of the Uzumaki clan. Initially, the other nations and hidden villages hadn't even realized that the land of whirlpools had been attacked. But then, the Uzumaki clan that had dwelled in Uzashigakure for hundreds of years suddenly announced they were being incorporated into Konoha. No one in their right mind believed that this decision was made without a significant cause. Naturally, it ignited the curiosity of every major force in the shinobi world. There was no way such a move could be covered up completely. Those with the resources to investigate quickly dug up the truth, exposing the role the four great hidden villages had played in the fall of Uzashigakure. And among the key players in this incident was Konoha's mysterious young shinobi, Gekkō Hoshiyomi. Though he had indeed relied on the strength of Konoha's shinobi to accomplish his mission, it was clear that without significant personal power, no one could have pulled it off so flawlessly. Everyone now wanted to know, who was this mysterious figure that had managed to intimidate even elite Jainin? Just as the curiosity reached its peak, a piece of information quietly spread identifying the mysterious operative as none other than Gekkō Hoshiyomi of Konoha. Whether or not this leak was orchestrated by dans remained unclear. But one thing was certain, the source was from Konoha. After all, who else even knew what Hoshiyomi looked like? In an instant, files on Hoshiyomi landed on the desks of every major power's leadership. His bounty on the black market skyrocketed to a terrifying figure twice the amount on Jiraiya's head. Hoshiyomi, this doesn't really feel like something to brag about. Amid growing rumors and legends, Hoshiyomi had already earned a title even before Tsunade and the others had achieved theirs. He became known as the Silver Moon of Konoha. To Kumigakure and Kirigakure, the title of Konoha's Silver Moon was both respected and, incredibly welcome. They wanted nothing more than to shake his hand and say, "Big bro, thank you." Without Hoshiyomi's actions, they never could have pulled off the ultimate act of backstabbing, stealing Uzumaki sealing techniques while simultaneously betraying their ally. A betrayal that would make even the most dishonorable shinobi blush. Sure, it was shameful, dishonorable, and downright low. But damn it, the results were too good to ignore. They had sacrificed just 2 or 3 genin to gain access to numerous powerful sealing techniques. You bet they were celebrating behind closed doors. If given the chance to do it all again, they absolutely would without hesitation. But as grateful as Kumo and Kiri were to Hoshiyomi, Tsunagakure and Iwagakure harbored just as much hatred for him. In this incident, they had truly lost everything: their spoils, their forces, and their pride. Failing to obtain the sealing techniques was one thing. But the real blow came from being mocked by rival nations and from the loss of over 20 elite genin. That's 20 genin. In real-world terms, it would be like a country losing 20 fighter pilots in one incident. A massive loss. Suna and Iwa were seething with fury, yet completely powerless to retaliate. Having lost so many high-level combatants at once, they had no choice but to lay low and focus on recovery. Between the two, Iwagakure was in slightly better shape. Tsunagakure, buried in its desolate desert, had always struggled to develop effectively. Second Kazekage Shaman, the only second Kage to survive the first Great Ninja War, had spent over 20 painstaking years managing Suna's growth. He had carefully built up their forces and now, thanks to one misstep, most of it was gone. Losing 20 genin was already devastating. But even worse was the loss of the veteran Kage-level powerhouse he had personally dispatched to lead them, Monzaemon. Monzaemon's prized creation, the puppet troupe Chikamatsu 10, capable of challenging even Kage-level shinobi, had also been left behind in the ocean. The mere thought of it made the already aging shaman cough up blood in grief. Following this disaster, he was so disheartened that he chose to abdicate the title of Kazekage. He passed the mantle of third Kazekage to his beloved student Rinashuke, and retired. Along with his old friend, the One-Tails Jinkriki monk Bunpyaku, he withdrew into the endless yellow sands to research the One-Tails, Shikaku. Noki and the newly inaugurated Kazekage Rinashuke naturally couldn't swallow this humiliation either. But for now, they lacked the power to wage war, and could only bide their time in secret, amassing strength for the future. Once they were strong enough, they would bare their fangs and unleash their vengeance on Kumigakure, Kirigakure, and Konoha alike. It was a common realization among all the hidden villages. The peace that had lasted over a decade was nearing its end. These were the final moments of calm before the next storm. Meanwhile, in a dark underground cave, a newly formed White Zetsu was briefing Uchiha Madara on the latest intelligence from the shinobi world. After Tobi was sent to secretly protect Nagato, this White Zetsu had taken over Tobi's previous surveillance duties. Aside from acting as Madara's eyes and ears, this White Zetsu was also responsible for delivering intel collected by Tobi. After hearing White Zetsu's summary of recent events and power shifts in the shinobi world, Madara, who had been resting with his eyes closed, finally spoke. "Looks like war will break out within the next 5 years. We may be able to use this conflict to our advantage." White Zetsu was confused. He asked Madara why he was so certain that war would erupt within 5 years. But Madara gave no response, as if he had already fallen asleep. White Zetsu, though ignored, didn't seem bothered and continued his report. "Oh, right, there's news from Tobi too. He says Nagato and his mother have settled down in the land of rain under his guidance. Apparently, Nagato's mother even got remarried there, found Nagato a stepfather. They seem to be living quite happily as a family." Madara's eyes snapped open. "The land of rain? Get me a map." White Zetsu promptly retrieved the map from an adjacent room. Madara leaned over it, focusing intently on the territory of the Land of Rain. He stared at it for a long while. A slow, eerie smile crept across his face, casting terrifying shadows across his aged features under the cave's dim light. He chuckled darkly and muttered, "The Land of Rain, hey! That Toby really knows how to pick a place. He picked well. Very well indeed." White Zetsu, watching from the side, was puzzled. He couldn't hold back his curiosity and asked, "Madara-sama, why do you say it's a good choice?" Madara, clearly in a good mood now, explained. "The Land of Rain sits right between the fire, earth, and wind countries. When war breaks out, it's bound to get ravaged in the crossfire." White Zetsu was filled with question marks. How does Madara know which countries will go to war? And if the Land of Rain is going to become a battlefield, wouldn't that put Nagato in even greater danger? So he asked again. "But, if we know it's going to be dangerous, shouldn't we have Toby move Nagato and his family somewhere safer?" Madara gave him a cold glance. "You don't understand. Only by experiencing true despair will he genuinely yearn for peace. Once he has endured it, he'll be able to fully embrace my plan." Author's note: the recent chapters are mostly transitional and slice of life in tone, setting up for the upcoming Second Great Ninja War. I need a couple chapters to show the full impact of the Uzashigakure incident on each village, and what the major powers were doing during this gap in time. Then we'll move on to the protagonist's new developments. Once I've handled those 3 points, we'll officially launch into the Second Great War. P.S. Honestly, I don't know what's wrong with me. Other authors writing Naruto fanfics always try to skip the messy parts, and here I am, insisting on patching up Kishimoto's plot holes. Guess I've got issues. Chapter 146, Konoha's Sword Saint 146. Konohagakure Anbu Secret Laboratory. This was the secret experimental site originally built by the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, for researching high-level ninjutsu and conducting dangerous experiments. In terms of defense and secrecy, it far surpassed the modest courtyard within the Senju compound. Today, the Jinchuriki succession would take place here. Only a few people were present: Tsunade, Hoshiyomi, Hiruzen, Mito, Kushina, and Uzumaki Ashina, just 6 in total. Jiraiya and the others had come as well, but their job was to guard the outer perimeter and prevent any disturbances during this critical moment. Homura, Koharu, Torifu, and Dan's, the other disciples of the second Hokage, waited anxiously at a distance. Though the first 3 were genuinely concerned, Dan's kept his head low, feigning worry while secretly hoping that Mito would simply die. Hoshiyomi checked the time and turned to everyone in the room. "It's about time. Let's begin." Hiruzen gave a solemn nod and even tucked away his ever-present pipe. He addressed them in a serious tone. "Hoshiyomi, stay on alert. If anything goes wrong, we'll suppress the 9 tails together. But don't worry with Lady Mito here, that beast won't cause much trouble. Tsunade, make sure you are fully prepared with medical ninjutsu. Monitor both Lady Mito and young Kushina's condition at all times. Kushina, stay relaxed. No matter what happens, don't be afraid. We're all here to protect you. As for the sealing formulas and ceremony, we'll leave that to Lord Ashina." "Understood," everyone responded in unison. "Don't worry, Uncle Hokage. I won't be scared," Kushina replied, her small face full of solemn determination. Mito smiled at her and gently stroked her head. "Good girl. Don't worry, nothing bad will happen. Your great-aunt would never let you get hurt." With that, Mito lay down on the pre-prepared ceremonial altar, pulling Kushina close to her side. Uzumaki Ashina gave one final check to ensure the seal was intact and began forming hand signs. As he moved, he placed his palms on the abdomens of both Mito and Kushina, simultaneously performing 2 high-level sealing jutsu. One hand guided the 9 tails into Kushina, while the other unraveled the 8-trigram seal on Mito. As the seal on Mito began to loosen, the marking on her abdomen spiraled open like a vortex. From it flowed an intensely concentrated chakra nearly tangible in its density. It was the first time Hoshiyomi had witnessed something like this, chakra flowing like liquid from a person's body. The moment that chakra emerged, everyone's expressions grew grim. They could all feel the malice and ferocity radiating from it. But even so, thanks to the prepared altar, the chakra couldn't run wild. The moment it touched the edge of the sealing array, it stopped, unable to pass through the barrier. When the chakra fully poured out, a miniature nine tails leapt from Mito's abdomen, its 9 tails waving, seemingly weightless in the still air. Though small in size, its presence was anything but diminutive. Raik! I'm finally out! The beast turned and glared fiercely at Mito. But to Hoshiyomi, that look wasn't just rage, there was something else beneath it. A trace of reluctance. It made sense. Mito had been its host longer than any other Jinchuriki in history, likely the strongest as well. After decades together, even if no words were ever exchanged, some kind of bond had been formed. The 9 tails didn't appear to be under the influence of a Sharingan. More likely, what they were seeing was just its pride and tsundere temperament. Honestly, Hoshiyomi suspected that even if none of them were here, the fox wouldn't lash out. You old hag, you finally can't hold on anymore, hey? Now that I'm out, I'll... Before the fox could finish, Mito cut in calmly. Sorry, 9 tails. I still can't set you free. You're too dangerous. If I let you run loose, you'd bring disaster not only to yourself, but to Konoha as well. Uzumaki Mito, what the hell do you mean by that? The 9 tails snarled, its eyes burning with malice, as if ready to devour her on the spot. For the sake of peace in the village, I'll have to trouble you a bit longer. This girl will be your new host. Don't worry, she's gentle, kind, and strong. You might just find life with her more enjoyable than it was with me. But the 9 tails wasn't finished. It began to thrash violently, its body rapidly expanding as it attempted to break the 4-symbol seal and resist the transfer. Yet before it could grow much larger, Mito and Ashina's adamantine sealing chains surged forward. 8 golden chains instantly bound the beast tightly, shrinking it back to its small form. Despite its furious resistance, the fox couldn't escape. In the end, it was sealed into Kushina's body, as Ashina solemnly engraved a new 8-trigram seal upon her abdomen. Although Kushina had bravely declared she wasn't afraid, the moment that terrifying presence entered her body, she couldn't help but tremble in fear. She stared blankly at her stomach, her face pale and eyes wide with panic. She could feel the violent power now sealed within her and its seething fury. She looked helplessly at Mito, whose wound was still healing under Tsunade's medical ninjutsu. Mito slowly pushed herself up and pulled the trembling girl into her arms. In a soft voice, she said, "Don't be afraid, Kushina. We really are containers for that creature. But if you fill that vessel with love, you won't feel fear anymore. As long as your heart overflows with love, even a Jinchuriki can bring happiness to themselves and to those around them." Thus, Kushina became the new Jinchuriki of the 9 tails, and the entire process went smoothly with no major disruptions. Because Mito was immensely powerful and because this was a transfer, not a forcible extraction, she didn't die immediately after releasing the tailed beast. However, her appearance had completely changed. Now, she looked no different from an ordinary elderly woman. Her body was noticeably frailer. Tsunade had confided in Hoshiyomi in private, Mito likely had only 2 to 3 years left to live. Hoshiyomi couldn't help but feel heavy-hearted. His path as a shinobi had gone as smoothly as it had, largely thanks to Mito. Many dangers, both visible and unseen, had been quietly handled by her behind the scenes. Because of that, during the final years of her life, Hoshiyomi and Tsunade avoided any missions that required long absences from the village. They kept a routine of visiting her every few days just to ensure that this elderly woman, who had carried so many burdens, could feel the warmth of family in her last years. Mito was deeply touched by their actions, though she had no desire to stubbornly cling to life. Perhaps she had seen too much already. Life and death no longer frightened her. In the original timeline, she might have prayed for more time to ensure the prosperity of the Senju clan. But now, with the Uzumaki joining Konoha, the Senju's resurgence was already well underway. With Hoshiyomi steering the course, her plan was finally secure. She no longer needed to hope for extra years. Instead, she wished to pass away peacefully in this newfound happiness and reunite with Hashirama in the afterlife. Author's note: this chapter was originally going to be about Hoshiyomi's new technique, but somehow I ended up writing about the Nine Tails transfer instead. Guess I'll save the protagonist's new ability for the next chapter. Chapter 147, Konoha's Sword Saint 147. Lately, Hoshiyomi hadn't been taking on many missions. Sarutobi Hiruzen, now in middle age, had come to cherish his loved ones even more and could appreciate how rare and precious these moments of peace were. Because of this, he naturally wouldn't act like some heartless leader by assigning tons of missions to Hoshiyomi, Tsunade, and the others, ruining what little time they had to gather with family. These days, Hoshiyomi's life had settled into a steady routine. He took on missions about once every 2 weeks, and they were always close to home, tasks that usually only took a day or two to complete. After missions, he focused on training and visiting Mito. His mother didn't feel jealous about this at all. In fact, not only did she support it, she even used the mission pay Hoshiyomi gave her to suggest they just move next door to the Senju compound. The very next day, she even paid a personal visit to the Senju compound, openly expressing her desire to live next door to Tsunade. If Hoshiyomi hadn't been there to stop her, he suspected she might have blurted out to Mito on the spot, "I approve of this marriage." Whether it was the reduced number of missions allowing more time for swordsmanship, or simply a more relaxed and balanced mindset, one thing was certain: Hoshiyomi's sword skills had broken through. After several years of accumulation, he had finally reached advanced swordsmanship, 250/300 m. If the system hadn't actually given him a notification while he was asleep, Hoshiyomi might have forgotten he even had a system at this point. Opening the interface, he quickly realized something: under normal circumstances, reaching 250 points should have taken much longer. He'd originally estimated that he wouldn't hit that mark until the Second Great Ninja War began. But the recent Uzushiagakure incident, specifically the battle against Monzaemon, had turned out to be a massive XP windfall. Though aged and physically weakened, Monzaemon was still considered a genuine cage-level combatant, at least, according to the system's assessment. In addition, the 10 puppets of Chikamatsu he commanded had been classified by the system as 10 elite Genin. That much made sense: each of those puppets possessed strength on par with a Genin on their own. Even worse, their team coordination was terrifying. Paired up in twos, they could unleash attacks far beyond the level of standard elite Genin. That Hoshiyomi had managed to defeat them was mostly thanks to intel advantage and his own natural counters to puppet-based combat. His speed was simply overwhelming; the puppets couldn't keep up. But the system didn't care about that. It wasn't an AI, and it didn't use any kind of advanced algorithm. It just treated everything as a set of data and tallied it accordingly. Each elite Genin was worth 2 XP. The bonus for defeating a cage-level enemy gave him a lump sum of 20 XP. Altogether, the system rewarded him with 40 XP. That was equivalent to nearly a full year of intense training. And when you added in the recent development and refinement of several new techniques, it made sense that he'd reached 250 so quickly. Maybe non-intelligent systems have their own advantages after all. Sure, he couldn't chat with his system like a proper light novel protagonist to pad word count, but exploiting system loopholes for bonus benefits? That was a win in his book. Reaching 250 was just a milestone, not a full breakthrough, so he didn't receive a new title or ranking. However, he did unlock the ability to draw a new skill. Hoshiyomi wasn't the kind to hesitate. He firmly believed in use early, enjoy early. Without delay, he pulled up the skill draw interface. The moment he saw available skill draws, 1, he immediately hit the button. The familiar stream of rapidly shifting text scrolled across the system screen. Then, the letters slowed and locked in place. Congratulations, host! You have acquired a new technique, Oboro Urazuki 11 forms. Skill description. Oboro Urazuki 11 forms is the ultimate spear technique developed by the legendary martial artist Hsin Shun, who was said to have reached godlike mastery over the cross-shaped spear. It fuses the 11 most powerful forms of the Hsin Ry style into a single, flawless strike. Modified by the system and adapted as an advanced sword technique. Upon activation, the user will instantly produce 10 attack-capable afterimages, which strike in tandem with the real body to unleash a devastating, ultimate-grade sword art. The moment Hoshiyomi read the skill, he perked up with interest. As a former FGO player in his previous life, this move wasn't unfamiliar to him. In the game, this was the noble phantasm of the Lancer-class servant Hsin Shun, though in gameplay, it merely showed 10 bald phantom clones appearing to buff the user. He hadn't expected the system to adapt that concept into a true combo-oriented finishing technique now fully transformed into a formidable sword art. What it would look like in actual combat, he wasn't sure, but the curiosity was unbearable. Driven by excitement, Hoshiyomi completely lost any desire to sleep. He exited the system, sprang out of bed, grabbed Mikazuki Munchika, and headed out. It was around 2 or 3 in the morning. The entire village was sound asleep. To avoid noise complaints, he quietly made his way to a familiar spot, his old training ground, the Forest of Death. Under the moonlight, with transparent escape technique active, Hoshiyomi blended perfectly into the night, bypassing ANBU patrols without even needing a permit. Once inside the Forest of Death and sure he wasn't disturbing anyone, Hoshiyomi activated Oboro Urazuki 11 forms for the first time. Of course, he also summoned a shadow clone beforehand to observe the technique in action. Yawning, the clone tossed a wooden training dummy into the air. As it spun midair, Hoshiyomi locked onto it and activated the skill. His body instinctively unsheathed Mikazuki Munchika. He placed one hand in a prayer pose and, in that moment of silent focus, 10 sword-wielding afterimages appeared around him, each in a different stance. Though they were illusions, each one looked identical to Hoshiyomi. Even with his keen eyesight, it was nearly impossible to distinguish the real one. The moment the phantoms appeared, all 11 Hoshiyomis moved as one. One form dashed upward, slashing the airborne wooden dummy even higher. Then the other 10 struck. 9 afterimages surrounded the dummy from every angle, launching a flurry of dazzling, blinding attacks. It reminded Hoshiyomi of his 9-headed dragon flash, a technique he could only use with all 6 gates opened, delivering 9 near-simultaneous slashes that were nearly impossible to avoid. But there was a difference. The 9-headed dragon flash, while powerful, had a sequential attack order. Against someone as fast as the 4th Reikage, it was still possible to parry or escape. Oboro Urazuki 11 forms, on the other hand, sent 9 afterimages to attack simultaneously from multiple directions. And because they were phantoms, it didn't matter if they passed through the target, the real attack would land regardless. Once caught in its range, there was no escape. Only someone with a ludicrously overpowered defense might have a chance of survival. The final strike came from Hoshiyomi himself. Gripping Mikazuki Munchika with both hands, he executed a brilliant, silver arc of a finishing slash that slammed into the ground. The impact from his sword cracked the earth, sending powerful tremors radiating outward. His shadow clone stood frozen, stunned into silence. This skill is a god-tier technique. Chapter 148, Konoha's Sword Saint 148. After activating and observing Oboro Urazuki 11 forms, Hoshiyomi dismissed his shadow clone. Once he absorbed the clone's experience and thoughts, he couldn't help but get excited himself. As the clone had said, this technique was absolutely god-tier. The simultaneous 9-hit barrage was impressive enough, but the real power lay in the 10 afterimages. Although they only lasted a few seconds, Hoshiyomi could freely control each one during that time. Which meant Oboro Urazuki, 11 forms wasn't just a single target finisher. In actual combat, Hoshiyomi could treat it as a full-blown area of effect technique. Just imagine in the middle of a crowd, 10 untouchable yet fully offensive afterimages surging forward to strike. The image alone was enough to make him grin. Even better, it could be used like an instantaneous substitution technique. In fact, during his earlier battles, Hoshiyomi's go-to survival combo was smoke bombs and transparent escape and shadow clone. But now, he didn't need either smoke or clones. By activating the afterimages and vanishing with transparent escape simultaneously, he could fully obscure his true location. It reminded him somewhat of Shisui's Shunshin, though he still wasn't entirely sure how that technique worked. From a practical standpoint, this new skill was off the charts in terms of utility. The only question was whether Sensory Ninja could detect the difference. For that, he figured he'd need Mito's help. Most of the Uzumaki clan hadn't yet relocated to Konoha, and if he wanted feedback from a truly top-tier sensory shinobi, Mito's Kagura Shingon, Mind's Eye of the Kagura, was the best option. Hoshiyomi was too excited to sleep that night. At the crack of dawn, he made his way straight to visit Mito. Thankfully, she was an early riser like most elderly people, so he didn't disturb her. When she heard that Hoshiyomi had developed a new technique, Mito seemed genuinely intrigued. Upon hearing his question, she readily activated Kagura Shingon, signaling for him to begin. In front of her, Hoshiyomi once again performed Oboro Urazuki, 11 forms, and simultaneously used transparent escape to conceal his real body. Only after the illusions faded due to time did he reappear and ask curiously, "Well? What did you think, Grandma Mito?" Mito's expression was thoughtful. Was that shadow clone jutsu? The chakra signatures felt identical, each one was stable, and they could attack. But they phased through one another without dispelling, and when they vanished, there wasn't any smoke. How does that work? Hoshiyomi grinned inwardly. Mito's words confirmed it. Even with Kagura Shingon, his afterimages couldn't be differentiated from real clones. You'd need perception on Mito's level to even start suspecting something. That gave Hoshiyomi peace of mind. As for how it worked, well, there wasn't much he could say. He just shrugged and mumbled something vague about how it sort of came to him through training. Mito didn't press him. With her unique ability to sense truth and malice, she could tell Hoshiyomi wasn't lying. Maybe this was just his natural talent. The human body was mysterious. Even Tsunade, the greatest medical ninja in Konoha, wouldn't dare claim to fully understand it. "All right," Mito said, smiling gently, "no need to stress over the mechanics. A powerful, practical new jutsu is something to celebrate, not overanalyze." She motioned for Hoshiyomi to join her for breakfast. On the way, she added, "There's one more thing I'd like to ask of you. Today is the start of the new term at the Ninja Academy. I'd wanted to take Kushina myself, but with how weak my body's become, I just don't have the strength. Ashina is swamped with the relocation efforts, and Tsunade's tied up at the hospital with a surgery she can't leave. I was going to have Nawaka take her, but that boy is too impulsive and frankly, he and Kushina don't get along too well. But now that you're here, would you take her instead?" At that, Hoshiyomi remembered today was indeed the Academy's opening ceremony. He couldn't help but think back to when he first arrived in this world, and the memories of meeting Jiraiya and Sakumo as classmates. The thought made him smile. Who knew? Escorting Kushina today, maybe he'd run into Minato. That could be interesting. And perhaps he could also check in on their old instructor, Mitsui-sensei, assuming he hadn't retired yet. Hoshiyomi turned to Mito with a reassuring smile. Don't worry, Grandma Mito. I'll take care of it. At breakfast, Kushina and Nawaki appeared, still half asleep, rubbing their eyes. After greeting Mito, they spotted Hoshiyomi and immediately lit up. The two of them rushed over, chattering at him excitedly. But in no time, they were butting heads like rams glaring at each other in mock rivalry while Hoshiyomi watched with amused exasperation. He gently separated their heads and ruffled Kushina's hair. All right, enough. Eat your breakfast properly. You're going to the opening ceremony today, remember? First impressions matter. You want your classmates to like you. Hearing that, Nawaki's head drooped in disappointment. The ceremony was at 9 a.m., and by then he'd already be in class. Hoshiyomi sighed at the sulking little brother-in-law and finally relented. How about I train with you after school? That perked him right up. Nawaki scarfed down his food in a flash and leapt to his feet. Grandma! I'm off to school. With that, he bolted out of the Senjo compound like a gust of wind, leaving Mito and Hoshiyomi shaking their heads with a mix of amusement and frustration. No wonder Tsunade always saw a bit of Naruto in Nawaki. Their personalities really were similar. After practicing sword forms in the courtyard for a while, Kushina came bouncing out. She'd dressed up just for today, a new outfit, a light little skirt, her red hair brushed and glowing under the sun. Already cute by nature, she looked even more charming today. Hoshiyomi smiled without thinking. On the way, he bought her a small hair clip and helped pin it to her bangs. Their little Kushina looks beautiful today. Kushina beamed with joy at the compliment, then looked up at him with wide, expectant eyes. Am I prettier than Tsunade? That caught Hoshiyomi off guard. Cold sweat formed on his brow. Good grief, she's only 6 and already knows how to drop loaded questions. Looks like Minato was going to have his hands full in the future. Dodging the question entirely, Hoshiyomi simply took her hand. Let's go, or we'll be late for the ceremony. Kushina huffed, scrunching her little nose. Humph! You're no fun, big brother Hoshiyomi. Hoshiyomi chuckled softly as he watched her skip through the academy gates, waving goodbye. He felt a warm satisfaction in his chest. Now then, time to go see Mitsui-sensei. Chapter 149, Konoha's Sword Saint 149. It had been many years since they last met. Mitsui-sensei was no longer just a teacher, he was now Vice Principal Mitsui. Apparently, having taught shinobi like Hoshiyomi had completely altered the course of his life. Mitsui was overwhelmed by Hoshiyomi's visit. Though he now held a high position at the academy, standing next to someone who had become a pillar of Konohagakure made his own title feel rather insignificant. After some polite small talk, the conversation quickly stalled, understandably so. The two of them had little in common now. Mitsui's talent had always been average, he'd plateaued at Chunin more than a decade ago. They couldn't really talk about missions or advanced training, and they didn't share any family connections to speak of. In the end, they settled on discussing Nawaki's academic performance, then Kushina's enrollment, and finally reminisced about some of Hoshiyomi's old classmates. Mitsui brought up several names, including Kazematsu Yako, Tsunade's childhood friend. She was now married and living a happy life with a genin from the village. Tsunade had even dragged Hoshiyomi along to visit the couple when they got married. Mitsui also mentioned Uchiha Iwa, the boy who once had a run-in with Hoshiyomi. Rumor had it he was doing quite well within the Uchiha clan. During a mission some time ago, Iwa had awakened his 3-tomo Sharingan under intense pressure, and had since been promoted to the genin rank. Though his strength was still worlds apart from someone like Hoshiyomi, among his age group, he was considered a prodigy. With those eyes, Iwa had inherited both his grandfather's and his uncle's political influence. He was now a squad captain in the Konoha military police force, and was expected to become vice captain once his uncle retired. Hoshiyomi showed little reaction to all this. He wasn't the type to hold grudges, especially not over something from more than a decade ago. But the mention of Uchiha Iwa did bring another person to mind, Uchiha Hokushin, the man who had appeared during Hoshiyomi's childhood after he uncovered an Iwagakure spy. If memory served, Hokushin was the younger brother of Uchiha Kagami, though Hoshiyomi had only heard that once from Torifu. He wasn't all that familiar with the man. Still, the name stuck with him, and Hoshiyomi asked offhandedly. Mitsui-sensei, do you happen to know anyone named Uchiha Hokushin? Mitsui paused for a moment, furrowing his brows. Then, his expression lit up. Actually, I think I do. I was organizing the new student files the other day and came across that name. It stood out to me, it's fairly unique, so I remembered it. He stood up, walked over to a filing cabinet behind his desk, and began flipping through the folders. A moment later, he pulled one out. Here it is. Uchiha Kyujetsu. Her father's name is listed as Uchiha Hokushin. He opened the file and glanced through the contents. Looks like she's in the same class as the girl you brought in this morning, Uzumaki Kushina, and also with the student you mentioned earlier, Namikaze Minato. Now curious, Hoshiyomi asked. May I see the file? Don't worry, Hokushin-san once did me a great kindness. I won't do anything inappropriate. Mitsui handed over the folder without hesitation. Whether or not he ever got promoted to principal might well depend on people like Hoshiyomi. No way he'd say no. Opening the file, the first thing Hoshiyomi saw was a photo of a girl with twin pigtails. She looked cute, but for some reason, she appeared stiff and nervous in the photo, not at all like the typical smug expression seen on most Uchiha children. Her shy demeanor actually reminded him a little of Hyuga Hinata. Then again, considering Hokushin's warm, mild personality, it wasn't surprising that his daughter had turned out like this. The file was fairly basic: a short summary, some school records. Under family, the father's name was clearly listed as Uchiha Hokushin, but the mother's field was blank. That suggested a story that probably wasn't very happy. After reading through it, Hoshiyomi handed the file back. Uchiha Kyujetsu, Namikaze Minato, and now that he thought of it, probably Uchiha Mikoto, too, Sasuke's future mother. He realized he'd arrived a little late this morning when dropping off Kushina. That might have been why he hadn't seen any of the future main character parents. Maybe he could catch a glimpse of them at dismissal. It was a strange kind of amusement, perhaps something unique to transmigrators like him. Whenever he discovered a familiar name or face from the original timeline, he'd feel an inexplicable thrill. And if he could meet them today, he had no intention of waiting until tomorrow. After leaving Mitsui's office, Hoshiyomi didn't go far. He stayed near the academy's training ground, casually practicing his swordsmanship, more or less what he did every day when not on a mission. Just before dismissal, Hoshiyomi arrived at the front gate of the academy. A small crowd of parents had already gathered. Most were the parents of first-year students. The academy promoted independence from an early age, so outside of the first day, most families didn't bother coming to pick up their children. In the crowd, Hoshiyomi quickly spotted a familiar face. Though older and more worn by time, he still recognized him instantly. It was Uchiha Hokushin, the man who had once escorted him to the police force compound all those years ago. Hoshiyomi approached and greeted him. Unlike Hoshiyomi, who recognized Hokushin immediately, the Uchiha took a long moment to study him. Eventually, he ventured a guess. Are you Gekkō Hoshiyomi? That's me. It's been a long time, Hokushin nii. Hokushin clearly knew who Hoshiyomi had become, and he hadn't forgotten their first meeting either. Seeing Hoshiyomi greet him so warmly, he smiled with emotion. It really has been a while. You must have been 8 or 9 when I took you to the police force. And look at you now, a young man already. I always thought you had promise, but I never imagined you'd grow this fast. So, what brings you to the academy? He asked. I'm here to pick up a girl named Uzumaki Kushina. You? My daughter, Hokushin replied. Are you still with the police force, Hokushin nii? Hokushin fell silent for a moment, then offered a faint smile. No. I'm just a standard Jainin now, taking whatever missions the village assigns me. From that silence, Hoshiyomi could tell something was wrong. But he didn't ask. He already knew, a man like Hokushin, with a gentle heart and an open mind, would never survive long in the proud, inflexible culture of the Uchiha police force. And for someone who once dreamed of reforming the clan from within, being forced out of the organization he wanted to change must have stung deeply. Just as Hoshiyomi was wondering how to comfort him or at least change the subject, the school bell saved him. As the bell rang, the sound of footsteps drew near. A large group of students burst through the doors, chatting and laughing. Hokushin's entire demeanor lit up. He waved toward two black-haired girls in the crowd and called out. Kyujetsu! Mikoto! Over here! Hoshiyomi turned his gaze in the same direction, and beside those girls, he saw a very familiar head of bright red hair. Author's note: Uchiha Kyujetsu was originally a background character suggested by a reader in the comment section. I found her intriguing and full of potential, especially for future arcs involving the Uchiha. Since she was the first reader-submitted side character I used, I decided to promote her to a major supporting role. Chapter 150, Konoha's Sword Saint 150. The three little girls each had their own charm. Mikoto Uchiha had soft, neatly trimmed short hair. She looked like the classic girl next door, polite and well-mannered at first glance. Kushina Uzumaki, of course, was a whirlwind of energy, way more rambunctious than Tsunade had ever been as a child. And then there was Kyujetsu Uchiha, who shuffled along nervously with her head down, radiating shyness and a serious lack of confidence. Seeing Hoshiyomi standing next to Hokushin, Kushina's big eyes lit up. She grabbed Mikoto and Kyujetsu by the hand and dragged them over. The moment she reached him, she threw her arms around Hoshiyomi in an enthusiastic hug. Hoshiyomi smiled and ruffled her hair, glancing up at Hokushin with a helpless grin. She's pretty clingy. Hokushin smiled warmly. That's a good thing. I just wish Kyujetsu could be a little more outgoing. He bent down to the timid black-haired girl hiding behind him. Come on, say hello to Hoshiyomi nii-san. He's a friend of Dad's. Mikoto, always polite, greeted him first. Hello, Hoshiyomi nii-san. Are you Kushina's family? Before Hoshiyomi could answer, Kushina jumped in, chattering away to explain their relationship, leaving Hoshiyomi half amused, half exasperated. Not wanting to be left out, Kyujetsu finally peeked out from behind Hokushin and whispered so softly it was barely audible. Hello. Hoshiyomi nii-san. Hoshiyomi responded with a gentle smile and reached out to pet her head, but Kyujetsu yelped in surprise and darted back behind her father. Hokushin gave a slightly pained smile and apologized. Sorry, she's just like this. But Hoshiyomi quickly waved it off. No need to apologize. Honestly, it's fine, this is just part of what makes little Kyujetsu who she is. He softened his voice even further, crouching slightly. You're unique, Kyujetsu. I could pick you out of a crowd in an instant. Kushina chimed in to help. Yet, when I first walked into the classroom, I noticed Kyujetsu and Mikoto right away. Mikoto looked pleased but still maintained her usual courtesy. Thank you for the compliment, Hoshiyomi-san. She gently tugged on Kyujetsu's sleeve, prompting her to mumble a quiet thank you. Hokushin knew his daughter was already pushing her limits just by saying that. Change would have to come slowly, step by step. With an apologetic smile, he said. I should get the girls home. We'll take our leave now. Hoshiyomi understood perfectly and nodded, bidding them farewell. As he said goodbye to Hokushin, Hoshiyomi suddenly felt a gaze on him. He turned his head and spotted a little blonde boy nervously looking away. When the boy realized Hoshiyomi was still watching, he gave an awkward but sunny smile. Just from that expression alone, Hoshiyomi sighed inwardly. So this is the little son, hey? But Kushina clearly didn't think so. When she noticed Minato Namikaze, she snorted and crossed her arms. Ugh, it's that annoying guy again. Hoshiyomi raised an eyebrow, curious. Why do you say he's annoying? Kushina huffed. On the first day of school, I said I was gonna be the first ever female Hokage, and that guy immediately said his dream is to become Hokage too. Isn't that just trying to steal my spotlight and embarrass me? She puffed her cheeks. And he's always sneaking around, laughing at me behind my back. He's the worst. Hoshiyomi scratched his head. Maybe he'd just been an adult for too long, but he really couldn't follow this kind of kid logic. Still, playing the role of matchmaker, he suggested. Why don't you go ask him why he acts like that? Kushina shot back immediately. No way. Why should I go listen to what he has to say? But Hoshiyomi gave her hand a gentle tug. Come on, just ask. Maybe there's more to it than you think. He wasn't worried that helping Kushina would somehow ruin Minato's future romance prospects after all. Minato's natural charm was basically a cheat code in itself. What did worry him, though, was the butterfly effect of the Uzumaki relocation. If Kumo didn't try to kidnap Kushina later on, would the bond between her and Minato even form properly? Without that pivotal event, things could go sideways fast. Thinking about it, Hoshiyomi squeezed Kushina's hand lightly. Go on. Worst case, if he really is just making fun of you, I'll help you teach him a lesson. Sound good? Kushina burst into giggles, clearly picturing Hoshiyomi smacking Minato's butt, and happily agreed. She even took the initiative, dragging Hoshiyomi along as she walked up to Minato. Minato didn't run away. He just stood there, waiting with his usual warm smile. Kushina stomped up to him. Hey, you! Minato turned around, still wearing that soft, friendly grin. Hi, Kushina! Did you need something? Kushina puffed up her cheeks and tried to look fierce. Are you trying to steal the Hokage title from me? Minato smiled at Hoshiyomi first, then waved his hand at Kushina. That's not what I meant. I just said I also want to become a Hokage loved by everyone. Kushina wasn't buying it. She turned to Hoshiyomi with a scowl. See, Hoshiyomi and I? He is trying to steal the Hokage dream from me and he won't even admit it. What a coward! She stuck her tongue out at Minato in a playful taunt. But Minato wasn't paying attention to that. His eyes sparkled as he stared at Hoshiyomi. You're the legendary Hoshiyomi-sama, aren't you? That sword, it has to be you. Hoshiyomi felt a little awkward. Sure, he was fairly well known in the village, but this reaction made it sound like Minato thought he was already the future fourth Hokage. Still, he nodded and admitted it. That's right. I'm Gekkō Hoshiyomi. You know about me. Minato's face lit up with excitement. Of course. The story of how you graduated in just half a year is still famous at the academy. And there's the Chunin exams, and that mission you did with Orochimaru and the others. I've read everything about you. He rattled off Hoshiyomi's achievements like a devoted fanboy, then finally gathered his courage to ask. My name is Minato Namikaze. If it's possible, would you consider taking me as a student? Please teach me. Hoshiyomi was floored. Wait, what? Since when did Minato become my fanboy? He was still processing that bizarre new reality when a furious voice cut in beside him. First you want to steal my Hokage dream, and now you're trying to steal my Hoshiyomi nii? Are you asking for a fight, or what? Kushina had already rolled up her sleeves, looking ready to brawl. Her expression practically screamed. I'm mad now. The consequences will be severe. Chapter 151, Konoha's Sword Saint 151. At that moment, a big imaginary danger sign practically popped up over Minato's head. He instantly realized the situation had turned south. Seeing Kushina about to pounce, Minato reflexively dodged to the side while hurriedly explaining. "You've got it all wrong. I'm not trying to take anything from you, I just really admire Hoshiyomi-sama and was hoping he might be willing to teach me a little someday." But Kushina wasn't listening. All she could think about was how this annoying boy had humiliated her in class, and now he was trying to steal her beloved Hoshiyomi nii too. Her anger bar maxed out instantly. She bared her teeth and lunged at Minato again, but he dodged with nimble, cat-like agility. From the sidelines, Hoshiyomi's eyes suddenly lit up. An outsider might have thought it was just a silly squabble between kids, but an expert could see the difference. When it came to swordsmanship and taijutsu, Hoshiyomi was second to none in the current Konoha. Not even the head of the Gekkō Clan could claim to surpass him. And right now, with just one glance, Hoshiyomi could tell Minato was special. It wasn't about physical strength. Minato didn't have the brawny frame of young Jiraiya. What stood out was his incredible athletic reflexes and coordination. No exaggeration, at just 6 years old, Minato's reaction speed was barely a step behind Hoshiyomi's own. Before Kushina could even complete a movement, Minato had already predicted her trajectory and adjusted his position with minimal effort, conserving energy while staying light on his feet. Watching them was like watching an ordinary person try to catch a cat. No matter how fast you grab, the cat always slips away first. Minato could preemptively read Kushina's attacks and dodge with the smallest necessary movements, minimizing exertion. That kind of reaction time was nothing short of genius. If you combined it with his future proficiency in space-time ninjutsu, it wasn't hard to see how he'd eventually master the Flying Thunder God technique to such a terrifying degree. In fact, even without Flying Thunder God, if Minato chose to walk the same high-speed taijutsu path as Hoshiyomi, he'd still become a renowned ninja. And this was him before anyone had seriously trained him. If Hoshiyomi could help cultivate his talents early on, just how far could Minato go? For the first time, Hoshiyomi truly understood why Orochimaru's eyes had gleamed when he met Sasuke. Because right now, he was looking at Minato the exact same way with eyes shining bright. Hoshiyomi reached out and gently stopped both kids. Kushina was still fuming. "Hoshiyomi nii. Let me go. I'm definitely going to catch that annoying guy today." She kept trying to kick Minato, but her little legs weren't quite long enough to reach him. Her face flushed red with frustration. Minato, meanwhile, was stunned. That was fast. He hadn't even seen Hoshiyomi's movement. He only realized he'd been grabbed after it happened. Even if his attention had been 100% on Hoshiyomi, he still wouldn't have been able to dodge that. So this is the strength of Hoshiyomi-sama. I was right to look up to him. Minato had been watching Hoshiyomi for a long time. First of all, because Hoshiyomi, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru were civilian-born ninja. Every civilian kid in the village dreamed of being taken on as a disciple by one of them. That way, they wouldn't have to worry about clan favoritism or unfair resource allocation. But there was another reason, perhaps the most important one. Minato knew that, stylistically, he and Hoshiyomi were the most alike. Like Itachi in the next generation, Minato was a frighteningly precocious genius. Even at just 6 years old, he had already drafted a rough plan for his future. Since he didn't yet know about space-time ninjutsu, Hoshiyomi was his ideal role model. Minato had set his path as a high-speed, taijutsu-focused ninja. He might learn ninjutsu here and there, but he wouldn't waste time on complex techniques with long-hand seals. That would only slow him down. Speed and precision, like Hoshiyomi's shunshin and sword style, was his true calling. Hoshiyomi ruffled Kushina's bright red hair. "All right, settle down." Minato didn't mean it like that. Under his touch, Kushina slowly calmed, pouting like a grumpy kitten. But she still glared daggers at Minato, as if to say, "You better hope I don't catch you alone, punk." Minato scratched his head awkwardly and chimed in. "Yeah, I'm not trying to take Hoshiyomi-sama away from you. I just, really want to learn from him." Kushina, still sulking, knew she might have gone too far, but her pride wouldn't let her admit it. She just huffed and turned her head away. Once things had settled, Hoshiyomi looked over at Minato. "As for you, Minato." Minato immediately straightened up, eyes full of hope, watching Hoshiyomi's face for any sign of an answer. Hoshiyomi didn't tease him. He got straight to the point. "I can give you occasional guidance. But that'll depend on whether I have time." Kushina instantly exploded again. "Why? Hoshiyomi, why would you take him as a student? He's so cowardly he didn't even fight back just now." She looked up at him with watery eyes, as if to say, "If you really do this, I'm gonna cry." Hoshiyomi felt his HP bar drop to critical levels under the assault of her puppy dog eyes. He almost wanted to cry out Oslo on the spot, but he held it together and patiently explained. "Don't underestimate Minato, Kushina. He was holding back. You saw how fast and sharp his reactions were, right? If he'd wanted to counterattack, there were at least 7 moments where you wouldn't have been able to dodge." Kushina, being the half-princess of the Uzumaki clan, knew this deep down. She just didn't want to admit it. In her heart, Minato had always seemed weak and kind of girly, and it was hard to adjust that image overnight. So she snorted and stayed quiet. Hoshiyomi smiled, gently smoothing out her red hair. "Besides, taking Minato as a student won't make me stop caring about you. I'll keep an eye on him, too. And if he ever bullies you, I'll make sure his training gets very intense." "Sound good?" Kushina's eyes lit up. "Really? Promise? Pinky swear you better not lie." Hoshiyomi laughed. "Don't worry. I promise." He glanced at Minato, who immediately understood. This was Hoshiyomi's way of helping him. Minato gave Hoshiyomi a grateful look, then turned to Kushina. "I just want to be friends with you, Kushina. I promise I'll never bully you. And if I ever do, I'll let Hoshiyomi-sama punish me however he wants." Chapter 152, Konoha's Sword Saint 152. Before anyone realized it, the calendar had already flipped to Konoha year 30. "Hoshiyomi, Minato. Breakfast is ready. If you don't eat now, you'll be late for class." Gekkō, wearing an apron, walked out into the courtyard, following the sounds of clashing practice weapons. Seeing the silhouettes of Hoshiyomi and Minato training in the yard, she shook her head. "Honestly, no matter how hard you train, you still have to remember to eat." Hearing his mother's voice, Hoshiyomi put away his wooden practice sword. "That's enough for this morning, Minato. Go wash up and get ready for breakfast." Minato wiped the sweat from his brow and set down his practice kunao. Minato had moved in with the Gekkō family. His parents had passed away early, and he didn't come from a privileged clan. So Hoshiyomi had waved his hand and simply brought Minato home to live with him. Ri was more than pleased. Her son, Hoshiyomi, still hadn't given her any grandchildren, and she'd been fretting about that for years. Now, with Minato in the house, she was practically living her dream of being a grandma. If Minato weren't so stubborn about keeping his own identity, Ri would have made him change his name to Gekkō Minato by now. Thinking about it, Hoshiyomi suddenly chuckled to himself. "Wait, if this keeps going, does that mean Naruto will have to call me Grandpa Hoshiyomi someday? What a wild thought!" In terms of training, Minato's progress was phenomenal. Before, his reflexes and coordination were exceptional, but his physical strength was average, and he lacked basic chakra training. That was why, in the original timeline, Minato hadn't graduated early. He'd had to stay in the academy longer to make up for missing foundational lessons. But now with Hoshiyomi as his teacher that gap had closed fast. In just a year and a half, under Hoshiyomi's guidance, Minato had already caught up to, and even surpassed, the children of the major clans. According to Hoshiyomi's estimation, in pure taijutsu alone, Minato could already match a newly promoted Chunin. And this was still just his first year at the academy. If it were Hoshiyomi, he'd have already applied for early graduation. Theoretical knowledge could be polished later during D-rank missions. But Minato was cautious, surprisingly cautious for a prodigy of his level. Even though Hoshiyomi said he was ready for the graduation exam, Minato insisted on staying in school until at least age 10. Of course, Hoshiyomi suspected Kushina was part of the reason. It must have been love at first sight. Minato had plenty of fangirls in his class, but he had eyes for Kushina alone. And Kushina, after visiting Hoshiyomi a few times, had gradually accepted Minato too. Sure, she still pretended to dislike him, but Hoshiyomi could see the difference. Her attitude toward Minato wasn't the same as before. Even Mikoto and Kyujetsu Uchiha noticed it sometimes and would tease Kushina about it. When compared to how she interacted with Naoki, the contrast was obvious. Naoki was already in his 6th year at the academy, and now that he no longer competed with Kushina, the two of them got along just fine like ordinary siblings. Their relationship was steady and bland. But with Minato, it was different. Kushina still acted like she disliked him, but that dislike had a distinctly different flavor. It had the hint of a girl teasing someone she secretly liked. Hoshiyomi actually enjoyed this kind of daily life. Practicing his sword techniques, flirting with Tsunade, teaching Minato, and watching Minato and Kushina bicker. It was a simple life, but not boring. If it were possible, he really wouldn't mind things staying this way forever. But the shinobi world doesn't follow anyone's script. That day, Hoshiyomi and Tsunade suddenly received an urgent summons. The messenger wasn't an Anbu from the 3rd Hokage, it was Mito Uzumaki's personal attendant. The two of them knew immediately what that meant. Without a word, they rushed toward the Senju compound at full speed. Neither of them noticed that, near the entrance of Konoha Hospital, a certain Jainin fresh out of recovery watched them hurry away and smiled coldly. Inside a nondescript house elsewhere in the village, that same Jainin knelt respectfully before Shimura Dans and reported. Lord Dans, just as you predicted. Mito Uzumaki is most likely at the end of her life. Dans finally smiled. Inform the others. It's time to prepare for new leadership appointments. The Jainin blinked, then his face lit up with excitement. Yes, sir. I'll notify them immediately. Meanwhile, in the Senju compound, Hoshiyomi and Tsunade didn't hesitate for a second as they charged straight into Mito's room. On the way, Hoshiyomi noticed something. There were new ceiling arrays drawn along the corridors. He understood what that meant. His heart clenched, but he said nothing as he held Tsunade's hand and walked silently into the room. Inside, Mito was sitting upright in a rocking chair. When she saw them come in, she smiled faintly. You're back. Her voice was stronger than usual, not weak and frail like before. In fact, she seemed almost energetic. The moment Tsunade saw this, her tears started to fall. After years working in the hospital, she recognized this immediately for what it was. This was the so-called final burst of clarity before death. Tsunade walked over, wanting to hug Mito one last time. Mito opened her arms and embraced her, then gently wiped away her tears. Now, what's there to cry about? Birth, aging, sickness, and death, that's life. I've lived long enough to see you and Hoshiyomi grow up, to see Naoki and Kushina thrive. I'm satisfied. Grandma. Tsunade couldn't even finish her sentence. Hoshiyomi's eyes were wet too. Moments like this were always hard to accept, no matter how prepared you thought you were. But Mito remained calm. Enough tears. There's no time to waste on sadness. She looked at Hoshiyomi. Come closer, Hoshiyomi. Let me give you my final instructions. Hashirama's already waiting for me on the other side. I don't want to keep him waiting too long. Grandma. We're listening. Hoshiyomi took a deep breath and stood beside Tsunade, quietly listening. Mito held Tsunade's hand first, then solemnly placed it into Hoshiyomi's. I'm entrusting Tsunade to you now. You promised me you'd take care of her. And if possible, please look after Nawaki and Kushina too. Hoshiyomi forced a smile through his tears. Of course. That's my duty. Mito smiled and gently hugged both of them. As for the position of fourth Hokage, you two can decide between yourselves. Either way, I'll be at peace leaving it in your hands. I've made almost all the necessary preparations. Right now, you, Jiraiya, and the others might not have the full political clout to call the shots. But after the news of my passing spreads, another war will probably break out. That can't be helped. Hashirama spent his whole life working for peace, but maybe it's still too soon for people to truly understand each other. Whether or not that day comes depends on your generation. War is cruel, but for you, it'll also be an opportunity. When the time comes, if your standing is high enough, and with the help of that list I prepared, you shouldn't face much resistance. I've entrusted that list to the Slug Sage. When the time comes, just ask her for it. Mito's smile deepened. Hashirama's already getting impatient over there. I'd better go. Don't worry, Tobirama, and I will be watching from above, blessing you all. The future of Konoha is in your hands. As she finished speaking, the color slowly drained from her face. The hands that held theirs gradually lost strength. But the smile on her lips never faded. Author's note: Mito's death was inevitable, but honestly, I still hate writing these kinds of scenes. Also, minor spoiler, Dan's will stir up trouble soon, but the more he jumps around now, the worse his downfall will be. Don't worry, unlike the original series, I won't let him get away with things for so long. Chapter 153, Konoha's Sword Saint. 153. Mito Uzumaki had passed away. But Konoha did not hold a grand public funeral. Instead, the ceremony was kept low-key and private. After a few close friends and family paid their respects, the burial was hurriedly concluded. If this had been an ordinary time, of course Mito's funeral would have been a monumental event worthy of her status. But now? These were unusual times. Anyone with the slightest sense of political awareness could feel that the international situation was unstable. War was in the air. Under such circumstances, the death of a Jinchuriki was the kind of news you had to cover up for as long as possible. Even within Konoha, only a handful of people knew that Kushina Uzumaki was now the new Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. If news of Mito's death got out too soon, the other great shinobi villages would go insane. So Konoha made the choice. Keep the secret as long as possible, at least until all the war supplies were ready. Inside Konoha, a political earthquake erupted. Without Mito's protection, many of the Senju-affiliated higher UPS were suddenly targeted. Her death removed their greatest umbrella of support, and the opposition wasted no time kicking off their celebration. One by one, key members of the Senju faction were removed from their positions under various pretexts. Hoshiyomi and his circle of friends could only offer silent sympathy. The time wasn't right. If they intervened now, not only would they be unable to help, but they'd also put themselves at risk. Sure, the six of them together could shake things up if they wanted to. But throwing the grenade too early would only result in wasted potential. So for now, they chose to stay silent. Even as Shimura Dans rose to power. That's right, Dans got promoted. He didn't need genjutsu, blackmail, or backroom conspiracies. All it took was a private conversation, and Dans went from a marginalized, sidelined elder to the new head of a special unit, the Anbu Training Division. That was just the official name. Everyone would soon come to know it by a simpler name, Root. The reason was simple. Without Mito, Hiruzen Sarutobi couldn't keep the major clans in check on his own. To maintain his hold on the Hokage seat, Sarutobi had to rely on more than just Mito's influence. He needed new strategies. That's why he created the so-called Advisor Council. Back in the days of Hashirama and Tobirama, there had been no such thing. The advisory system was Sarutobi's invention, a tool to maintain balance. By pulling representatives from both of Konoha's major factions into the council, Sarutobi made them fight each other like dogs while he kept his own hands clean. Sure, he sacrificed some of his authority, but it prevented any single clan from growing too dominant. When Mito was still alive, she held everything together. But now that she was gone, the fractures in Sarutobi's system immediately began to show. His influence wasn't enough anymore. Without Mito's stabilizing presence, Sarutobi found himself unable to suppress the ambitions of the two major factions. Yet he still couldn't bring himself to use dirty tactics. Partly because of his own hesitant, indecisive personality. And partly because of his carefully crafted righteous and benevolent Hokage image. That persona was his ticket to the support of Konoha's civilian population. If he ruined that image, not only would he fail to grab more power, he'd lose his entire political base. That's when he needed a third party. His longtime allies, Homura Mito Kato and Koharu Udaten, didn't have the guts to take on the role of necessary villain. Neither of them wanted to become the person who dared to offend the entire village. Enter Dan's. He reached out his hand. There was no fiery speech. No complicated deal-making. Just one simple sentence. Whatever dirty work you can't do, Hiruzen, I'll do it. Whatever blame you don't want to carry, I'll carry it. You get to be the shining figure in the sunlight. I'll be the unseen root in the darkness. Of course, he didn't say it exactly like that. But boiled down, that was the essence. Forget friendship, just the courage to volunteer as a scapegoat was enough to make Sarutobi want to applaud. And so, Shimura Dan's officially rose to power. The root division was quietly born. At this stage, Dan's wasn't yet the arrogant, power-hungry man he'd become in later years. Right now, he was like a loyal dog, doing whatever Sarutobi asked without complaint. He worked without rest. He didn't ask for rewards. Wherever Sarutobi pointed, he would pounce. When political opponents needed to be silenced, Dan's handled it cleanly. The people who disappeared didn't vanish overnight. Their deaths looked like accidents so perfectly staged that no one could trace the events back to Dan's or Sarutobi. And Dan's played his role perfectly. Publicly, he looked like the loyal lapdog. Whenever Sarutobi needed a scapegoat, Dan's would volunteer. Whenever something dirty needed to be done, Dan's would step forward. When punishment was required, Dan's would gladly accept it. More importantly, Dan's understood Sarutobi's personality perfectly. Whenever Sarutobi hesitated or wavered, Dan's would whisper strategic advice in his ear, analyzing the pros and cons. He was more useful than a kunao, closer than a shadow. People gnashed their teeth in secret, hating Dan's with all their might. But they never realized, most of what Dan's did was with Sarutobi's full knowledge and often at his command. Thanks to his performance, Dan's position rose steadily. Even though everyone knew he was power-hungry, Sarutobi still couldn't bear to get rid of such a perfect scapegoat. Despite Konoha's efforts to cover things up, there's one thing the shinobi world never lacks: spies. Thanks to their tireless work, news of Mito's death leaked a few months later. And the moment that news broke, it shattered the fragile peace that had held for years. In Uegakure and Tsunagakure, mouths were practically watering. Both of their third kage were ambitious men. The third Kazekage, Rinashuk, had a terrifying magnet-release Kekkei Genkai, earning him the title of the strongest Kazekage in history. Meanwhile, Uegakure had spent the last 2 years developing their Jinkriki and leveling up their military strength. After years of rebuilding from previous losses, both villages had been calculating how to stir up a big event, one that could help them snatch back resources and repair their economies. They'd long considered picking fights with Kirigakure or Kumigakure. But it wasn't about revenge. No, the real motive was simple: territory and resources. Unfortunately, both Kiri and Kumo had shut their borders, hiding like turtles in their shells. This left Iwa and Suna with no easy options. They couldn't attack by land. And as for fighting at sea? Expecting Tsunagakure to wage a naval war was like asking the Mongol Navy to conquer the Pacific. So who else could they attack? Konoha, of course. But wait, you might ask, why target Konoha? Simple. Because they lost everything at Uzushio. They came away from the assault on Uzushiogakure with nothing. All the sealing techniques? Snatched by Kumo and Kiri. So whose fault was that? Well, Kumo and Kiri betrayed them, sure. But if Konoha hadn't been so aggressive, would those two have backstabbed us? When you count it up, it's obviously still Konoha's fault, right? So get out here, Konoha, and take your beating. Chapter 154, Konoha's Sword Saint 154. Roughly half a year after Mito Uzumaki's passing, Iwagakure and Tsunagakure jointly issued an official declaration, or perhaps more accurately, a writ of denunciation entitled The Five Great Shinobi Villages Balanced Development Initiative. At first glance, the document sounded noble and righteous, but it was filled with vague, convoluted language. Ordinary people reading it might think, wow! I don't know what this says, but it sure sounds important. But if you translated it into plain language, it was actually quite simple. In essence, the declaration said, since we're known as the Five Great Shinobi Villages, no one should be starting wars lightly. We should all promote peace in the ninja world. But if we want peace, we first have to ask, why do wars happen? The answer is simple: resource inequality. When nations are balanced in strength, no one will dare to make the first move. But if imbalance occurs, the stronger will inevitably consider swallowing the weaker. That's how wars start. Therefore, to prevent future conflict, the five great shinobi villages must develop evenly. Sounds reasonable, right? But here comes the twist. Kirigakure is isolated overseas and enjoys abundant maritime resources. Kumigakure is vast and fertile. And Konoha? Well, your prosperity speaks for itself. Meanwhile, we the good folks of Iwagakure and Tsunagakure have nothing. One of us lives in the mountains, the other survives in the desert. In other words, you all have nice things. We don't. So to maintain balance, and for the sake of world peace, you should hand over a large portion of your lands and resources to us. If you agree to sign this treaty, you'll be our good friends. But if you refuse, well, for the sake of long-term peace, we'll be forced to use military means to maintain balance. Don't worry though. We'll only take exactly what we asked for, no more, no less. It's all for love and peace. Love and peace. If you gave this document to Hashirama Senju, he'd probably sign it tearfully on the spot. But the current generation of third Kage? They all reacted the same way. Het. Pa. After spitting in contempt, however, the three remaining villages had very different responses. Kumigakure and Kirigakure didn't outright refuse. Instead, they issued their own public statement. We also support balanced development among the five great shinobi villages. However, we firmly stand with our big brother Konoha. We're Konoha's loyal fans. Since Konoha is the largest, wealthiest, and most powerful village, if they agree to give up territory and resources, we'll happily follow suit. But if Konoha refuses? Well, then we won't either. In other words, Konoha, we're dragging you into this whether you like it or not. Everyone knew Kumigakure and Kirigakure were spewing nonsense. But even so, Konoha had no choice but to step onto the stage. What were they supposed to do? Actually give away half their land? That was never going to happen. No matter how indecisive Hiruzen Sarutobi could be, even he would never agree to something that ridiculous. And besides, Konoha had already spent the past 6 months secretly stockpiling supplies in preparation for war. So Konoha responded bluntly. Keep dreaming. And just like that the Second Great Ninja War broke out. The combined forces of Iwagakure and Tsunagakure quickly swept through and occupied several small neighboring countries, then marched directly into Omegakure, the village hidden by rain. They were determined to make Rain Country the primary battlefield against Konoha. Konoha didn't back down. They immediately entered full wartime mobilization. Routine missions were suspended, and the first wave of 6,000 ninja was dispatched to Land of Rain. The Konoha forces split into 2 groups of 3,000, setting up camps along different fronts to counter Iwa and Suna's positions. As the armies gathered, the civilians of Rain Country trembled in fear. But one man wasn't trembling, he was furious. That man was Hanzo of the Salamander, renowned as the demigod of Omegakure. Hanzo was a man of great ambition. He had dreamed of elevating Omegakure into the 6th great ninja village, and had spent years building up his military strength. But before his ninja forces could even take shape, the 3 great nations decided to start a war on his land without asking. Hanzo was enraged. And when Hanzo got mad, the consequences were severe. He personally led his forces and swept through the forward camps of all 3 villages, brazenly declaring, "If you want to fight in the Land of Rain, you'll have to kill me first." In other words, Hanzo had just declared war on all 3 of the great villages simultaneously. The situation changed instantly. What was supposed to be a 2-sided conflict suddenly became a 3-way war, with Hanzo at the center, challenging everyone. Rain's ninja were mostly second-rate. But Hanzo himself? He was a walking biological weapon. Hanzo rarely needed backup. He would teleport into battle, unleash his deadly poison gas, and then cut down enemies with overwhelming taijutsu before vanishing again. Anyone poisoned by him was as good as dead, there was no antidote. In the first week alone, even before the 3 villages truly clashed, over 1,000 ninja had already died. More than 1/3 of those deaths were directly caused by Hanzo's poison and surprise attacks. For a time, Hanzo alone managed to suppress the combined forces of the 3 great villages. His title of demigod echoed across the land. Realizing they couldn't ignore Hanzo anymore, the 3 villages paused their own battles and turned their forces toward Omegakure. Under these circumstances, Hoshiyomi and his companions could no longer stay in Konoha. At the latest Jainin meeting, Dan's and his allies in the opposition dragged Hoshiyomi's group into the war effort, forcing them to the front lines. But Hoshiyomi and the others didn't resist. For people like Jiraiya and Orochimaru, who were still young, the political scheming went over their heads or they simply didn't care. They were eager to fight, driven by hot-blooded enthusiasm. But Tsunade and Hoshiyomi knew better. They understood Mito's final plan. They were waiting for this chance to seize military merit and elevate their political standing. Hiruzen hesitated. But in the end, he still agreed to send them to the front. The battles at the front lines were too intense. Konoha needed elite fighters to counterbalance Dan's growing influence. At the same time, Hoshiyomi and Tsunade jointly submitted a list of Senju clan members, those who had been hiding their identities. They requested to bring these shinobi with them to the battlefield. The opposition was overjoyed. They saw this as the perfect opportunity to weaken the Senju faction further. They didn't suspect any deeper scheme. As far as they were concerned, with Mito gone, the idea of reviving the Senju clan was basically a lost cause. If Hoshiyomi wanted to bring a bunch of half-hidden Senju to the front lines, so much the better. It just meant those people would die faster. They were more than happy to let him take as many as he wanted. Chapter 155, Konoha's Sword Saint 155. After an intense round of discussion, the overall deployment plan for the upcoming war was finally set. The dual-front strategy remained unchanged, but the operational approach had shifted. One side would take the offensive, while the other held the defensive line. The front facing Iwagakure, being closest to Hanzo of the Salamander's main base, was designated as the offensive force. Meanwhile, the front facing Tsunagakure was tasked with defense. The offensive force was reinforced urgently with 4,000 additional shinobi, bringing the total to 7,000, to directly confront Hanzo's onslaught. The defensive force received over 2,000 more ninja, bringing their total to 5,000, tasked with fully securing the nearby territory as a fallback point and guarding against any underhanded moves from Tsunagakure. On paper, Danzo was named supreme commander of both fronts, but he would not appear on the front lines himself. His role was to oversee covert operations, espionage, assassination, intelligence transmission from the relative safety of the defensive line. The real decision-making, however, still rested with the 6 of them, the core of Konoha's elite. Among the 6, Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru led the vanguard to reinforce the offensive front. Tsunade served as the core of the medical corps, while Jiraiya and Orochimaru handled direct combat and tactical maneuvers. On the defensive front, Sakumo Hatake and Shinku Yui took charge. Sakumo led long-range assaults and direct engagements, while Shinku oversaw patrols and logistical exchanges. Once the strategy was finalized, the 5 of them departed immediately for the front lines except for Hoshiyomi Gekkō. Although Hoshiyomi was also assigned to the offensive front, but he had an additional mission, transporting the first batch of strategic supplies. His route would first take him to the defensive line before proceeding to the offensive front. This mission was extremely dangerous. On the surface, it appeared that Hanzo was chasing the combined forces of the 3 great shinobi villages into disarray. But beneath that surface, countless unseen skirmishes were still unfolding. With the battle lines unclear and checkpoints yet to be fully established, transporting supplies under these conditions was fraught with peril. At any moment, they could stumble into an enemy unit, sparking a deadly encounter. For this reason, Hoshiyomi would depart for the front lines 3 days later than Tsunade and the others. During those 3 days, aside from packing his own gear, he spent most of his time warning Minato and the other 3 kids to stay off the battlefield. He wasn't worried about Kushina. The Uzumaki clan was currently stationed at Konoha's outer perimeter. With their protection, even if Kumagakure tried to kidnap Kushina, it wouldn't be a problem. Minato was a textbook cautious ninja. Hoshiyomi didn't worry about him either. He simply arranged his training and tasks, planning to monitor his progress after the mission. The real headache was Nawaka, that reckless little brat. Ever since Hoshiyomi had taught him a few techniques, Nawaka had gotten cocky, now indisputably the top student in his class. As a 6th year at the academy, Nawaka had been clamoring to go to war ever since he heard about the outbreak of hostilities beyond Konoha. His face practically screamed, "I'm asking for death." Hoshiyomi spent most of the past 2 days drilling this kid, forbidding him from stepping onto the battlefield until he and Tsunade returned. He also arranged for Minato to personally teach Nawaka a lesson. With Minato's reflexes and Hoshiyomi's training, the 2nd-year Minato could now easily defeat Nawaka, even though Nawaka was 4 years ahead of him. After the sparring match, Minato, following Hoshiyomi's instructions, delivered a rather soul-crushing line. "If you can't even beat a 2nd year like me, what are you going to do on the battlefield? Go hand out free kills." Absolute brutality. But this tactic worked far better than any gentle persuasion. Nawaka exploded on the spot, swearing on his future title as the 5th Hokage that he would not leave the village until he could defeat Minato. Seeing this, Hoshiyomi finally relaxed. Given the gap in ability, Nawaka wouldn't be beating Minato anytime before his own adolescence, at least 2 or 3 years. For now, there was no need to worry about the kid doing something reckless. If even this couldn't save Nawaka from his fate, well, as the saying goes, a long arm can't hold back a short-lived fool. Might as well let Princess Mocha, Tsunade's mother, create a new account in the afterlife. After settling things with the three kids and the supplies prepared, Hoshiyomi set out at dawn the next day with his transport team, heading toward the Land of Rain. The convoy consisted of 4 Jonin and 12 Chunin, a notably elite logistical squad. The 4 Jonin were Hoshiyomi Gekkō himself, Heiga Seish from the Heiga clan, Inyazuka Fuji from the Inyazuka clan, and Hoshiyomi's old acquaintance, Uchiha Hokushin. These 4 were all versatile types, skilled in both sensory and combat abilities. Even among Jonin, they were considered top tier. The 12 Chunin also had specialized skills of their own, demonstrating how much Konoha valued this first round of strategic transport. The journey from the Land of Fire to the Land of Rain started off peacefully. The team remained relaxed. But as they approached the border of Rain country, the atmosphere grew tense. Not because they were scared of war, but because everyone entered full battle readiness. Each shinobi focused on their assigned role. There was no time for idle chatter anymore. Hoshiyomi decided to let the team rest briefly before crossing the border. Then he gave the final instructions. Everyone, from this point on, stay on high alert. Chunin, your job is to protect the supplies and your comrades. Seish, activate your Byakugan every 3 minutes. Don't forget. Fuji, unleash your ninja dogs. I know they hate rain, but there's no helping it. Let them work with my partner Lobo for close-range sensing. Hokushin, prepare for combat. If enemies attack, I'll immediately cloak myself and try to assassinate their leaders. But that means you'll have to hold the line and take the brunt of their assault. Watch your safety closely. Understood. Understood. The team responded with enthusiasm. No one acted like the brainless characters from novels Hoshiyomi had read in his past life. No one raised pointless objections. This team trusted his leadership. Part of it was Hoshiyomi's personal approach. He treated the Chunin well, paid attention to their condition during marches, and never looked down on them for being weaker. The other reason? His reputation. Where there's a famous tree, there's a long shadow. Hoshiyomi's name was known throughout the ninja world. His strength left everyone convinced. No one doubted his judgment. With that, the team crossed into the Land of Rain, heading toward the defensive line. The entire group remained on high alert. Heiga Seish and Inyazuka Fuji stuck strictly to the sensory rotation plan Hoshiyomi had set. Along the way, they did encounter some enemy ninja units. But thanks to the Byakugan's superiority, they detected these threats in advance and successfully avoided confrontation. They safely delivered their supplies to the defensive line. However, on their way to the offensive front with the remaining supplies, their luck finally ran out. Deep in a forest, Heiga Seish suddenly raised his hand, a signal to halt. His face turned pale as he turned to Hoshiyomi. A squad of about 20 individuals is rapidly approaching us. There's no time to avoid them. Chapter 156, Konoha's Sword Saint 156. The moment they heard those words, everyone's faces turned grim. They were outnumbered. Worse, they were burdened with supplies. A situation that practically guaranteed they'd be at a disadvantage in this fight. Hoshiyomi's expression wasn't great either, but he didn't panic. He spoke in a calm, low voice. Don't panic. Our sensory abilities are stronger than theirs. There's a chance they haven't discovered us yet. It's too late to set traps, but everyone get into combat formation. He issued the orders swiftly. Do as I said before. Chunin, prepare for hand seals. Half of you focus on defensive jutsu, the other half on offensive. Lobo, stay with them and help guard the supplies. I'll cloak myself and look for an opening to assassinate their strongest member. Don't worry, I'm here. Hearing Hoshiyomi's steady command, the team's tension eased a little. One by one, they drew their weapons, bracing for the imminent clash. Meanwhile, Hoshiyomi silently activated transparent escape technique. Climbing into the trees, preparing for a stealth kill. At the same time, Higa Sish's temple veins bulged as his Byakugan focused sharply. He whispered the report, calculating the enemy's distance. 20 enemies. Judging by their chakra signatures 6 Jainin, 11 Chnin, and 3 with very weak chakra, either wounded or low-ranking genin. His tone tightened as he continued. 1,000 meters, 500, 200. Chunin team, get ready to weave seals. Hold on. Slow down. Looks like they've noticed us. They're charging in, probably thinking they have the numbers advantage. Prepare, release. The moment Higa Sish's voice fell, 2 distinct sounds rang out at once. From the jungle came the rustling of enemy shinobi closing in at high speed, while the Konoha Chunin unleashed a barrage of ninjutsu. Fire style, flame bullet. Wind style, great breakthrough. Water style, water gun technique. A variety of elemental attacks roared toward the incoming shadows in the forest. Unfortunately, the enemy had experts of their own. Earth style wall. Although just a standard defensive jutsu, the thickness of the wall was absurd. A massive half-meter wide earthen barrier rose from the ground, blocking nearly 80% of the incoming jutsu. Watching this, Higa Sish unconsciously bit his lip. Only a few stray attacks managed to slip past the wall, but they didn't do much damage. One enemy ninja had his shoulder grazed by a flame bullet, but in the heavy rains of the Land of Rain, it amounted to little more than a mild burn. As the opposing shinobi revealed themselves, their crimson flak jackets and forehead protectors gave away their identity. They were Iwagaku ninja. The Iwa Jonin, who had just blocked most of the attacks with earth-style wall, glanced at Higa Sish and spoke with a knowing smile. No wonder you timed our approach so precisely. So it's the Byakugan. What an incredible Kekkei Genkai. Too bad, those eyes won't be much use anymore. Higa Sish was about to snap back when his expression changed suddenly. Wait, no. He hurriedly looked down and sure enough, a shadow was erupting from the ground beneath him. Damn it! There'd been someone hiding underground the whole time. The Byakugan could see through the ground, but only if Sish focused his vision downward. He'd been paying attention to the surroundings and the sky, neglecting the underground completely. Startled, he tried to evade, but it was too late. Die! A raspy voice came from below. An Iwa shinobi emerged with a cruel grin, thrusting a kunai straight toward Sish's throat. He was a special jonin of Iwagakuer, a specialist in advanced subterranean jutsu. With this signature technique, he had assassinated many targets during missions. Sish's pupils contracted as the kunai rapidly filled his vision. He tried to use gentle fist to seal the enemy's chakra points, but the distance was too close, and the attacker's movements too fast. There was no way he could react in time. Just when he thought everything was over, a sudden clash of metal rang out in his ear. Sish looked down. Someone's hand had appeared right beside him, blocking the enemy kunai perfectly with another kunai. Turning his head instinctively, he saw a pair of crimson Sharingan, each bearing 3 tomo. It was Uchiha Hokushin. Hokushin didn't waste time checking on Sish's condition. He raised his foot and kicked at the Iwa ninja, who was already preparing to retreat after his failed strike. But Hokushin's Sharingan had read his every move. His kick landed squarely in the enemy's chest. So cleanly it looked like the man had run into Hokushin's leg by himself. The special jonin was sent flying, pain radiating from his ribs. Several of them had likely snapped. But he wasn't panicking. He'd already prepped his earth release escape technique. As soon as I hit the ground, I'll dive back into the earth. There's no way I'm dying here. But before he even landed, a wind blade sliced through the air from the distance. Nani? How is this possible? He tried to twist his body mid-air to evade. But it was useless. The wind blade came too fast, and sliced him cleanly in half while he was still airborne. The entire battlefield went dead silent. Not just the Iwagakuer ninja, even Hoshiyomi's own transport team was stunned. Such a precise and lethal wind blade. This wasn't something an ordinary Chunin could pull off. Who the hell had just taken out a special Jonin in one strike? The transport team turned their heads. They saw Lobo, lazily licking his paw on top of the supply cart. That move was pretty cool, right? The giant ninja hound spoke, tail wagging. He can talk? And he can unleash wind blades like that? So this was Hoshiyomi-sama's contract beast? So strong. Just Lobo alone probably had the combat capability of a Jonin. On the enemy side, the Uegakuer Jonin who had taunted Higashish earlier froze for a moment. But the death of a single special Jonin wasn't enough to shake him. In fact, it made him even more excited. After all, they still had 6 Jonin left. And the enemy? Only 3 Jonin, plus that big ninja dog, call it 4 at best. No matter how you looked at it, they still held the advantage. With that in mind, the IWA Jonin sneered. Looks like we hit the jackpot today. We were just planning to raid a small Konoha outpost, but I never imagined we'd catch such a big fish. Not only do you have a massive stockpile of supplies, you've also got a Byakugan, a Sharingan, and that oversized ninja dog. You must be from the Gekkō Clan, right? A Jonin beast tamer. His eyes gleamed as he licked his lips. This is perfect. 3 Jonin heads, a pile of supplies. If I finish you off, maybe the Tsuchikage will reward me with a forbidden technique. Just as he was fantasizing, a calm voice sounded behind him, unhurried and cold. I don't think Noki is going to reward you with anything. Chapter 157, Konoha's Sword Saint 157. The IWA Jonin broke into a cold sweat the moment he heard that voice behind him. He wasn't some arrogant fool, the kind who mistook this for a bluff to challenge his authority. As a battle-hardened Uegakuer Jonin, his instincts were razor-sharp. Though his sensory ninjutsu hadn't detected any presence, the goosebumps erupting on his skin told him that a terrifying demon now stood directly behind him. But when? How? How could someone silently get behind him right in front of his team without anyone noticing? His mind was full of unanswered questions, but now wasn't the time to ask. Without hesitation, he drew a kunai and stabbed backward. But before he could even swing his weapon, he felt a cold sting in his chest. His strength started draining away rapidly. Looking down, he saw the gleaming edge of a blade protruding from his torso. Gritting his teeth, he used his last remaining strength to try and drive his kunai into his attacker. If he was going to die, he'd at least drag his enemy down with him. But it was pointless. Before his kunai could land, Hoshiyomi Gekkō twisted his blade, shredding the Jonin's heart. Hearing the rush of wind behind him, Hoshiyomi didn't even bother to look back. With a casual flick of his Mikazuki Munchika, he tossed the IWA Jonin's corpse over his shoulder. In the stunned eyes of his own transport team, Hoshiyomi used the falling corpse as a shield, blocking several shuriken and a fire-style jutsu in one fluid motion. At the same time, he had already silently retreated several meters away from the IWA ninjas. With a flick of his sword, Hoshiyomi sent out a bluish-green arc of sword energy, slicing through the rain-soaked air toward an IWA shinobi. His movement was effortless, like an artist lazily adding a brush stroke to a canvas. But the result was pure crimson. The IWA ninja locked eyes with the sword energy, completely frozen, not because he didn't want to dodge, but because he simply couldn't. It was too fast. He had no time to weave hand seals or counter it. All he could do was futilely raise his kunai in defense, only to watch it be effortlessly cleaved in two, along with his own body, as blood splattered across the forest. After launching the sword energy, Hoshiyomi disappeared again. With the combined effect of transparent escape technique and instant step, even after images were hard to spot. The IWA ninjas saw only a vague, ghostly blur. In the space of a single breath, Hoshiyomi appeared behind another IWA shinobi. At some point, a short wakizashi had appeared in his hand. With an almost casual gesture, he drew it across the man's throat. The unfortunate Iwa Chunin didn't even realize what had happened. He just felt his strength flood out of him like a retreating tide. Panicking, he clutched at his throat, trying desperately to stop the fountain of blood. But the only sound that came from his mouth was a hoarse, meaningless gasp. Hoshiyomi was like a phantom haunting the forest. Every breath brought him behind another enemy shinobi, claiming their life with the simplest of motions. Those he killed didn't even understand how they were being hunted. There were no hand seals. No obvious chakra fluctuations. Just a step forward. A silent strike. And another life was taken. One step, one breath. One slash, one death. The Konoha transport team could only stare in shock. They knew Hoshiyomi was powerful, but this was on another level. Even focusing all their attention, they still couldn't follow his movements. Only Uchiha Hokushin, with his fully activated 3-tomo Sharingan, could barely track Hoshiyomi's actions. But even then, Hokushin understood all too well. If he were the target of this attack, he'd be dead 10 times over. With speed like this, even the Sharingan was little more than a fancy ornament. Being able to see the strike and being able to dodge it were two very different things. To the Konoha shinobi, Hoshiyomi was like a dancer beneath the moonlight. His movements were elegant, almost artistic, yet every step brought death. To the Iwa shinobi, he was a demon from hell emerging from the abyss, strong enough to make them despair. Within just a few breaths, they'd already lost 5 or 6 of their comrades. Panic set in. One of the surviving Iwa Chunin, on the brink of collapse, screamed hysterically. "What the hell is this? Is it some kind of genjutsu? Release! Everyone, release it, now!" His face was covered in snot and tears as he tried to break free from what he thought was an illusion. But he couldn't. A blade pierced his chest in the next instant, and only then did he realize. This was no genjutsu. The remaining 5 Iwa Jonin still kept some composure. They shouted to their teammates, trying to restore order. "Don't panic. The more you panic, the faster you'll die. He's just circling us with short-range assassinations. If we stand back to back, he can't touch us." Their words snapped the panicking Iwa ninjas back to their senses. They scrambled to huddle together, back to back, forming a defensive circle. Those who reacted too slowly, had already become Hoshiyomi's next victims. Form seals together. Use a wide-range jutsu. Kill him. One Iwa Jonin shouted, and the others responded instantly. Earth release, earth flow spears. ×5. Earth release, earth flow spear formation. 5 Jonin combined their chakra, unleashing the large-scale earth flow spear formation. The ground trembled violently. Countless sharp earthen spears shot up from beneath, interlocking like a deadly forest of spikes. The ground within a 100-meter radius was transformed into a field of towering spears, each over a meter tall. With 5 Jonin channeling the technique, the power of this combined jutsu was already comparable to an S-rank forbidden technique. Looking across the battlefield, it resembled the dance of the seedling fern, the infamous Kekkei Genkai technique of the Gekkō Clan. The faces of the Konoha transport team changed drastically. This kind of large-scale, high-density attack, even if you are fast, how can you escape? Could Hoshiyomi-sama really survive inside a forest of earth spears like that? Siege! Hokushin called urgently. "Can you see where Hoshiyomi is?" "I'm looking." Higa Sisha's Byakugan eyes were wide open, scanning frantically through the forest of earthen spears. But no matter how hard he looked, he couldn't find a trace of Hoshiyomi. Not even a corpse. Even if he got skewered, there should at least be a body, right? Could it be? At that moment, Lobo's lazy voice rang out. "Stop looking! He's over here!" The transport team snapped their heads around and finally noticed. At some point, Hoshiyomi had already returned to Lobo's side, casually reclining against the large ninja beast's back. He flashed them a relaxed, stylish smile, as if the battle had been nothing more than a pleasant stroll. Chapter 158, Konoha's Sword Saint 158. Of course, a technique like Earth Style, Earth Flow Spears formation wasn't going to kill Hoshiyomi Gekkō. The Earth Flow Spears required quite a few hand seals. They weren't like Itaki, who could string together 5 or 6 seals in a single second. The jutsu already took time to prepare, and since it expanded outward from the caster, the growth of the spires also required several moments to complete. Hoshiyomi took advantage of this gap. With transparent escape technique, he concealed himself perfectly. Then, using instant step combined with his signature movement art crescent moon slash, he calmly slipped out of the deadly spear formation. When they heard his voice, the Konoha transport team's faces lit up with relief. The IWA shinobi, however, looked like they'd swallowed bitter herbs. They had burned through massive amounts of chakra, only to watch Hoshiyomi return completely unscathed. It was crushing. One of the IWA jonin glanced at the dense forest of earthen spears around them. The tightly packed spires had blocked their line of sight. They couldn't even see the Konoha shinobi beyond the formation. Suddenly, his eyes brightened. He quickly tugged on the sleeve of a nearby, pale-faced comrade and whispered, "It's not over yet. Look around, these earth spears block their vision. Except for the Byakugan user, the rest of them can't see where we are." His companion's eyes lit up too, the shadow of death momentarily lifting from his face. He grinned nervously. "Right. Only the Byakugan can track all of us, and even then, there are blind spots. If we stay here, we'll just die. But if we dig underground and scatter, they can't possibly catch all of us. Even if just a few escape, it's better than all of us dying here." Their whispered conversation spread like wildfire among the remaining IWA shinobi. They exchanged looks and quietly began weaving hand seals. On the other side, Higa Seish, who had been celebrating Hoshiyomi's safe return, suddenly froze. He wasn't from the Higa main family, so his Byakugan did have blind spots. But even so, his vision was sharp enough to pick up on the enemy's subtle movements. In that instant, he realized what they were trying to do. They're trying to escape underground. His urgent shout snapped the Chunin into action. They started forming hand seals to intercept. Uchiha Hokushin also shouted, "Call out their positions. Worst case, we'll split up and chase them." But just then, Hoshiyomi's calm voice cut through the panic. "Leave it to us." He reached out and gave Lobo, his summoned wolf, a light pat on the head. Lobo obediently leapt down from the transport cart, his body expanding until he stood nearly 7 or 8 meters tall. At some point, Hoshiyomi had already leapt onto the massive wolf's head. Lobo let out a resounding howl, his powerful hind legs tensing like coiled springs. In a single burst of force, he launched skyward. At the peak of Lobo's leap, just as his trajectory began to arc downward, Hoshiyomi stepped off the wolf's massive head and shot upward like an arrow leaving the string. This time, it wasn't just a vertical jump. He was aiming straight for the center of the earth flow spears formation. Uchiha Hokushin frowned as he watched Hoshiyomi in the air. What's he doing? He's at least 10 meters high. Without powerful chakra protection, even someone like Hoshiyomi could seriously injure himself landing from that height. As he spoke, Hoshiyomi reached the only open space in the entire spear formation directly over its center. At that moment, the IWA shinobi had just burrowed underground, completely unaware of what was happening above. Next to Hokushin, Inyazuka Fuji's eyes widened in sudden realization. He turned to explain to the others. "I heard that Lady Tsunade developed an ultra-powerful taijutsu technique called the Monster Strength Punch, Chakra-Enhanced Strength. With one strike, she can smash a crater into the earth. Could Hoshiyomi-sama be planning to use something like that?" Fuji's guess was spot on. Because of Hoshiyomi's influence, Tsunade had developed monster strength earlier than in the original timeline. And naturally, Hoshiyomi wasn't about to pass up learning such a powerful technique. Although he didn't possess Tsunade's monstrous chakra reserves or her precise chakra control, his 6 gates-capable body and enhanced chakra manipulation through nature transformation made him more than capable of using a version of the technique. His raw power might not reach Tsunade's level, but it wasn't weak either. And more importantly, he had his own way of using it. That was the technique he had used before, Silver Light Falling Blade. By compressing large amounts of chakra into his Mikazuki Munchika, then unleashing it during a high-speed descent, he could release destructive power equivalent to the monster strength technique. Unlike Tsunade, Hoshiyomi didn't need to channel chakra to protect his feet or body. He only needed a small amount to safeguard his hands, using them to absorb the impact upon landing. There was also an advanced version of the Silver Light Falling Blade. Like now, launching it from even greater heights. By combining the chakra release with the kinetic energy from a rapid fall, the destructive force was multiplied exponentially. In Hoshiyomi's calculations, his safe limit was about 20 meters. That was the sweet spot, maximum impact while still retaining combat readiness after landing. The power of this advanced form of the Silver Fall Blade, Extreme, Silver Light Falling Blade, was essentially equivalent to the Heaven Foot of Pain, Stenkyaku, Tsunade's devastating aerial kick. It could blast out a crater nearly 100 square meters wide. In the transport team's tense gaze, Hoshiyomi clasped both hands around his Mikazuki Munchika, plunging down toward the ground. Boom! The entire ground shook violently, like a massive earthquake had erupted beneath their feet. Even from a distance, the transport team felt the tremor. The moment the blade touched the ground, the compressed chakra detonated. A massive shockwave ripped outward, transferring pure force into the ground. The IWA shinobi underground barely had time to realize something was wrong before the impact crushed their internal organs and shattered their bones. The invisible shockwave spread in all directions. Every IWA ninja who had burrowed underground was either killed instantly or grievously wounded. Those closest to the epicenter were directly pulverized into a bloody paste. In the stunned eyes of the Konoha transport team, it wasn't just the earth that broke apart. Even the towering earthen spears of the earth flow spear formation shattered under the massive impact. Half the formation collapsed entirely. The ground within 100 meters turned into a ruined wasteland, crisscrossed with spider web-like cracks. Blood seeped slowly from between the fissures. Inyazuka Fuji's jaw hit the ground. It took him a long time to stammer out. With that much force, I don't think anyone could have survived. Beside him, Higashish swallowed hard. The sound of his gulp echoed strangely in the newly silent forest. They're all dead. 20 people. An entire 6 Jonin squad, all killed by Hoshiyomi-sama alone.